Ensnared. Written by Janet McNulty. Narrated by Katie Martin. Chapter 1. Aftermath. Renal! Renal, wake up! I yell at him, lifting him up, trying to get him to open his eyes. He moans. I shake him a little, hoping that he will wake up soon as the alarms blare throughout Arel, alerting everyone to danger, as though they didn't already know. Renal! His eyes flutter open, blinking several times until he focuses them. What happened? You were unconscious, I reply. After helping Segal and the others leave the city, and hearing the explosions take place, I hurried back to where I had left Renal, hoping that he had not been near them or harmed. My wish had been granted. He still laid on the ground where I had left him, unconscious and unaware of what had happened. Relief had flooded through me at finding him and knowing that he is okay, though I remembered to put my wristband back on before waking him. How long? Renal asks me. I shake my head, not sure. Did you see who struck me? I harden my face, putting on a mask so that he will not know that my next words are a lie. No. He does not say anything as he rubs his head from where I had struck him, no doubt feeling the bump that forms and will be there for several days. I'm sorry, I say. I should have been... It doesn't matter, Randall says, taking a deep breath, and a pang of guilt strikes me for what I have done to him. Segal? Gone. Another explosion roars across the city as fire leaps for the starry sky, escaping their confines while doing as much damage as possible, followed by the terrified screams of its victims as they try in vain to escape. We have to go, I say to Renal and help him to his feet. This way! He stops me when I run for the fires, pointing me in another direction. I follow him through the darkened streets, listening to the windows close as we approach each new building, while curious eyes try to hide behind them, praying that we will not notice or be too preoccupied to care. More arbiters line the street and we join them, running for the trapdoors that lead to the underground tunnels which run beneath Arel. Renal stops at a detainment center and scans his bracelet, punching in a code. A door opens. Together, we both jump through it, dropping to the tracks below. In! He yells at me, but he needn't have bothered since I have already strapped myself into one of the seats of the two-seater railcar. Our car speeds away just as more railcars appear, and more arbiters drop into the tunnels behind us, answering the alarms. We charge through the tunnels, the wind whipping through my hair, causing my eyes to water, and despite my attempts to blink them away, the tears do not cease. As my body jerks to the left, we bank right, only to jerk to the right when we make a sharp left. My fingernails dig deep into my palms while I cling to my seat, afraid of falling out, even though my harness is fastened. Another sharp turn, and our car decreases speed until coming to a sudden stop and flings my head forward before slamming it back into my headrest, giving me a sudden headache. Feeling woozy, I unfasten my harness and toss it off me, jumping out of my seat, stumbling for a few steps as I regain my footing, and I chase after Renal, who has already reached the tunnel's exit. We take the metal steps 2 at a time and burst free of our underground tomb into a world filled with agonized screams, smothering smoke, and fires that melt the skin from our bodies. I stop, unable to comprehend the scene around me. Thick, black smoke engulfs the street, cutting us off from the rest of the city, choking any unfortunate to be its victim as it weaves its way over rooftops, people, and the pavement, searching for another to imprison in its grasp. A man collapses next to me. Bending low, I lift him to his feet, placing his arm over my shoulder as I carry him away from the inferno amidst the cries of the medical transports that appear, ready to do what they must to save those they can. I'm okay, he coughs as I sit him on the sidewalk. The children, they're still in there. My heart freezes from his words. For the first time, I take a closer look at the building that burns and the pit in my stomach opens wider, forming a ravine that will never be filled. The school is on fire. School. Get those water pipes working! Renal yells at a group of arbiters, and others rush forward to help put out the roaring blaze. Time ceases its methodical step forward as I stare at the building that I had visited once as windows burst, sending shards of glass to those below who try to shield themselves from their fury, while others work in a frantic fashion to uncoil fire hoses and spray water on the flames in a desperate attempt to put out what refuses to be vanquished. More shouts, more screams fill the air, but my fogged mind does not hear them as it focuses on the mournful cry of a child stuck on the second floor. I race for the entrance of the school, charging across the ground and ignoring Renal's shouts as he tries to stop me. Flames burst through the scorched doorframe before being sucked back into the building itself, repeating the process twice as I run for them. Telling myself to think of the gauntlet, I count the seconds between each burst, timing my approach. I pause just outside the entrance as more flames spew from it. They dissipate. Seizing my chance, I leap through the doorway and dodge to the side, rolling across the ground just as another set of flames burst through the broken doors of the entrance in an effort to break free into the night air. Smoke fills my lungs, causing them to seize and cough in an effort to expel the tainted air. The more I cough, the more I choke. I tear off my jacket and tie it around my face like a mask to help filter out the smoke, but it does little to ease my breathing. Looking around, I search for a stairwell that will take me to the second level, while holding my jacket to prevent it from slipping off my face because of the sweat that pours down my cheeks, streaming its way down my neck and shoulders. "Hello!" I scream. No answer. "Anyone hear me?" Thunder fills my ears, making them hurt from the noise and drowning out all else as I run my soot-covered hand against the wall, while bits of paint melt away from it, doing my best to navigate my way through the school. Smoky darkness broken by fire looms around me, threatening to take me. My foot bumps something and I trip, falling to my hands and knees, wincing as bits of mortar delve underneath the skin, cutting their way deeper into my flesh. As I look at what has caused me to fumble, I jump back from the charred face that stares back at me, its eyes filled with terror from the agonizing death the person has suffered. A child's cry for help pierces the roaring of the fire, jolting me back into the present and my current predicament. I jump to my feet and rush forward while feeling my way around with my hands and feet, not wanting to trip over another body while ceiling panels crash around me, warning me of the danger I am in. A light breaks free of its hold. I leap to the side before it can strike me as it swings from the one remaining wire that holds onto it, desperate to keep it in its place. Another cry for help. "I'm coming!" I yell, but I'm unsure if anyone can hear me in this inferno. A clearing lies ahead. I run for it, ignoring the heat and the smoke, hoping to make it to the stairwell that I know is down this way. Spit fills my jacket as it shoots from my mouth due to my panting and coughing, but I remain focused on my goal, the stairs. A tremendous cracking sound fills the corridor, drowning the roars of the fire, and my arm hairs stand on end while goosebumps form, warning me of impending danger far worse than what I am in. I push harder, but before I take 3 more steps, the ceiling in front of me crashes as a support beam digs into the floor, and I jump back, avoiding its crushing weight, landing on my side as bits of insulation, dust, and embers float around me, mixing with the thickening smoke. Stinging, burning pain engulfs my left forearm. With care, I raise it so that the light can touch it, revealing a severe burn and the bubbling red and black skin it consists of. Grinding my teeth, I force myself to not think about the pain. I am an arbiter. I am strong and not subject to the whims of the flesh. Weakness is failure, and failure, right here, right now, means death. I study the support beam that has fallen, barring my way, searching for a path around it, not willing to give up and sacrifice the people trapped here for my own sake. I spot it, a small triangular opening just beneath the beam, just large enough for me to squeeze through. Repositioning my jacket around my nose and mouth, I charge for the opening, leaping over tiny flames that form a line, taunting me and telling me to turn back, but I ignore them and somersault on the floor once through. I turn back. The opening has disappeared, consumed by the fire as though mocking my efforts. Plunged into darkness, with only the smoke for a companion, I search around me and find the stairwell leading to the second floor, each step littered with plaster, concrete, and every other matter of debris. I place my foot on the first step, crunching the plaster spread across it as I lift myself up, placing my other foot on the second step, moving with care, unsure of what to expect and uncertain about the sturdiness of the stairs themselves. My sweaty palm slips from the banister and I lose my balance for a moment, coughing as I go, pressing my jacket into my face. A low whimper sounds above me. Desperate, I hurry up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, almost tumbling when my foot slips. Tears stream from my eyes as the smoke irritates them, making everything look blurred, and my rapid blinking does little to clear my vision. For each tear that is wiped away, 2 more take its place. Rubbing my face with the back of my hand and smearing soot on my skin as I do, I reach the part of the stairwell that curves and heads to the second level, where nestled in a corner, head buried in his knees, sits one of the school children, his yellow uniform almost indistinguishable from the blackened debris around him. He looks up and panics. "It's okay," I say, pulling my jacket away from my face in an effort to calm him. "I'm here to help you." "I'm scared," he says through tears. Fear, the one thing that was never allowed at the training facility. If an arbiter feels fear, they are not fit to be an arbiter, or so I have been taught, and molars always made it a point to remind recruits of what happens to them if they give in to fear. I look into the boy's frightened eyes, realizing that I am also afraid. What if Raynal learns that I knocked him out and helped Segal? What if I burn to death or am crushed from the weight of the building collapsing around me? But if I give in to this basic emotion, no one will be here to help the boy. "I am too," I tell him in a soothing voice. He blinks at me. "Come on." I hold my hand out to him. "Take my hand." The boy reaches for my outstretched hand and I grasp his, pulling him toward me. "What about the others?" "Others?" The boy points up the stairs. "There are others trapped in a room." For a split second, I consider leaving and carrying the boy out to safety, but my own conscience refuses to allow me to leave any who may still be trapped. "Take me to them," I tell him, wrapping my jacket around his nose and mouth. He leads me up the stairs while bits of the paneling within the walls and ceiling fall around us, clacking on the linoleum floor, warning us that time grows short and our precious seconds tick by faster than we are able to move. The higher we go, the thicker the smoke becomes, and I bend low, hoping to escape it, but there is no way for me to crawl and carry him at the same time. "That room there?" says the boy. After being tormented by the thundering of the fire that ravages the floor below, my ears ring in the unnatural silence of the second floor as we creep to the room where other survivors wait for rescue, encased in gloom and the gnawing feeling that soon we will be cremated. The boy reaches for the button that controls the door, but I smack his hand away, pushing him behind me. Feeling the cool touch of the door's fogged glass exterior with the back of my hand, I conclude that it is safe to open it. I push the button next to it. Nothing happens. Frustrated, I hit the button again, but the door refuses to open, meaning that something has gone wrong with its mechanism. I need to break the glass. "Wait here," I tell the boy, remembering seeing a plank of wood on the stairs. He grabs my waistband in fear, but I push him back against the wall, forcing my touch to be gentle so as to reassure him. "I'm coming back," I promise him. With a doubtful look, he settles on the floor and wraps his arms around his knees. I dash off to the stairs, jumping down them, while clinging to the railing so as not to fall, and snatch the wood plank. A roaring sound fills my ears. Turning, I examine the bottom of the steps. The fire has reached the stairwell and will soon consume the second floor. Heart pounding, I race up the stairs, my boots beating the floor with harsh clomps as I charge up them and hurry down the hallway to the room where the boy waits for me. "Stay back," I tell him, panting. He stands behind me, but leans out, wanting to watch what I'm about to do, forcing me to turn around, grab the jacket, and cover his face, shielding him from any glass that might fly. "Leave it," I order the boy when he reaches up to remove my jacket from his face, and he places his hands back by his side. Taking a deep breath, I pull the plank back and ram it into the glass door, turning my head so as not to get bits of it in my eyes. A small crack appears in its center. Frowning, I raise the plank again and smash it into the door over and over until more and more cracks appear, creating a musical sound of tingling glass as shards tumble to the floor. "You okay?" I ask the boy, removing my jacket from his face and wrapping it around his nose and mouth once again. He nods his head. I push him through the door, using the toe of my boot to remove the remaining bits of glass from the door frame. "Hello?" I call, once through the door. 3 faces appear, all tear-stained and terrified. "Come," I tell them, waving them to me. The scraping of a desk against the floor snatches my attention, and I whirl around, finding a plebeian girl huddled in a corner, hiding behind a desk, and its accompanying chair, her pale face smeared with soot and ash. "Just leave her," says one of the children, but my glare silences her, and she recoils underneath it. I approach the plebeian, but she scooches further away from me, frightened of my uniform, forcing me to reconsider my actions. "Do you think you can coax her out?" I ask the boy I had found on the stairs. He gives me a disbelieving expression, but does as asked, inching his way toward the girl. She pulls away from him, and for a moment I consider leaving her, not liking such an option, but the boy holds his hand out to her. No words are spoken between them, and she takes it, allowing herself to be yanked from her corner and join the rest of us. I shove them through the door, glass crunching underneath our feet, and push them toward the stairs when a low creaking fills the hallway. Its intensity builds around us. "Get back!" I yell, jumping ahead of them and pushing them back to the room, through the door and away from the falling debris as the walls and ceiling crumble around us, barreling through the floor into the inferno below. Dust and smoke dance around us, choking us, and my lungs seize from the pollution, torn between allowing me to breathe or coughing to expel the smoke. I peek out the door. A giant hole is all that remains of the hallway, its ceiling and its floor as fire winds its way upward, heading straight for us. We cannot go that way. Dismayed, I bow my head, believing that I have failed and that these children will die because of me. The boy puts his hand on mine, comforting me and shaming me because it should be me reassuring all of them. A breeze caresses my neck, cooling the sweat that coats it and snapping my brain back into focus. Turning toward it, I notice an open window. Most times the windows are kept shut, but sometimes a teacher will open one. They never open more than 3 or 4 inches to allow fresh air in. I race to the window and peer outside where people dart about in a frantic state to put out the fire, and arbiters attempt to establish order amidst the chaos. I snatch the plank of wood from the floor where I had left it and pause before the window, gauging the amount of force needed to break the glass. The children gather around me. "Turn away," I tell them, and they obey. With all the strength I have, I ram the plank into the window 3 times and watch as cracks form in the glass, spreading and growing with each strike until it bursts, sending shards below, and a gush of fresh air swoops into the classroom, pulling a few renegade flames from the hallway into the area, which disappear as quick as they arrive. I lean out, observing the distance to the ground. There is no jumping it. As though reading my mind, the plebeian girl points at the ceiling above us at a series of Arelian flags, created by the students, that are attached to a cable stretching across the ceiling. I never noticed them until now. Thanking her, I stand upon a desk and reach up, snatching the line and ripping it free of its hold, coiling it around my arm as I gather it up. Once back at the window, I call to the people below for help, but no one hears me. I spot Reynal. I need to get his attention. Looking around for anything I can throw at him, I spot a tablet on a nearby desk and snatch it. I chuck it out the window like a frisbee and nick him in the foot. He jumps and looks right at me as I wave my arms and point at the children. No words are needed. He calls to a group of arbiters, ordering them to stand below the window and await my next move. "All right." I tie the cable around a heating pipe as I talk to the children. "I am going to lower each of you down to the people waiting below." One of the children whimpers. "I need you to be brave," I tell her. "Like an arbiter," says another. "Yes," I reply, "like an arbiter." "Like you," the boy from the stairwell whispers, and the others nod. I pause for a second, touched by his words, having never thought of myself as brave before. I just don't want any of them to die. I tie the line around his waist, telling him to hold on as I help him out the window and lower him down. Once he reaches the ground, Renal takes him and tugs on the rope. I pull it up and tie it around another of the children, helping her out the window and lowering her to the ground like the boy before her. Minutes pass like hours, but I manage to free them from this prison of fire and smoke. It is my turn. Unsure if the cable will support my weight, I tug on it, making certain the knot around the heating pipe will hold. It will have to do. I crawl out the window, snagging my shirt on a bit of glass and cutting my side. Wincing from the pain, I cling to the rope, lowering myself inch by inch, taking my time so as not to lose my grip, and plummet to the hard ground below. The line lurches. Fear rises within me, and my heart beats against my chest as I realize that my knot is not holding. I ease my way downward, breathing so hard that my lungs burn and my pulse thuds in my neck and ears, drowning the shouts aimed in my direction. The rope lurches again. I am only halfway down. I glance below me at the ground that seems so far away. The rope lurches for a third time. Weighing my options, all which end with me smashing into the pavement, I take in a deep breath to steady my nerves, accepting my fate and what awaits me if I fail to survive. I let go just as the rope breaks free of the heating pipe. Air rushes by me, and for a moment, I believe that I am flying until I crash into the ground below, landing on my side. The air in my lungs break free and I gasp for oxygen, curling into a ball from the ripping pain in my left shoulder. Rinal's strong arms seize me around my waist and help me to my feet. He wraps my good arm around his shoulders, allowing me to lean on him as he drags me to a medical transport. "Bring her here," says a familiar voice, and Natalie's face appears, ushering us to a gurney within the transport, and Rinal places me on it with a gentleness I never thought he possessed. "Her shoulder is dislocated," Natalie tells him. "Hold her still." Renal obeys. Before I have a chance to grasp what she plans to do, Natalie pushes my shoulder back into its socket and the pain courses through my body as I bite my tongue to refrain from crying out. "Pain is weakness," Moeller's voice repeats in my head, and memories of the times at the training facility when the instructors would beat us with switches until we no longer acknowledged physical pain flood my mind. "You'll have to refrain from using that arm for a while," Natalie says, as she places my arm in a sling. She looks at Renal's concerned face. "She'll be fine. Go, do your duty." Renal leaves us alone, allowing Natalie to assess my wounds. "Thank you," I tell her. "It is my job," she says as she examines the cut on my side. I have not seen her since the day I followed her to the plebeian quarters, and I find myself thinking about the mystery of the syringe and vial of medicine, with instructions that had ended up in my coat pocket. "Not for this," I say, taking a gamble and knowing what awaits me if I am wrong, yet cautious enough to choose my words with care. "But for earlier, back at the medical center." "Again, I was just doing my job," replies Natalie, and I cannot tell if she understood my meaning or not, nor can I risk being more specific in case I have misjudged her. "Of course," I say, keeping my voice low. "I do appreciate your gratitude. It is nice to be thanked once in a while," Natalie says as she places gauze over my cut, securing it with medical tape. "Though we all must do our part for Arel." I listen to her, to the tone within her voice, trying to determine if she speaks what she believes or is testing me, as is the way in Arel. All must be assessed to determine their loyalty. I remain calm, reserved, and keep my face impassive and my voice even, unsure if my gamble paid off or buried me. "I guess I owe you a debt," I say in a joking manner. "Be careful," warns Natalie. "People have a way of collecting." I chuckle at her statement, such is our way. "Here." Natalie places an oxygen mask over my face. Breathe deep and slow. She glances outside and at the plebeian girl who stands alone among a stormy sea of rushing feet, anguished shouts, and blaring alarms, ignored by all while holding her arms close as she tries to comfort herself. I see it. A look of pity, the same one that I had seen on Mandy during the banquet, but before I have time to register its meaning, it is gone, and Natalie resumes her businesslike demeanor. She steps out of the medical transport, but before she can close the door, I spot something painted on the ground that I had not noticed before. The symbol of Arel crossed out, almost like a warning. The doors to the transport slam shut and the vehicle jerks as it drives away with me on board, leaving me alone with my thoughts and to dwell upon everything that has transpired during my patrol. Chapter 2. Chilling Consequence. An insistent knock on my door yanks me from a restless sleep as my mind desires to go back to that land of unconsciousness and ignorance. But the distant pounding in my ears breaks through the barrier, forcing me to open my eyes. I blink a couple of times to clear away the sand and focus on the ceiling above me with its panels of tarnished gray, each outlined by a black rimming, the color of my world. Arbiters are not encouraged to enjoy colors, like the vibrant bands of a rainbow after a spring rain, as they might evoke emotional responses, and we are to be emotionless beings. I always liked the color red, not the bright color that blood brings, but more subdued, yet bold, letting the world know it exists and isn't just one small part in a sea of black uniforms. Cherries. Their robust color is the shade I have always admired, and their life-giving fruit. I remember the cherry tree that grew in the courtyard of the training facility. No one knew where it came from. None admitted to planting it, but it appeared one day. In my 4th year, I spotted it. It was no more than 4 inches tall, and I admired it for growing in a place that did not allow such frivolous luxuries to flourish. Flowers, bushes, trees, all were forbidden within the facility. Arbiters are not to focus on frolicsome things, but keep their minds on their duties and the protection of Arel. But this one cherry tree managed to thrive in the very center of our courtyard, in the center of where our drills were carried out, in an area known for its heat and humidity. For 10 years, I snuck it water, admiring its tenacity, stubbornness, and beauty as it grew stronger. I remember the day it first flowered, with beautiful, soft pink petals, and produced fruit as though it mocked my gray surroundings, inviting me to be daring like it was. One night, I slipped down to the courtyard and plucked a ripe cherry from the tree, marveling at its red color and savoring its tart flavor, feeling pride and hoping that the water I gave it in its early life helped it produce such delightful fruit. What I hadn't counted on was being seen by someone else, by someone who despised anything that could be considered good. When I awoke the next morning, all that remained of that cherry tree was a lone stump, a reminder that life is fleeting, and that anything as wonderful as that tree can be taken away in an instant. From then on, the shade of that one cherry the tree allowed me to eat has been my favorite color. The knocking stops and the door to my room slides open. Startled, I bolt upright and turn toward the door, ready to defend myself against this uninvited guest. Chase stands in my room, a worried look on his face. "What's wrong?" I ask, throwing my blanket off me. He does not answer. "Gwen, she isn't..." "She's fine," says Chase. Before I can do anything, Chase rushes toward me and envelops me in those strong yet gentle arms of his, holding me close as though he is afraid of losing me. My shoulder pains me and I push him away, but instead of being insulted, he lets me go, realizing that his intended comfort has caused me pain. "I heard the explosions," he says, "and I was afraid that..." "I'm fine," I tell him, reassuring him, and wondering where this newfound affection for me came from, or has he always had it since the time we were lost in the wildlands? I have never been able to get that time out of my head. I should get dressed. I have a review today and have to answer for my actions. Without being told, Chase goes to my closet and pulls out a pair of pressed pants, a fresh undershirt, and an ironed jacket. I pull the shirt I am wearing off, doing my best to keep my face placid despite the burning in my shoulder from each little movement. The doctor I had been assigned at the medical wing the night of the bombing had told me that it would take a minimum of 6 weeks for my shoulder to heal. I wish it would heal faster. I detest being helpless. I stand before Chase with my breasts exposed, not caring about privacy, since it never existed at the training facility, and I learned long ago not to feel embarrassed when exposed, but he never glances at them, choosing to avert his eyes instead, giving some semblance of decency, doing his best to be mindful of my current situation. He hands me the clean undershirt and I put it on, forcing myself past the gripping pain in my shoulder, demanding that it work, and pull the cotton material over my chin until the built-in bra snuggles my breasts and the hem settles at the top of my hips. Next, I pull on my pants with Chase still averting his eyes, while I ease the snug material over my buttocks, allowing the waistband to hug my middle, securing my undershirt beneath its prison. My jacket appears in front of me, and I take it from Chase's outstretched hand. "Thank you," I whisper, putting my good arm through the sleeve and allowing Chase to pull the other sleeve over my injured one, being reminded of when he had to carry me through the wildlands because of my broken leg. I reach for my sling, but he beats me to it, grabbing it from the chair I had flung it on before going to bed, and slips it around my arm, taking great care to not cause me to wince, not that I would display such weakness, and wraps the thick, padded strap around my shoulder, securing it in place. Before I can say anything, he picks up my boots and waves me to the only chair in the room. Knowing that he would not take a refusal for an answer, I sit and allow him to lace up my boots until they are snug and do not wiggle. His fingers work with an efficiency I never thought a plebeian could possess, and after a couple of minutes, I am dressed and ready to report for duty. "You didn't have to," I say. "I can put my own boots on." Chase looks at me, his gray eyes filled with sympathy and respect. "I know," he replies, "but I wanted to." He grabs the bobby pin sitting on the desk and motions for me to turn around. With delicate fingers, he lifts the strands of my long hair as it reflects the pale light in the room and twists them together, forming a bun. One by one, he sticks the pins in, securing the bun while making certain that each pin neither pulls nor tugs so as to cause any discomfort. Once done, he admires his handiwork, saying, "Now you look every bit the arbiter and are ready for your review." How? My former mistress used to have me help her with putting her hair up. Her hands didn't work well, and the slightest movement caused her pain. I help Gwen with her hair too. Being helped with a simple task such as getting dressed is foreign to me. While at the training facility, we were never encouraged to seek assistance, much less accept it. If an arbiter cannot do things on their own, they are not worthy of defending Arel. My mind drifts back to when I was 11 and each recruit in my year had one arm tied behind their backs where they could not use it. We were to conduct our duties that day one-armed. Some, like Trevor's, thrived and managed to do everything as though they were not handicapped at all, while others struggled. One recruit was unable to do the simplest of tasks, and upon Moeller's orders, received a beating from one of the instructors. I watched as the recruit fell to the ground, doing her best to cover her head, but was unable to escape the torment brought down upon her. In a rare moment of compassion, I ran to her and shoved the instructor aside, demanding that he stop before he killed her, one of my many mistakes. The instructor knocked me to the ground, kicking me in the stomach, and while I lay there with pebbles boring into my skin, he lashed me with his switch, stopping when Moeller strolled by, his hands clasped behind his back as his lips curled into a sardonic smile, baring his teeth. "Compassion, mercy, and sympathy are for the weak," he said. "If you cannot conduct yourselves with one arm tied behind your backs, how are you all going to be of any use if we are attacked and you are wounded? You must be able to push through your inabilities and your pain. Those who cannot are feeble and unfit to be arbiters. If your fellow recruit is dealt a punishment, watch them accept it because they deserve it for not being stronger. If you challenge their punishment, then you shall also be reprimanded." Moeller's bent low, placing his lips against my ear so that his hot, sticky breath stuck to my skin. "Is that understood?" he whispered to me. "Yes, sir," I had replied. His salacious grin implanted itself in my mind, an image I cannot rid myself of, as he stood up and nodded his head at the instructor. With one final strike, the switch lashed me across the side of my neck, implanting a red mark that lasted for 4 days. Afterward, both my arms were bound as 2 arbiters placed me in a straitjacket. "Because of your actions," Moeller's announced as he circled me, "you will spend the rest of the day confined in this jacket. No one is to help you. Any who do will suffer a worse fate." Memories of sitting alone during mealtime with both my arms strapped down so that I could not use them flood my mind as the feeling of isolation wells within me, forcing me back to that moment as though it is happening now. That day, I ate like a dog, planting my face in my food and using my tongue to scoop up bits of peas and potatoes into my mouth. And when I had to use the bathroom, I urinated myself because I was unable to pull down my pants and use the toilet in any manner of dignity, a humiliation that overshadowed me for weeks. "Hey," says Chase, bringing me back to the present. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I reply, not wanting to burden him with my past. He reaches up and places a calloused hand on my cheek, using the lightest of pressure to force me to look at him, and those gray eyes that hold no amount of loathing, anger, or hatred like they did the first time I ever saw them. Not even pity. All that dwells within them is caring. "I should be able to do all this myself," I say, remembering my training. "Weakness is—" "You're not weak," Chase cuts me off. "It's okay to ask for help." What changed? How did we go from being enemies who despised one another to caring about the other's well-being and helping them when we can? "Why did you lie for me when they found us?" I ask. The question still lingers on my mind as he had never given me a satisfactory answer. He turns to the window and the wall that lies outside it, dwarfing us, reminding us of the forbidden world beyond. "I heard them talking, your commander and the commandant. We plebeians know what Arel does to those they believe are useless, and your injuries were severe. Though your commander believed in your abilities to survive, the commandant wasn't so sure, so I lied. When they asked for my version of events, I told them that you saved us both and fought off an outsider, despite your physical weakness. I told them what they needed to hear so that you wouldn't be sent to the crematorium." I stare at him, unable to process what he had told me. "You should get going," Chase says, approaching the door, "before they notice your absence." "Why?" I ask him again, my voice just above a murmur. "You say that I am the reason that we are both alive today, but I never lied. You saved me." I say nothing. "Promise me that you will do what you need to survive." The door slides open and he disappears, allowing it to close with a soft thud, leaving me alone in my room, silhouetted by the faint light pouring through the window, broken only by the shadow of the wall. Taking a deep breath to control the well of swirling emotions within me, I step to the door, forcing it to slide open and allow me passage, and stalk out of my room, stomping down the dim and empty corridor to the stairs to face what the day has asked of me. Commander Vi waits for me at the bottom step. "I was about to send someone to get you," she quips. "Sorry, ma'am," I say. "There is no excuse for my tardiness." "Grab something quick to eat," says the commander. "We are expected at the review board within the hour." Another review. I am not surprised. After the bombings, it makes sense that there would be a review of our actions, such as the norm in Arel. All arbiters must account for what they do to ensure that they serve Arel without hesitation or impunity. I stroll into the dining room and bump into Anon. He glares at me. He never did like me, nor I him, and stalks away with a grunt, hurrying out the door and to his duties. Silence looms around me as arbiters finish their meals and hurry to report to their stations, while those who do not go on patrol until sundown either sit in the reading room to relax, go to the outdoor gymnasium for exercise, or sneak upstairs for some much-needed rest, all without speaking to one another. The bombings have frightened all of us. No one knows who is behind them, a mystery that engulfs us all, making each of us wonder if there is another target and who will be next. I spot a bronze tray with egg fritters on it and snatch a couple, shoving them in my mouth and swallowing without bothering to chew them much. A glass appears by my hand. Looking down, I see Sheila holding it out to me with a frightened look on her face. "Thank you," I say to her, taking the water and looking around to make certain no one watches us, but they are too preoccupied with their own affairs to notice us, much less care. "Your shoulder," she begins, and I pull her aside, away from everyone else. "It'll be fine," I tell her. "I saw the smoke and feared—" "I'm fine," I reassure her. "I have to go now. You take care of yourself." Sheila nods. Before I am able to take a step, She seizes my wrist and pulls me back, handing me a small bundle. I saved this for you when you didn't come down for breakfast. Puzzled, I take the bundle, unwrapping the faded blue cloth and revealing a blueberry muffin with a sugar crumble topping. Where did you get this? I ask, since such a treat is never served at the manor. Commander Vi sent me to the market to fetch a few provisions for the next few days. There is a baker there who sometimes gives me yesterday's discards. I saved it for you. You shouldn't worry about me, I tell her, handing her back the muffin, but she refuses to take it as her lips settle in a firm line, displaying her resolve. How about we share? Sheila nods. I break the muffin into 3 big pieces and hand 2 of them to Sheila. One is for Gwen, I tell her when she opens her mouth to protest, and she closes it, agreeing with my suggestion. The clatter of a plate hitting the table snatches my attention, and I must be going or suffer Commander Vi's wrath. Eating the muffin piece in 2 bites, I wipe the sugar crystals from my mouth and hurry to the entrance where both Commander Vi and Renal wait for me, much like they did the first time I was summoned to the command division for a review. Except this time, something is different. This time, another arbiter waits with them. I study this arbiter and her regal stance as she stands with her feet shoulder-width apart and her hands by her sides, waiting for us to be ready to leave, her uniform pressed without a single wrinkle in it as though it has just been laundered. Before I have a chance to ponder this new arbiter's presence, or why she is here as I have not seen her at the manor before, Commander Vi ushers me out the door. I obey without delay, followed by her, Renal, and our mysterious escort. Our brisk strides down the driveway are in tune with one another as our boots stomp on the pavement while we make our way to the railcar platform. Just like before, people pause in their activities to watch us as we hurry down the street in procession, never allowing their eyes to linger too long lest they be stopped and questioned for their overabundant curiosity. One studies me as I stroll past, but his eyes dart to the side the moment he notices me watching him, and he runs off, signaling to his plebeian to hurry up. The hunched shoulders, wary stares, and hushed whispers shower me in the fear that has gripped the city because of the bombings. The whine of a railcar rushes by us, and I know that we are close to the platform, and just like last time, a lone car waits for us. As we hike up to the platform, we stroll by a group of children dressed in red uniforms, the future engineers of Arel, listening to their teacher describe the mathematics behind constructing the raised railways and the cars that glide along them, carting people throughout the city. 2 students pick the pocket of another, and I seize the shoulder of one, getting his attention. He looks at me with frightened eyes, and his mouth hangs open as he wonders what I will do to him. But I point at the item in his hand, and he gives it back to his fellow student. As I let go of his shoulder, Commander Vi gives me an odd glance, but says nothing as she steps into the empty railcar with Renal, while the arbiter escorting us turns toward me and I hurry into the shuttle before she says anything. We each sit down with several seats between us, none of us bothering to talk as silence is preferable, and the arbiter with us keeps a close eye on each of us, encouraging us to keep our mouths shut. The shuttle moves away from the platform and toward the inner part of Arel, heading for the central station, and the force of its movement slings me to the side as I stare out the glass that encompasses us and the tiny rainbow it forms from the small ray of the sun that pokes through the clouds. Lifting my eyes, I look out at the city and the smoldering rubble left behind from the domestic attacks, wondering how many had been injured and how many survived. What happened to the children from the school? The shuttle passes over the central part of the eastern sector, over the walkways and the people who hurry down them, desperate to get to their destination, and I spot the school. Blackened brick litter the area as a huge hole engulfs the roof and an entire side of the building. Leaning closer to the glass, I watch as plebeians clear away the rubble and rebuild the outer exterior, proof of Tapiwa keeping her promise to ensure that repairs to the eastern sector would be made. The shuttle veers upward and to the left, allowing me to steal a glance over the wall and at the grassland beyond, and the veil of trees that lie further away, and my mind dwells upon the outsider that had helped chasten me while we struggled to survive beyond the wall. Our escort clears her throat, and I turn away from the glass, staring straight ahead, taking note of her watchful gaze upon me, one that would even make Commander Vi shrink underneath it. No words are needed to voice her disappointment. Her hardened eyes drill into me, delving deep into the inner depths of my soul as though she desires to know my thoughts, or perhaps she already does. Once she turns away, I look up at the sky and the rail that passes over us, casting a long shadow upon us before disappearing in the distance. A slight shift jostles me as the railcar switches tracks, bypassing the central hub and heading straight for the heart of Arel where the command division is. Towering buildings surround us, dwarfing us as they stand tall, showcasing their glass towers that reflect the scenery around them, mirroring everything, letting every citizen know that this is Arel, the center of civilization, or so we're taught. A massive, square building looms ahead, hollowing out the pit that already fills my stomach, and beyond it are trails of smoke, the crematorium. The sinking feeling in my stomach grows as sweat coats my palms, and the nervousness that I have managed to hold back bursts through without mercy, refusing to release me or allow me any sort of comfort. Before we hit the building in front of us, the rail car dips, sinking below the skyline of the city and to the streets below where massive screens soar past us, pleading with us to buy the product advertised, while others portray the aftermath of the bombings, with Tapiwa's and Kumi's voices narrating over the images, speaking about our bravery and resolve, while vowing to bring the cowards responsible to justice. My body shifts as the shuttle slows to a stop, passing beneath copper archways that crisscross one another, until we reach the platform and the doors slide open with a baritone hiss. A few people try to board, thinking that it is a normal transport, but our escort shoos them away while the rest of us disembark, heading for the entrance. I do not wait to be ushered to the glass elevator, having gone up it the last time I was here, and head straight for it with the others right behind me. Other arbiters hurry past us. A few of them glance in our direction, but turn away just as fast, resuming their duties and glad to not be in our position. As we glide upward to the topmost floor, I marvel at the luminescent streets below us that shine as though they have just been polished, allowing the diamonds embedded within them to cast tiny bursts of color in a ragged pattern that goes against the uniformity surrounding them, almost as though they are conducting their own form of rebellion against the conformity demanded of them. The elevator stops and we leave it, heading down a hallway with a glass wall on one side, allowing us to look out upon the city and its marvels. Mirror-like glass buildings reflect the colorful sky and the city, making it appear double its actual size, while railcars soar above it, adding to its majestic presence. Our escort leads us to a set of double doors, made with reinforced steel, with 2 guards on either side and one in the center who stops us the moment we reach them. "State your business," he demands. "Captain Riles, serial number R21908, reporting with Commander Vi, Lieutenant Renal, and Arbiter Noni as requested," replies our escort, speaking for the first time. Renal steps forward next. "Lieutenant Renal, serial number R26389. The guard's eyes flick over to Commander Vi, who walks toward him, head held high, her mouth set in a rigid line, while her eyes pierce through his body armor, causing him to take one step back. "Commander Vi, serial number V21923, she says in a stern voice, daring him to challenge her. The man checks her information on the tablet within his hands, and his gaze turns toward me. For a moment, I am thrust back to the time I was first summoned here, forced to relive my shame for my first visit to the wall since being assigned to the eastern sector, and the same anxiety that had seized my stomach then threatens to cripple me again. Swallowing a wad of spit to force the lump forming in my throat away, I square my shoulders, straightening my posture, doing my best to give the guard my own piercing stare. "Arbiter Noni," I say, keeping my voice firm, not allowing it to quiver or give away my anxiety. Serial number N27461. Once again, the guard checks his tablet, confirming my identity and that we are to be there. He waves his hand, and one of the others hits a gold button encircled in bronze, forcing the steel doors to slide open while our escort steps aside. She is not allowed within the tribunal chambers as only those summoned are. Following Renal and Commander Vi, I step inside the darkened interior where a bright white light shines down upon a podium, blocking the view of those sitting in judgment of our actions. I move my eyes, keeping my head still, trying to take in the scene around me. Black walls with tapestries hanging from the ceiling, each with Arel's crest, unmoving even from the slightest draft. While ahead of me lies a long, raised bench with 3 high-ranking arbiters seated upon it, each with sour expressions. Unlike last time, I shiver from the judgmental atmosphere, despite the warmth of the air and the fact that I wear my full uniform. Movement in a far corner catches my attention, and I turn my head without thinking, catching a glimpse of an ivory train with golden circles embroidered upon it before it creeps back into the shadows. Commander Vi clears her throat, and I flick my head forward, hoping that none of the tribunal have noticed my insolence, but a quick peek tells me that they did. "Lieutenant Renal," says a drawn-out voice, and I look at the one it belongs to, noting that like my commander, the woman has her head shaved, but unlike Commander Vi, her scowl could freeze molten metal. Renal takes the podium, remaining at attention, and his face betrays none of the turmoil that might be reeling within his mind. "You were on patrol when the attacks happened, and when the school within the eastern sector was bombed," says the same member of the council. "Yes, ma'am," answers Renal. "Tell us in your own words what happened that night." Renal takes a moment to inhale and let out a slow breath. "I was on patrol with Arbiter Noni when someone threw a rock at one of the loudspeakers in the main square. Arbiter Noni and I pursued the suspect and subdued him. At this time, an alert flashed on our wristbands. I told Arbiter Noni to take the suspect to detainment while I went to see what the alert was about." "You let her go alone with your detainee?" says another member of the council. "Yes, sir," replies Renal. "She is more than capable of handling herself, and we could not leave the suspect alone on the streets, nor could we take him with us to investigate what might have caused the alert to go off. So, I thought it best to split up for the moment. She is well trained, and I knew she could catch up afterwards." "And what did you find?" asked the first member of the council. "I found 6 citizens out after curfew, attempting to sneak out of the city." "Can you identify them?" "No." It takes all my resolve not to jerk my head in Renal's direction and to keep my face impassive. He lied. Why would he do that? I know that he and Segal were on friendly terms. Perhaps they were friends. But anyone who opposes the law of Arel is considered an enemy of Arel and are to be dealt with accordingly. I think back to that night when I had caught up to him, but he had not seen me. He used Segal's name, pleaded with him to not leave, to not put him in the position of taking him to a containment box. I think back to when Chase had lied to save my life. Is this why Renal refuses to tell the truth? To spare me? Why would he? He has no idea I was even there. As far as he knows, I found him after some mysterious stranger had knocked him out and Segal and his family had escaped. Perhaps he is lying to protect himself, but that does not seem like Renal. "No?" questions the third member of the council. "You did not get a good look at them? You have no idea who they are? You have been in the eastern sector for 7 years and you're telling us that you cannot guess who they might have been?" "I apologize to the council," says Renal. "It was dark, and I was unable to see their faces or make out any defining characteristics. I understand my failure, and for that, I know I must be reprimanded." "What did you do when you found them?" asks the first council member. "I ordered them to stop," Renal replies. "Did any of them speak?" "No, ma'am." Another lie. The memory of that night floods my mind, and I find myself thrust back into that alley listening to Renal plead with Segal to not go, to not put him in the position of arresting him, while Segal begged Renal to let his wife, daughter, and the others go and arrest only him if he must arrest someone. I hear the desperation in both their voices in my mind, as though I am there now. "What happened afterward?" demands the second member of the tribunal. "Someone struck me on the head," answers Renal, "and I blacked out." "Do you know who did it?" "No." "And afterward?" "I woke up to Arbiter Noni informing me of a series of explosions that had rocked Arel. We headed for the nearest tunnel and took the railcar to the nearest bombing. There, Arbiter Noni entered the school and rescued some who were trapped inside. One of whom was a plebeian, says the first member of the council, and her dark undertone makes it clear what she thinks of my actions. A part of me wonders if she ever smiles or even knows how to work those muscles in her face. I'm guessing the answer is no. As arbiters, we are charged with protecting all within Arel, replies Renal. Perhaps she had seen something. I'm sure this is what Arbiter Noni thought when she rescued her. Why is he covering for me? Perhaps, says the same woman on the council, and I catch a glimpse of the pins on her collar, denoting her rank. Is there anything else? No. You may step down. Renal stalks away from the podium, taking his place beside Commander Vi and stands at attention. Commander Vi, says the same female member of the tribunal, you may step forward. Commander Vi hurries to the podium, not bothering to glance in the judge's direction, and steps upon it, the bright light making her uniform shine. Squaring her shoulders, she eyes the darkness before her, daring the people hiding within it to condemn her. You are the commander of the eastern sector, is that correct? Yes. Commander Vi's sharp voice echoes around the chamber, causing my chest to vibrate and instilling fear within me. And Arbiter Noni is under your command? Yes. Has she ever shown a tendency to sympathize for plebeians before? Arbiter Noni follows the law. Answer the question, demands the council. I just did. The defiance in Commander Vi's voice overwhelms me. Never before have I heard her challenge someone above her rank, nor care about the consequences of doing so. Arbiters are to enforce the law and are never encouraged to show the slightest tendency toward rebellion. If you wish to have an official report about my arbiter's actions during the terrorist attacks, then you shall have it. But to subtly accuse one of them of disloyalty after having awarded her a medal for valor is insulting. You don't even have the courage to say what it is you think she has done. Mind your tongue, Commander, warns the first council member. Commander Vi rethinks her words before opening her mouth again. My arbiters put their lives on the line every day to defend this city and those within it, and that includes the plebeians. The law is clear. We are to protect those who dwell within Arel. No distinction is made between citizen or plebeian. Arbiter Noni and Lieutenant Renal have followed and upheld the laws of our great city, and yet, today, you treat them like common criminals. You're dismissed! Commander Vi opens her mouth to speak, but rethinks her decision when one of the guards within the room shifts his position, readying his weapon should the need to use it arise. With one final glare at the tribunal, she spins on her heels and steps off the podium, her brisk steps clacking on the slate-colored tile floor as she walks back to where both Renal and I stand. I swallow the second lump to form in my throat today, awaiting the inevitable. Arbiter Noni, take the podium. Despite the fact that both Renal and Commander Vi accompany me in the room, I feel alone, isolated, as I step toward the podium and the singular blinding light that bears down upon it, doing my best not to tug at my collar as sweat pools beneath it, causing it to itch. The singular sounds of my boots tapping the floor as I move closer to my inquisition fills my ears, stabbing the buzzing silence that engulfs them, mimicking my apprehensive mood. I place my right foot on the podium, lifting myself into the beam of light, and take my place in its center, placing the sweaty palm of my good hand on the rail before me. Arbiter Noni, begins the female member of the council, who had first questioned Renal. Tell us in your own words what happened the night of the bombings. Madam Count? I squeak and stop, clearing my throat and willing my voice to be firm and void of emotion. Madam Councilwoman, I begin again, my voice radiating off the walls as it resonates around me. The night began as Lieutenant Renal says. We were on patrol when a man threw a rock at one of the loudspeakers. Since he was out after curfew, the lieutenant and I engaged pursuit and apprehended him. That was when our wristbands alerted us to trouble within the city. The lieutenant ordered me to take the suspect to the nearest detainment box while he investigated the summons. I did as commanded, and after the subject was secured, I searched for the lieutenant. I found him lying on the ground unconscious. and soon after, the first bomb went off. "And did you see who had attacked him?" asks another on the council. My mind goes back to that night, reminding me of how I had snuck up behind Renal and clubbed him with my own baton. I am the one who had attacked him, but I cannot admit that here. Such a betrayal would wound him. "No, sir," I reply. "Did you see who it was he had chanced upon?" Seagal's face fills my mind's eye, but Renal had lied about seeing him, and why I do not know, and I cannot contradict him, or he will be arrested and sentenced to the crematorium. "No, sir, no one was there when I found him." "And after you found him?" Afterward, I helped Seagal and his family escape Arel, taking them to the hole that still remained in the wall, luring the guards away so that they could cross through it and into the wildlands. I am the traitor they seek. I shook him awake, I say. We went to the tunnels and took a rail car to the school within the eastern sector that was on fire. When we reached it, I heard a child screaming, so I ran into the building. "You just ran inside?" scoffs the female member of the tribunal. My fist tightens around the cold steel bar within my hand, wishing to strike her for her condescending attitude. "Yes, ma'am, I ran inside." "Tell us why." "Because that is my duty as an arbiter." Motion in the far corner of the room attracts my attention again, and I turn toward it, peering into the shadows, doing my best to make out the faint outline of a person standing behind its veil, concealed from my view, but I feel eyes upon me, studying me, and reading my body language. "What happened next?" asks another member of the council, thrusting me back into the present and away from my pondering. "I found a boy hiding on the stairs. By the time I had reached him, the fire had already blocked the entrance, so we went upstairs to the second floor where I found 3 more children." "You said children," interrupts the female member of the tribunal. "That is what they are," I growl, unsure about her statement and where she is headed. "I believe you mean 2 children and 1 plebeian," the woman continues. My knuckle turns white as I clutch the bar in front of me, my anger rising, but I take a deep breath and exhale, calming myself and reminding myself that I must remain in control. She awaits my reply, but I remain silent, knowing that if I open my mouth, nothing good will come out of it. "Well," says the woman. Knowing I will not be able to stay silent for much longer, I consider my words, but my anger refuses to be quelled, and it forces my mouth to speak before logic and reason have a chance to stop me. "Well, what?" I challenge her, the annoyance in my voice evident. "You asked me for my version of events, and that is what I am giving you, yet you stop me because I used a term you dislike? Yes, they were children. One may have been a plebeian, but none of them have reached the age of adulthood, so what else should I call them?" I pause, staring at each of the 3 people sitting behind the bench, in the dark, safe in their own anonymity. "You think me disloyal?" I demand. "You did save the life of a plebeian instead of searching for more citizens," replies the woman. "She might have witnessed something," I say, "and if she had, how could she tell us if I had allowed her to die?" "A valid point," says one of the other members. "Yes," continues the woman, "but we questioned her and she had seen nothing." "Arbiter Noni had no way of knowing that," counters the other member of the council. I have had enough of this, of being thought a quisling for doing my duty to Arel. I saved her, because as an arbiter, I am charged with protecting both plebeians and citizens. It is written in the law, or have you all forgotten that? If you think me disloyal, then give me a test. A sardonic grin crosses the woman's face as her white teeth reflect the light within the room, and the moment I see them, I wish I can recant my statement and take back my challenge, having realized that I have fallen into her trap. "Yes," says the woman, "I believe a test is in order." She snaps her fingers and the guard opens the door, allowing 2 arbiters to enter the chamber, dragging a small girl by the shoulders. Her bare feet squeal as her toes slide across the polished tile, and dump her between me and the bench the tribunal sits at, the plebeian girl I had rescued. They had questioned her all right, as the bruises on her small, pale face attest to. She lays on the floor, crying, her small shoulders hunched, but bobbing up and down with each sob. One of the arbiters kicks her, yelling at her to sit up. As she forces herself into a sitting position, I envision myself jumping over the bar I cling to and pummeling the arbiter as he terrorizes the girl. But one glance at Commander Vi and Renal stops me. I cannot win this scenario. I have brought this upon myself, and if I do as I wish, then we will all be dead. The council intends to kill this girl anyway. I see it on their faces, written within their ice-cold eyes. "This is not the first time you have been in here, Arbiter Noni," says the woman. One of the arbiters that had brought the girl inside the room places his sidearm next to her, out of her reach, and steps away with the other beside him. All eyes focus on me. I close my eyes. Please let this be a dream, a nightmare and nothing more, something I can wake from. My eyes open and my heart sinks, dropping into my stomach, weighing it down as the reality of the situation slams into me, crushing me. This is no dream, and I have two choices: kill the girl or sentence Renal, Commander Vi, and myself to the crematoriums, and the girl will die anyway. She lifts her head. Her mangled hair falls around her bony face, but parts enough so that her eyes can stare into mine, and I register the physical pain on her face. There are wounds that I cannot see, but severe enough where she will die an agonizing death. Her fate is sealed. As I stare into her pain-ridden eyes, Chase's words echo through my mind. Promise me that you will do what you need to survive. If only he knew what that meant, what I would be asked to do. Summoning my resolve, I bite the inner corner of my lip to keep from screaming, to keep from shouting obscenities at everyone within the room, and step off the podium, away from its condemnatory light, and walk up to the girl, each step heavier than the last. Once I reach her, my gaze shifts from each member of the council, but I keep my face stolid, void of emotion, like theirs. A soft whimper jolts me from my stupor. I reach for the sidearm lying on the floor, and as its icy exterior touches my skin, I remember the first time I had killed a living creature. During my 6th year at the training facility, a knife had been placed in my hand, and a live rabbit, tied up, squirmed in front of me. I had hesitated, unable to kill such an innocent creature who had done me no harm and whom I did not need to use for food, but refusal to follow orders is not tolerated, and a firm hand gripped mine, forcing me to swipe the sharp edge of the blade across the rabbit's throat. I cried as its warm blood covered my fingers and received a slap in return. But this girl is no rabbit, and yet here I am, about to take her life, feeling as though another's hand forces mine to act. "Close your eyes," I whisper to her as I stand up with the weapon in my palm. Suffocating silence surrounds me, choking me, while whispering to me to do as I am expected to, tempting me to save myself, but the girl's eyes plead with me to end it, to ease her suffering and let her go. She closes them and bows her head as her tangled hair drapes around her shoulders, while I aim for the back of her skull. I squeeze the trigger, and a single shot echoes around me. She falls to the floor. Without a word, I drop the gun and stalk out of the Inquisition room, pushing my way past the guards, refusing to allow them to stop me. Once out the door, I hurry down the carpeted hallway and past the glass windows that stretch from floor to ceiling, not bothering to look out them and at the people scurrying below, oblivious to what has just happened, to what I have done. A door to the restroom looms ahead of me and I charge for it, bursting through it, and I check the stalls to make sure that I am alone and lock the door, not wanting to be bothered. Rambling thoughts scurry through my mind, taunting me with their condemnation. Time passes. How long, I do not know, as I pace back and forth on the crimson floor littered with Arel's insignia, as though it mocks me and the turmoil reeling within me, demanding to be released and loosed upon the world to unleash its fury on all it deems guilty. My reflection stops me. Facing it, I look at the woman staring back at me, her irate and somber eyes filled with confusion and a desire to undo the last hour. I did as ordered. I did my duty. I am unworthy to live. I should have been executed, not her. Unable to control the rage within me, I ram my fist into the mirror, dealing out my punishment to the woman glaring back at me, and a scream bursts free from my mouth, drowning the hum of the lights above me. Once I calm down, I examine my hand and the blood that oozes from a fresh cut. Automatic movements turn the water on, rinsing my hand, washing away the blood before I dry it on the towel that hangs from the wall. Straightening my uniform and regaining my composure, I relax my face, allowing a mask to be shown to the world as I step out of the restroom. Commander Vi waits for me. "What is their verdict?" I ask, my voice even. "Come," she says. "We're going back to the manor." Deemed loyal once again. I follow Commander Vi to where Renal waits for us, and we all head to the elevator, taking it to the main floor and leave the building, blending in with the hurrying crowds as though nothing has happened, as though it is just another typical day in Arel. We catch the first railcar back to the eastern sector. Our escort has disappeared, having done her job and is no longer needed, and within an hour, we arrive at the platform where I had made my first arrest. It seems like such a long time ago now, but I'm reminded that it has been less than a year. I remember the excitement I had at being commissioned as a full arbiter, but all I feel now is emptiness. Where has my wonderment gone? I steal a glance at both Renal and Commander Vi, but neither of their faces betray any emotion, or any indication that we have just escaped being stripped of our ranks and sent to the crematoriums. Sometimes I wish to know what they are thinking, but always think better of it in the end. Not knowing someone's mind can be a blessing. Staring straight ahead, I mirror their composure, doing my best to act as though I do not care about what had happened at the command division. It is best if I pretend not to, but the image of the girl's pained eyes refuses to leave me alone, determined that I relive the moment over and over again. We arrive back at the manor, and I stop the moment I walk through the door. Tapiwa waits for us, seated in a chair near the entrance. "Afternoon," she greets us as the door slides shut behind us. "President Tapiwa," says Commander Vi, doing her best to hide the note of surprise in her voice, but a small portion of it comes through. "What can we do for you?" "I am here to speak with your young arbiter, here." Tapiwa points at me as she rises from her seat. Her ivory train with golden circles embroidered on it matches the loose-fitting pants she wears, and my breath catches in my throat as I remember where I had seen it before. My hearing from this morning. It was her who had been standing in the shadows, watching the proceedings, and as I wonder what her motive for such a thing is, I also ponder how she arrived at the manor before us until the presidential transport. That explains it. She must have taken it here the moment our hearing had ended and ordered the driver to hide the vehicle so that we would not see it upon our arrival, thus concealing her surprise for us. Such an act is a way to catch us off guard, and it worked. "You may use my office," offers Commander Vi, and Tapiwa nods her appreciation as she strolls down the corridor to my commander's one place of privacy. Unsure of what to do, I remain where I am, apprehensive about one of our presidents being here, but bolt from my spot the moment Commander Vi hisses at me to follow her. I hurry down the hallway and burst into the room as Tapiwa positions herself in my commander's chair, making me uneasy, since I have never witnessed anyone, except Commander Vi, sitting in it. The colorless walls and floor may match the organized desk and its bare, black top, but Tapiwa's ostentatious outfit makes its plain features seem out of place. "It is a bit warm in here," comments Tapiwa, removing her fitted jacket and baring her shoulders, something I have never seen before. "Isn't it?" I remain silent. Arbiters are not allowed to comment on the warmth or chilliness of our environment. We are expected to adapt and to endure as these are trivial matters and our duties come first. "Do relax, dear," says Tapiwa in a silky voice, but behind all the charm and her honeyed tone lies a lioness in waiting, crouched, poised, and ready to strike. "You came here to see me, Madam President?" "Yes," replies Tapiwa. "I must say that you made quite the statement at your congratulatory dinner." "If I upset anyone there, that was not my intention. I understand if my rudeness requires me to make some sort of amends." "So willing to prove yourself." I cannot tell if she mocks me or is complimenting me, but her grin unnerves me. "I heard about your hearing," says Tapiwa, her voice holding an ounce of concern, "accusing you of neglecting your duties, and after I had pinned an award to your chest, The tribunal should have known better than to question your commitment to Arel, though you will understand that they must be allowed to come to their own conclusions. Yes, ma'am. Though I think you impressed them. Impressed is not the term I would have used. Her flowery statements, vague sentences, and praising manner causes the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end, and should I not have been wearing my jacket, I might have shivered from the chill breeze that emanates from her. I wish she would get to the point. President Tapiwa, I say, permission to speak freely. By all means, we are friends here. When are you going to tell me why you are here? Tapiwa chuckles, showcasing her pearled teeth. I knew I liked you. So quick to embark on the next task. You are right, of course. I am here for a reason. She stands and looks out the window. We have been having trouble in our mines. They are not producing like they should. Their quotas are down. Considering your actions on the wall during our last attack, and how you handled yourself during the terrorist attacks, I think you are best suited to deal with this crisis. You want me to go to the mines? Temporarily, of course. I would not ask you to take a permanent assignment there. Why me? I ask. Something about this doesn't add up. I am not a ranking arbiter. Perhaps someone with more experience, someone with... You have received one of the highest honors that Arel can bestow upon a citizen. You have something that the current commander there does not. What about the other recipients? They must be more... They are needed here, for the moment. Needed. This explains why Tapiwa was at my hearing. She wanted to know how I would react and if I would do what was demanded of me. I must have passed on both counts. I am not needed at the mines. This is just another test, another way to measure my resolve, and if I do manage to help increase production, that will be an added bonus. I know I am asking much of you, Noni. Tapiwa faces me with affection, the sort a mother would display to her child. But I need your help. If we do not meet our quotas, we could lose power and be left defenseless against our enemies. I'm not asking you to leave right now. You need a chance to heal first. She glances at the sling that holds my left arm, and the feeling of having been set up wafts over me. Whatever you wish of me, Madam President, I say, my voice hollow, devoid of the very essence that makes us human, I will do it. I have complete faith in you. I will need to okay this with your commander, as she has the final say, but I'm sure she will agree that this experience will be good for you. A chance to prove yourself. We will discuss this in more detail at a later date. Yes, another chance to prove myself. A commotion rises outside the door, and both Tapiwa and I rush out into the hallway to find Anan hovering over Gwen, squeezing her thin wrist as she cowers on the floor, pleading with him to let her go. What is the meaning of all this? Demands Commander Vi, storming onto the scene, her face contorted in anger, ready to lash out at any who dare disturb the order within her home. I caught this wretch stealing from me, replies Anan. I didn't... Gwen protests, but her pleas are cut short when Anan backhands her. I start for her, but a firm grip seizes my good arm, holding me back, and when I look behind me, Renal's stern face moves side to side, warning me to not get involved. Stop! Commands Commander Vi, and Anan steps away. She glares at Gwen, aware that Tapiwa watches with interest. What did you steal? I didn't steal anything, whines Gwen. You lying little... Anan begins, but Commander Vi seizes him by the throat and slams him into the wall. Do not disobey me again, she growls at him. While everyone watches the exchange between the commander and Anan, Gwen reaches in her pocket, pulling out a small vial of cologne. Arbiters are not supposed to have such luxuries or be worried about their body odor, but some allowances are made, and there are always a few who sneak in contraband. But before she can show it to those gathered around her, Chase appears from behind and snatches it from her, saying, I took it! Commander Vi faces him, her dark eyes ready to set fire to the entire building. But her gaze is not what attracts my attention. Tapiwa appears mystified before morphing into pleasure. You took it? Demands the commander. Yes, says Chase, and I wish he would stop talking, though I know why he takes the blame. Why? No reason. Why would Anan say she had it? Commander Vi points at Gwen. Because Anan is a known liar, says Chase. You little... Anan lunges for Chase, but Commander Vi whips out her baton and hits him in the face with it. I told you that disobedience will not be tolerated, she says. She takes the bottle of cologne from Chase and turns it over in her hand, examining it as the creases within her forehead deepen with each second. What were you doing with this? Anan clamps his mouth shut, not liking that everyone's focus is now on him. He says he stole it. Ask him. I thought you accused the girl of stealing. Beads of sweat dot Anan's brow as his lies unravel around him, ensnaring him within his own trap, while Commander Vi's words hang in the air. Maybe they both stole it. A plebeian, Commander Vi holds out the half-used bottle of cologne, would not have the means to procure such an item, but an arbiter, wishing to attract company, would. Anan quivers under Commander Vi's stare. This sort of item is not allowed here, and I do not like being lied to. But, begins Anan. Get down to the basement and clean the sewer lines. You will scrub them by hand and not show your face until you are done. When he starts to protest, Commander Vi adds, or perhaps you would like to spend the night with the President's guards. I'm sure they can make you more compliant. They wouldn't mind entertaining a guest, Tapiwa says, enjoying the spectacle. Anan rises to his feet, salutes, and stalks away without a word. As for your punishment, Commander Vi turns toward Chase. You shall... I think Arbiter Noni should decide, interrupts Tapiwa. This is a perfect opportunity for her to learn another part of an arbiter's duties. As you wish. Commander Vi looks at me and Renal releases my arm. What is your verdict? I share a look with Chase, not wanting to decide his fate. The plebeian girl's face haunts me, and I see her within his determined face and within Gwen's terrified one. I hesitate, wanting to be anywhere but here, wishing this had not been thrust upon me, while the notion that all this had been orchestrated from the beginning gnaws at me, churning my stomach into knots, until I almost think I will vomit. Noni! Commander Vi's harsh tone jerks me into action. Theft is forbidden in Arel for both plebeians and citizens, assuming this is his first offense. My voice trails off as I try to think, desperate for a punishment that won't result in Chase's death. A first offense when it comes to stealing results in spending a week in a detention facility, while a second offense results in a broken hand, and execution for the third. But the crushing atmosphere enveloping me warns me that this will end only one way. For a first offense, I begin again, and considering his station, he should be sent to one of the agricultural sectors for a period of 1 month. Arel has 3 agricultural sectors, none of which are in the main part of the city, where some of the most troublesome residents go. From sunup to sundown, they labor underneath the hot sun, tilling the land, pulling the weeds, or harvesting. Many never survive their sentence there, but Chase will have a better chance in such a place than at the mines, which is another place undesirables are sent, adding to my own trepidation at being asked to go there. A suitable punishment, says Tapiwa, and arbiters lead Chase away, brushing past us and out the door, while Gwen remains frozen on the floor, glaring at me. The loathing in her eyes ignites a fire that burns my skin as heat rises around my collar under her gaze. I have taken her brother away from her. You all are dismissed, says Commander Vi, and the arbiters gathered around us disperse. Heavy boots pound the wooden floors as those gathered leave as fast as they can, not wanting to be on the receiving end of our commander's anger. But amidst the ordered commotion, I do not move as a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions rage within me, only to be stopped when I notice Tapiwa leaving and glimpse her vainglorious grin in the mirror as she walks past, telling me that none of this was an accident. Chapter 3. 6 weeks later. 6 weeks have passed since the explosions, since the fire, since I helped Segal escape with his family, and since my hearing. 6 weeks since Chase was sent to the agricultural areas, and his continued absence puzzles me as he should have returned 2 weeks ago when his month-long sentence had ended. A line of glowing red fills the space above the wall, casting a warm glow on a wall within my room, making the interior glow with its ostentatious color, turning my walnut-colored skin a rosy shade. I glance out my window at the wall, at our protection and prison, watching the humanoid shapes stroll across the top, keeping watch for anything suspicious, for any activity outside that might mean another attack. Puppets. That is what they look like, parading around as their strings are pulled by their master, doing what they are told to do, with no thought of their own, no will to do otherwise. As the orange orb of the sun peeks over the wall, causing the glow in my room to transform to a burnt orange before morphing into a bright yellow, like that of calla lilies, attempting to cast away the shadow of the wall, but its gloomy presence remains, strengthened by the sun's light, ever present, ever watching. I think about Chase forced to live in the outside world. The agricultural areas are not within the heart of Arel, but outside the main wall, though they are not far and have their own defenses, protected by arbiters assigned there to keep our food reserves safe from predators. I remember a story told to me once while I was still a recruit. A band of outsiders had attacked one of the 3 agricultural areas that Arel has. They were starving and had been rewarded with bullets. I stare beyond the wall at the grass beyond, and the trees that lie even further away, wondering where Segal is. Did he and his family find a safe place to live? Where have they gone? Did they join the outsiders, preferring their way of life over ours? Did they find the fabled city, one that is supposed to be a paradise? I hope they are safe, that they find what they are searching for. I snatch my towel, glad that my arm is no longer confined by a sling, since my shoulder has healed, and head for the bathroom where the showers are. It isn't a large area, 4 toilettes, 4 showers, and 4 sinks separated by dividers. If you aren't there early, you have to wait your turn, just like at the training facility. I stroll through the dim hallway and the door to the bathroom slides open upon my approach, allowing me to step into its plain and musty interior, lit by the fluorescent lights that spark to life the moment they sense my movement. Hanging my towel on one of the hooks next to an empty shower, I step into the moist interior, ignoring the speck of mildew growing in the seams, and turn on the water, allowing its chilled essence to wash over me. The manor has 2 water heaters, one for the showers and the other for everything else, but Commander Vi refuses to allow the heater for the showers to be turned on. Sometimes she makes an exception in the winter, stating that she wants her arbiters to remain rigid, not softened by a few niceties. I prefer cold showers. Sometimes they are the only way for me to prove that I am alive. As I snatch a bar of soap, shared, just like at the training facility, my mind drifts back to the plebeian girl at the tribunal and the woman who insisted I dispose of her to prove myself. A plethora of emotions, ones I am not used to acknowledging, boil to the surface and bombard me with their accusations, repeating over and over that I should have done more to save the girl. I slam the bar of soap into the side of the shower stall, breaking it in half, and watch as bits of it crumble away, falling away from my palm and into the drain beneath my feet, disappearing as water rushes over them the way a river drowns the rocks within its sandy bed. I shut off the water and snatch my towel, gray, like everything else around here, and wrap it around myself as I braid my long hair so as to keep it out of my face. Voices enter the room. Not wanting to speak to anyone, I hide in one of the shower stalls, thankful that the ones here have a curtain, unlike at the training facility. They grow louder and bounce off the tile walls, allowing me to overhear them. "How do you know?" asks one. "I overheard the commander," replies the other, and I recognize it as Anand's voice, my loathing for him simmering just below the surface. I never did think much of him, but when Sheila told me what he did to her, such dislike turned to abject hatred, and it's not just the female plebeians he harasses, but the female arbiters as well. "And? We're going to hit someplace tonight. Are you sure you overheard correctly? You doubting me?" Anand's dark tone sends shivers down my spine while I squeeze myself against the shower wall, staying as silent as I can. "No, you haven't been on the commander's list of favorites lately." "It's that dumb Noni. That bitch is going to get what's coming to her someday." "He hates me. The feeling is mutual." "So tonight, where?" asks the first. Some old guy's place, replies Anand. His daughter Mora, I think. Mora! I know that name! I was executed not long ago for smuggling people out of the city. Sounds like she was a plebeian lover. The Arbiter Council doesn't fully believe that he knew nothing, so they're searching the place tonight. Why not just execute him? I know why. After the bombings, things have been fragile within Arel. People are on edge, looking for any reason to blame those in authority for what happened. And despite the investigation, arbiters are no closer to learning who orchestrated the attacks, despite Kumi's speeches of how we will bring the perpetrators to justice. The people of Arel want answers, and there is talk that these bombings have rekindled a rebellious spirit, and the threat of another uprising permeates everything, overshadowing the facade of contentment. Who cares? At least we get to crack some skulls tonight. And you get away from the sewers, jokes the other, and I imagine Anand's irate scowl at such a statement. I need to go, says the man, and he speeds out of the bathroom before Anand can retaliate. A curtain closes, rattling the rings that hold it to the rod as the water turns on, and I slip out of my stall, glad that my bare feet make no noise as I creep to the door. Something glinting on a bench snatches my attention. Anand's wristband. I never wear mine in the shower and leave it in my room, just like most of us, but here is Anand's laying out in the open, and a devious thought enters my mind. I snatch the wristband and hurry out of the shower room, my feet padding on the floor as I rush to Anand's room at the end of the hall, my towel flapping open as I trot, threatening to fall off me. I reach his quarters and the door slides open, allowing me to slip inside. I don't have much time. I scan his wristband against the wall monitor and it flashes to life, greeting Anand and asking what he would like to do. Thinking fast, I give Mora's name and the day I first heard it, amazed at all the text and images that scroll across the screen. Arbiters can always access information, at least what hasn't been deemed classified or above our rank, but such inquiries are tracked. A thought that rolls through my mind as I clutch Anand's wristband. I tap a video and it enlarges, showing a woman's battered face, her left eye swollen to the point of closing it, while her enlarged lip makes it impossible for her to speak with any clarity. And something deep within me tells me that this is Mora, the daughter of the man who spared me from being captured the night I had snuck out with Chase. He didn't have to, and yet he did it anyway, refusing to turn me in when he had a chance. I close the video and tap another folder. Orders to search the place spring up, and I scan through it, looking for the time, midnight. I close the file and turn off the wall monitor. Time has gotten away from me, and Anand will be done with his shower soon, as arbiters are expected to be quick, since showers are for good hygiene, not lingering in. I hurry from Anand's room to the bathroom, hoping that no one enters the hallway while I do, having no idea how I would explain my presence and the fact that the wristband in my possession is not mine. The sounds of water spilling from a showerhead fill my ears, the most pleasant of music, as I step inside the room and head for the bench where Anand has placed his things. I put the wristband back, but it falls to the tile floor with a thump just as the water shuts off, and I dash behind a corner to the area where the toilets are, holding my breath, forcing myself not to gasp or utter a sound. I peek around the corner, watching as Anand wraps a gray towel, standard issue like mine, around his waist, and if I hadn't already known him, I might have thought his chiseled muscles, accentuated by the light reflecting off the water dripping down his black, smooth, hairless skin, pleasing to look at. My heart pounds against my chest as he picks up his wristband and studies it, wondering how it had fallen to the floor, but he shrugs his shoulders and slips it on, before leaving. A slow, steady stream of air escapes my mouth as I slow my heart rate and calm myself before I rush to my room after making certain that Anand is nowhere to be seen, and snatch my uniform, not caring if I wrinkle it or cause a few creases to form. There is something I must do, and there isn't much time. I may not have been able to help that girl, but I can try to spare Mora's father from the wrath of Arel. Once dressed, I rush out of my room and stomp down the stairs, taking 2 at a time, ignoring the hollow sounds that fill the enclosed area around me as I hurry to the main floor. My right foot lands on the bottom step, and I stop, noticing Gwen in the foyer, sweeping the solid wood floor, reminding me of Sheila when I entered the manor for the first time. My heart sinks as sympathy festers within it, filling it, until it overflows with the knowledge that she is alone because of me. No one is around. One of the quieter days within the manor, and a short peek down the hallway leading to Commander Vi's office verifies that she is occupied, as the closed door to her office indicates. I walk toward her in a more mature manner, wondering what I will say to her as words fumble through my raging mind in an effort to convince me that they can convey what my guilty subconsciousness wishes to reveal. I want to comfort her, reassure her that everything will be all right, that it is only for a little while and her brother will return, but my leaden feet drag on the floor, refusing to carry me the closer I get to her. Her broom swishes across the floor, kicking up bits of dust as she piles it in the middle near where she had placed the dustpan, and I step around it, careful not to disturb it, reminded of Sheila and how I had kicked her pile of dirt, unconcerned about the extra work I had caused her to do. "Gwen," I say, but she turns away, showing her back to me. "Gwen, I'm sorry about Chase." "Leave me alone!" Gwen's small voice cuts through me, slicing my heart and making me feel worse than I did a few moments ago. "He'll be back." The broom stops. Gwen faces me with a vengeful look on her face, something I thought she could never possess, but the anger burning within her gray eyes bore through me, invisible lasers carrying out her will. "Back? You sent him to the agricultural district. Once there, you never leave. It's no different from the mines or the crematorium." I look around as her voice echoes around me, but if anyone is close enough to overhear, they remain hidden. "I'm sorry, Gwen, but I didn't have a choice." "You always have a choice," she spits. "Do I?" Loose strands of her hair drape across her face, reminding me of the night I had caught her out after curfew, the first time I ever saw her, and as she stares at me, the face of the plebeian girl from my hearing fills my mind again, bleeding and bruised with terrified, pleading eyes, begging me to release her. I may have had a choice then, but none of my decisions would have ended well. Even if I had not elected to do as was commanded of me, to execute her, she still would have been murdered along with Commander Vi and Renal. 1 life or 3, that was my choice. What Tapiwa had made me do with Chase was another test to confirm my loyalty to Arel, and if I hadn't done what she had wanted, he would have been sent to a far worse place, and so would have Commander Vi. 1 life or 2, that was my second choice for the day. "Sometimes," I say, my voice soft, just above a whisper, desperate to hold back the burning sting of the tears threatening to break free, reminding me that I have not cried since my days within the training facility, since the day they had been beaten out of me. No matter what we choose, all decisions lead to the same end. Gwen's hardened eyes never leave mine, and I envision her playing scenarios within her mind of what she would do to me to punish me, if she could. "Just go!" A single tear escapes my eye as I step away from her and head for the door, wiping it away the second it rolls down my cheek. Another soul destroyed by my hand. Sniffling and swallowing the wad of spit in my mouth in an effort to eradicate the lump in my throat, I straighten my jacket, squaring my shoulders and march out of the manor, obeying Gwen's request. I reach the end of the driveway to the manor and glance around, noting the hunched shoulders of not just the plebeians, but also the citizens as well, as they hurry to their destination, not wanting to be caught away from home should another attack happen, the fear in their eyes evident. Some peek out from under the brim of their hats to look at me, while others trot across the street, wanting to get as far away from me as possible, something I have become accustomed to. The bell of the trolley dings as it speeds down the street, stopping long enough to allow passengers to either board or disembark before continuing down the street, following the steel tracks laid before it. Turning, I head for the center of the eastern sector, retracing my steps to the man's home, hoping that I can find it again without attracting attention. A man on a bike speeds past me, almost running into me as he pedals down the road, hurrying away from me and delving into the heart of this sector and its bustling activity, causing me to jump to the side, startled, and crash into a woman walking by me. She falls to the ground, losing her hold on the bag in her arms, and it lands on the cracked cement, spilling its contents to the horror of the woman as she watches everything unfold. Her brown eyes flick to me, wide and unblinking as she waits for me to decide her punishment. Rubbing my shoulder, though it's healed, it's still a bit sore and, of course, it is the one that I landed on, thus taking the full impact of my fall. I study the items on the sidewalk, wondering what she is doing with first aid kits, medicine, antibiotic cream, and medical tape, though I have an idea. We stare at one another a moment, me in my black uniform, complete with Arel's crest on the wristbands of my jacket, with my long hair pulled back into a bun, looking every bit the arbiter of Arel, while she freezes on the walk in a basic button-up shirt and trousers, not the sort of clothing one of the wealthier members of Arelian society would wear, meaning that she is of the lower class, wishes to go unnoticed, or both, looking at me as her eyes have still not blinked or left my gaze, while bits of her frayed hair, the sort of locks that detest humidity, heat, cold, any sort of weather, choosing to remain unruly at all times, float in the breeze, bouncing in a way that reminds me of a seesaw. I reach for a roll of medical tape, pondering it as the ribbed fibers brush against my palm. "Where do you seem to be off to in such a hurry?" I ask, doing my duty as an arbiter, but trying to not sound so cold. "No, nowhere," replies the woman, her voice shaking. "Just heading to my mother's." Mother? An old term. Most people handed to a couple to be raised refer to their adoptive parents as parental units. Arel learned that people need some sense of belonging and feeling loved, which is why they allow some to have the semblance of family, but they are not encouraged to become too attached. I was given to her when she was approved for her permit to adopt a child. I consider her words. The only way to know for certain if she is telling the truth will be to take her to an information booth and have her palm scanned, but if it turns out she is lying, then I will have to detain her, which means those depending on her for these supplies will suffer. If I let her go and she gets caught by another arbiter, she will tell them of me, of that I have no doubt, which will result in my arrest. As I consider my options, Gwen's anger fills my mind, reminding me of what I had sentenced her brother to, and memories of the plebeian quarters, their fear, their desperation, and their hopelessness waft over me, and I hand the medical tape to the frightened woman who takes it from me, unsure at first, and stuffs it back into her bag. "You should be more careful," I tell her as we stand up. Her head swivels around as she ponders over whether this is a trick or not, waiting for me to change my mind or for other arbiters to jump on us and take her to the Ministry of Justice. "Have a good day," I tell her and walk away. She remains frozen in her position for a moment before running off, getting as far away from me as she can. I stroll down the sidewalk, retracing my steps from the night I evaded a drone while out after curfew and without authorization, ignoring the honking of horns, the bell of the trolley, the whistle of the railcar as it soars above everyone, and the incessant conversations of those brave enough to leave their homes for the day. I turn down an alley, making certain that no one watches me, while pretending to be doing my normal rounds. The dip in the hole-ridden pavement looks familiar, but it is difficult to tell in the bright sunlight when I remember seeing it in the dark of night. The constant stomping of footsteps on the walk just beyond the alley echo around me, circling me in waves as the noise reverberates off the brick sides of the buildings towering over me, sheltering me in their shadows as I make my way further in. I pause. Which way did I go? Closing my eyes, I picture that night in my mind, remembering my fear of being caught, my apprehension and desire to get away, and a fence. Looking around, I spot a dilapidated fence, run down and decayed from neglect and horrid weather conditions, and I hurry toward it, crawling through the hole in it like I had that night, being careful not to tear my uniform, or else face the unnerving task of explaining such an infraction to Commander Vi. Once through, I hurry to the end of the alley, making certain that I keep my pace even, my posture erect, and act as though this is a routine investigation, as no one dares question an arbiter, unless I act as though I have something to hide. I reach the edge of a building and join the meandering crowd as people rush by me, keeping their heads low and giving me some space, not wanting to bump into me or give me a reason to detain them. A woman's broad hat brushes the side of my temple as she walks by, unaware or unconcerned that her hat has just struck me, as she walks down the sidewalk, and I study the brim of her orange and green hat with a pink daisy in its center, almost as wide as her pudgy hips. The square. I remember running across it and to another alley. Stepping off the walk, I trot across the street, avoiding the trolley as it roars down its tracks, beeping at me to get out of its way, and for a moment, I am thrust back to my first day here, when I had decided to hitch a ride on it in an effort to report to Commander Vi on time, with no such luck. Children's laughter catches my attention, and I notice a group of school children accompanied by their teachers out on an excursion, their yellow uniforms almost as bright as the sun as they glow in the daylight, walking across the street when one of the girls in the back drops something. She turns around to get it. In horror, I watch as the trolley speeds down its track, not caring if a child is in its path as it hurries to get to its destination so that it can dump its passengers and get new ones. I sprint for the girl. The trolley nears, but I push myself to go faster, my feet flying over the hole-ridden pavement as I charge through the menagerie of people who remain unaware of the girl's plight. The rumble of the trolley fills my ears, pushing all other extraneous sounds out of my mind as I focus on reaching the girl before it does, my heart pounding in my throat as I force my lungs to take in air, utilizing the oxygen to the best of my advantage. I shove someone out of my way, unconcerned about sending him flying, forcing him to let go of his paper-wrapped bundle that skitters across the ground, stopping when it hits the curb. Move! I scream at another too busy talking to her friends to notice my desperation. She starts to say something, but clamps her mouth shut when she notices my uniform and the speed I am moving at. Almost there. The girl picks up her fallen object and looks up just in time to see the trolley coming for her, but she freezes. I quicken my pace, almost tripping as I run with my legs threatening to entangle themselves. The incessant beeping of the trolley warns those around us that something is wrong, but the girl refuses to move, rooted to her spot, holding a small spherical object in her tiny hands, her face contorted in fear. Her mouth opens in a scream just as I reach her, and I wrap my arms around her slender frame as I push her out of the way, and we both tumble across the ground. The trolley just misses us and continues down its track as though nothing has happened. I examine the girl, making certain that she is all right and not injured when her teacher rushes up to us. Bethany! She scolds her. How many times have you been told to look where you are going? I stand up, glaring at the woman, thinking her harsh words unnecessary. Even if the girl does need reminding, this isn't the time. I think the important thing is that she's okay, I say, and the teacher ceases her badgering of the whimpering girl. I meant no disrespect, Arbiter, but this one tends to daydream and not pay attention, the teacher tells me. I look at the girl as tears run down her cheek. She cannot be more than 6 years old. Are you injured? I ask her. My knee hurts, she answers in a small voice, not bothering to look up from the ground. I kneel down and inspect her knee. The material has worn through, and droplets of blood dot her kneecap. It is a scrape, nothing more. It's just a scratch, I tell her in a gentle voice, dabbing her knee with the sleeve of my jacket and scowling when I notice a tear. You'll be fine. Let this be a reminder to always be aware of your surroundings and to look where you are going. The girl nods and runs back to her classmates. The teacher says nothing as she watches me, before turning to head back to her group of students, and as she leads them away, she steals one last look at me, but I am already headed to the other side of the square. Once I reach it, I set a brisk pace down the alley and meet a wall, its bricks different shapes and different sizes, making it stand out in Arel's society of conformity, and I stop, trying to picture how this place looked at night. Did I turn left or right? Once again I close my eyes, trying to remember that night, the acrid smell in the air, the chill damp permeating through my clothing and soaking my skin, the eerie silence, broken only by the whine of the drone and the shouts of the arbiters pursuing me. Left. I had turned left. I dashed down the left fork of the alley, darting past shuttered windows and locked doors as my foot splashes in a small pool of water where the asphalt has crumbled away, forming a foot-sized hole. No one is around, allowing me to continue unhindered and without the worry of being seen. I walk faster, my heart skipping a beat as I near where I remember the man living, unsure of what I will say to him once I find him. I come across a dead end, or what appears to be a dead end, and stop. 2 doors loom before me, and I stare at them both, uncertain of which one to try. If I knock on the wrong one, I will need a plausible story for my being there, one that Commander Vi will believe in case the person who answers it complains. People can complain about what they believe to be unfair detainment by an arbiter. Few do. But if the person behind the door does, I need to be prepared. Just when I think I have a good story, I start for the furthest door and stop the moment I hear a knob turn and hinges creak, afraid of being caught out here, since this is not my section to patrol today. I dart behind a corner. The door closest to me opens, and out steps the same man who had helped me the night I had snuck out of the manor. He shuts his door and goes to the second one, the one I had first intended to knock on, opens it, and leaves. Checking to make sure no one watches me, I step out of hiding and approach the second door with caution, pausing when I reach it, straining to listen to the sounds beyond it. I reach for the handle and twist, easing the door open and almost gawk at what I see. People strolling by talking, some running to catch a moving walkway, while others mosey down the walk, all unconcerned about me watching them. I am such a fool. There was a door here the entire time that led to another street, which I could have used that night, but I never tested it, assuming that it was someone's home, though there could have been arbiters on the other side waiting for me, I remind myself. I step through the doorway, closing it, and mingle with the crowd, matching their pace, stepping in time with them, as though we are all one as I follow after the man, keeping him in sight, but doing my best to not alert him to my presence. As I walk, I turn back, getting a better look at the mysterious door and the building it is attached to. Even from the outside, the door looks as though it goes to someone's dwelling and not to an alley. Who constructed it this way, and why is a mystery, and one I will never learn the answer to. But it must be convenient for those who know of its existence. Reminding myself that I have a mission, I turn back around and hurry after the man who had saved me. He strolls with the crowd, following the wave of people, blending in, while remaining aware of what's around him, while I keep my distance, doing my best to pretend to be doing my rounds. He turns and heads to an entranceway, and I follow his movements, staying behind him as he walks through a door. Hurrying and not wanting to lose him, I shove my way through the crowded sidewalk, hiking up 5 stairs. The corner of the third one is missing as bits of it crumble away, demonstrating a desperate need for repair, and to the door at the top. I stare at the barrier in front of me, noting its color of dried blood. As my mind races with thoughts of how I must have been detected, I take the final step toward the door, and it slides open with a whoosh sound, only audible to those close to it, greeting me with a dark hole. Wary, I walk inside, glancing at the sign above me that reads, "East Dine In," and wondering what I will find inside. The distinct clatter of silverware on plates, shrouded by soft murmurings as people converse over their meals, being careful to keep their volume low, lest inquisitive ears pick up their sentiments, greets me as the door closes behind me. My eyes roam the interior of the restaurant, feeling out of place and like I do not belong, despite the arbiters sitting at some of the tables, lined in neat rows with the same amount of spacing on each side, consuming their meals with little to no thought about my presence. Waiters move from table to table, providing refreshments. Only water is served to the arbiters, while the other patrons are allowed to indulge in more delectable fare, dressed in matching uniforms of pale blue, and each with an apron tied around their waists. Though not horrifying, the uniform atmosphere is not inviting, making me miss Seagal's place and the boisterous activity that I always found there as he hopped from table to table, giving every person that warm smile of his as he talked about his food, while slipping dessert dishes to those who weren't supposed to have any. Spotting a camera, I step to the side, staying out of its line of sight, my stomach turning in knots as I sneak around, avoiding eye contact and the lights attached to the wall, casting a bluish glow on the paisley floral paper, until I am underneath it and pull out the cord, unplugging it. I scan those indulging in food, searching for the man I had followed here, And each moment I spend in this place, my chest tightens as I hope that I am not recognized by any of the arbiters here. I spot him sitting next to a wall at a table for two, munching on a bowl of pasta, almost as though he has been expecting me. Acting casual, I migrate between chairs and tables, staying as close to the perimeter as I can, until I reach him and sit down in the chair across from him. "Continue eating," I tell him. He glances at me while holding his fork in midair encased in noodles as bits of white sauce drip from them, landing on the beige tablecloth. No words escape his mouth. No semblance of surprise fills his eyes as the intelligence behind them studies me, more bemused than anything else. "I was wondering when you would find me," he says, placing the pasta in his mouth and speaking around it. "I had expected you before my lunch arrived. You'd think arbiters would be better trained." "He was expecting me!" "How?" I begin, but he cuts me off. "You're not as good at hiding as you think you are." I glare at him. "Actually, I saw your shadow. When the sun is at a certain point in the sky, even when you think you are well hidden in that alley, it will cast a faint shadow on the wall across from my door. Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows about it." Despite the smugness of his response and how much it irks me, I rein in my annoyance and anger at having been made a fool of and try to find the words to tell him about the planned raid, wondering how best to inform him, before realizing that there is no good way to say it. But before I can, a waiter rushes up to the table and places a glass of water on it, asking for my order. My mind goes blank. I have no idea what they serve here, and the stale air carries no aroma of spices or tanginess, not like what Seagal's place had where my mouth salivated the moment I walked through the door. I have to order something. If I do not, it will look suspicious. "Whatever I am allowed to eat," I say, holding up my wrist, allowing the man to scan the thin band around it, thus deleting funds from my allotment and cursing the fact that he showed up and can bear witness to my talking with the man across from me. "Do you want the zucchini or asparagus?" "Surprise me," I say in a dry tone, indicating that I want to be left alone. Insulted, but knowing it is not wise to upset an arbiter, the waiter holds his tablet to his stomach, bows, and leaves. "That wasn't," begins the man. "They're raiding your place tonight," I blurt out, while keeping my voice low. The man puts his fork down, allowing it to sink into the bed of half-eaten noodles. "When?" "Midnight. They don't believe that you didn't know anything about your daughter's secret life." "You mean smuggling people out of Arel?" "But are too afraid to just arrest you." "That," replies the man, "is because of what I do for them." "And what is that?" "I'm an engineer." Confusion must have filled my face because he chuckles. "I don't wear the red uniform because I am not that kind of engineer. I build weapons for them. The ones that help you arbiters protect us all from those who live outside as well as fortify buildings." "Not all of them are hospitable," I say, remembering the time my convoy had been attacked by barbarians. "My dear, I am not so foolish as to think that they are. Some of them are just as our leaders describe them as, barbaric, cruel individuals who thirst for war. But some are the opposite, and something tells me you already knew that." He looks into my eyes, the way he did the night he prevented me from being caught out after curfew. "So, the killer now suffers from pity and doubt." "I didn't come here." "Why did you come here?" asks the man. "You saved my life that night. You could have turned me in." "I'm afraid that was not possible. If I had, they would have searched my place for certain and found those banned books, among other things." "Are you always this snarky?" "A trait my late wife always complained about. Call it a bad habit if you will. Midnight, you say?" "Yes, and you can consider us even." "I never entertained the thought of you owing me. I am not sure how I am to get rid of all that contraband." "I suggest you find a way." The man frowns at my statement. "There is one other thing," I say as the conversation from the night in the president's home enters my mind. "Mora is dead. They never sent her to the crematorium. They fed her to the dogs." The man's cheeks twitch as he holds in the emotions whirling within him, willing his anger to remain confined, instead of bursting forth and making its presence known for all to see. But his eyes conceal nothing, and I read the pain written within them as he struggles to keep his composure. He stands up, taking one last sip of his drink before speaking again. Do try the pasta. It's not bad for a last meal, but nothing compares to the linguine that Segal served. How unfortunate that his place has been shut down due to health concerns. I watch as the man disappears. Of course, Arelian officials used a cover story for Segal's place being closed. It wouldn't do to let everyone know that he chose to leave the city and had succeeded in being smuggled out. The waiter appears with my plate, smiling at a particular waitress as he exits the kitchen, giving her a flirtatious wink and giving me an idea as I know that I must do something to encourage him to remain silent about my presence here, because if he talks, I'll be sent to the crematorium and all record of my existence will be erased. He puts a ceramic plate with green edging encircling it in front of me, with 3 bean salad, asparagus, and meatloaf, all in their own section on the plate, and each a single serving, making me miss Segal's overflowing platters of goodness. But before the waiter can step away, I snatch the collar of his shirt and yank him close, until my lips are against his earlobe. If you tell anyone anything other than I ate alone, I will make certain that your life is a living hell, starting with that waitress over there. His frightened eyes flicker over to the woman he had flirted with moments before, and judging by the quickening of his breaths, I know I have touched the correct pressure point. Do we have an understanding? I ask. He nods, and I release him, allowing him to run away and hide in the kitchen, leaving me alone with my meal, while a hollow void fills my stomach as my conscience chastises me for my actions. I have become molars. Chapter 4. Midnight. A lone lamp flickers in my room, casting eerie shadows on the wall, each one circling the one my body creates, monsters threatening to consume me. As I stand in front of the square window, looking out at the wall beyond, a pastime that has become all too common for me these days. Dark figures amble across it, making their rounds as they protect us from any attacks that might happen. And I remember the times I have spent on the wall, each one during an attack, and wonder if Chase is sitting up, right now, looking back at Arel, thinking of me the way I am thinking of him. Melancholy fills my heart as I remember that it was me who sent him to his current predicament. Will Gwen ever forgive me? And I snatch a handful of bobby pins from the black, oval-shaped bowl on my desk and wrap my hair up, twisting the long strands into a bun, securing them. A quick glance in the mirror, and I know that I look every bit the arbiter I am supposed to. But my eyes appear soft, worried, not hard or unforgiving like so many of my colleagues. My lamp flickers again, telling me that I will have to change the bulb soon, but as it dims and brightens in succession, its yellow glow makes my walnut-colored skin appear darker than it is, as shadows cross my eyes, giving me the appearance of a raccoon, a thief in the night about to steal a man's life. But what choice do I have? I glance at the time. 25 minutes until midnight. The others will be waiting for me, and I mustn't delay them. I snatch my belt, the same one Commander Vi had given me upon my arrival here, and wrap it around my waist, making sure that the baton is in its hold. A door in the hallway opens and closes, followed by another, and I know it is time for me to go. Taking a deep breath, I leave my room, walk down the hallway, and stomp down the stairs, taking my place with the others who have been chosen to go on this mission. All right, says Commander Vi. You all know the drill. We will hit our target swiftly and leave nothing untouched. Our target is suspected of having conspired with a known traitor to Arel, but the Council has decided that we need some proof of his treachery before we can proceed. And what if we find nothing? I ask, doing my best to keep my voice unemotional. Considering the nature of this case, if we do not find any evidence of him having conspired against Arel, we will have to let him go, so be thorough in your search. A few murmurs of "yes, ma'am" spread throughout those of us gathered. I hear a small squeak next to me and glance in its direction, finding the door to the plebeian quarters opened with Sheila peeking through the slit, wondering what we are up to. She locks eyes with me and I shake my head, hoping that she understands my message, pleased when she closes the door. Noni, Commander Vi says, jerking my attention to her. You will be taking point on this. What? I am still a newbie, having only been an official arbiter for just shy of a year. This has to be another test, to prove not just my loyalty, but to see how much I have learned, and if I will be capable of handling tough missions on my own, without her lead or the help of any higher-ranking officer. Ma'am, I say, not wanting this honor. This will be your mission to lead. Yes, ma'am, I say, garnering a few odd glances from the surrounding arbiters, and I notice Anand's envious gaze as he glares at me, wishing me harm, while Renal's encouraging gaze gives me the courage to step forward and do what is expected of me. I pace to the front of the room and look out at my fellow arbiters, all the color of night, and each looking sharp in their black uniforms, each of them waiting for me to give the order, and I find myself thrown back to the day of the gauntlet, wondering if this is how we had all looked to molars, hopeful, yet uncertain. We have our orders, I say. Let's go. The door to the outside opens as we all pass through it, and I watch as arbiters, each standing erect with their shoulders squared as they stare straight ahead with no emotion, no ounce of uncertainty on their faces, marches out into the night air, blending in with the darkness, while my mind argues with itself in an effort to come to terms with my part in this raid. No sounds greet us as we march 2 by 2 through the damp streets of the eastern sector. No crickets, locusts, or grasshoppers, not even the dripping of water from the rooftops, due to the shower we had minutes before we left accompany us during our march. Pounding feet, that is all we have. I glance at Commander Vi in the front, silhouetted by the pale amber lights of the lamps on this moonless night, before craning my neck to catch a quick glimpse of the stars dotting the dark sky, twinkling as though they are curious about our excursion. Renal clears his throat, jerking me back to my mission, and I snap my eyes forward, keeping my face stern, emotionless, and robotic. This is not the time for admiring anything. We turn a corner, taking a more direct path to the man's home. I still do not know his name, than the one that led me there while escaping the drones and arbiters on duty the night I had snuck out. A small whine fills my ears, and I turn in its direction, finding a drone hovering next to us. Odd. We did not have one the last time we raided a citizen's home. Resuming my march, my mind ponders the drone's presence, jumping from possibility to possibility as I grapple with this change, wondering what it means and what will follow afterward. Commander Vi holds up her hand and we all stop, taking our places, prepared to do what we must to ensure the safety and security of Arel. Noni? Commander Vi's voice slices through the still night, reminding me of how a hot knife cuts through butter, and I rush to her side, taking my place, knowing what she wants me to do as words are not needed. Obdurate eyes watch me, each unyielding, each void of a soul, and all waiting for me to do what is expected. What is my duty? I know what awaits me if I fail, if I refuse, and I feel Commander Vi's sharp gaze boiling my skin, causing sweat to form under my collar and beneath the waistband of my pants, as my internal temperature rises from all the pressure being pushed on me to complete one of Arel's most basic tasks for an arbiter, rooting out traitors. The thudding of my pulse in my ears and neck almost drowns out the high-pitched squeal of the drone hovering next to me as it also awaits my command, ready to broadcast it back to the command division. Steeling myself as moisture beads on the sleeves of my jacket, I wave the two carrying the battering ram over and signal for them to break down the door. They rush over, holding the iron battering ram between them, and position themselves in front of the door, remaining silent as they lift the battering ram into the air and swing it at the door, causing it to burst open as it smashes into the wall behind it, creating an ear-splitting noise that reverberates around us, striking fear into any who hear it. Arbiters pour into the room. I remain outside, waiting for them to do their duty and search the place for any contraband, an indication that the man knew of his daughter's intentions and treachery. Once enough time has passed, I move from my spot and step through the door, finding myself surrounded by arbiters hurrying from one end of the room to the next, throwing books, pictures, shelves, knickknacks, and papers. They're really just foldable electronic screens that look like paper. an illusion that people respond to in a more favorable manner, to the floor, coating the rug in their disarray. Copying Commander Vi's stringent movements, my feet lead me through the melee as things crash next to them, while dust bunnies fly in the air, bombarding me, enticing me to sneeze. "What is the meaning of this?" yells an irate voice, as the man storms down the stairs from the upper level and into the chaos that has consumed his home, as we do to it what we will, not caring if a trinket gets broken or if a framed picture is ruined by muddy boots stomping on it. Commander Vi remains silent, directing her gaze toward me, telling me that this is my show and my responsibility to subdue any who challenge us. "Seize him," I say, and a couple of arbiters snatch the man, yanking him off the steps and over the railing, not caring if they harm him as they throw him to the floor face down, restraining him. "Mr. I allow my voice to trail off because no one told me the man's name. "Luther," Commander Vi says, the first time she has spoken since leaving the manor. "Mr. Luther." "I prefer Luther." "Luther," I continue, clearing my throat and doing my best to sound as though I am in control. "We have reason to believe that you conspired with your daughter, Mora, in helping people to leave Arel, thus violating our laws and the safety of the Arelian people." "Violated?" Luther looks at me, craning his neck so as to stare me in the eyes from his position on the floor. "I have just received word of my daughter's death, and you accuse me of treason?" For the first time, I spot the rolled-up notice in his hand, and I reach down, snatching it from his grip and unrolling it as words appear on the flexible screen, and I run my index finger down it, scrolling through it while scanning the words. It is a consolation letter from Arel, regretting to inform him that his daughter has passed due to unforeseen circumstances. It is a polite way of saying that she was executed. I toss the notice to the floor, allowing it to skid a little when it hits the hard surface and melts into the scattered items around it. "So you knew nothing of her activities?" I ask, maintaining my role as Inquisitor. "No." "We shall see," I reply, using a phrase I have heard molars use, and my tone reminds me of him, making me quiver inside as it seems that with each passing day, I become more like him. Arbiters continue to ravage the place, knocking over a bookcase and ripping open cabinets while chucking anything they find onto the floor, stepping on books. The screen of one flickers at me, and I pick it up, opening the flap so that I can view the screen better while wondering what happened to the archaic volumes, ones with actual pages that had surrounded me during my first visit here, cookware, pottery, and pillows that had been torn down the center so that their stuffing poked out, all unconcerned that what had been a warm and inviting home has been transformed into a garbage heap. I chuck the book to the side and the crunch of broken glass meets my ears as it lands on the shattered surface of a coffee table. I wander the room, taking in every detail, every act of the arbiters around me, noting how Anand seems to be enjoying himself a bit too much, all while wondering what happened to the inflammatory books I had seen that night I was out after curfew. Did he suspect this would happen when he threw me out of his home and into the lonesome night? A few arbiters stomped down the metal stairs, having run up to the second floor after Luther had been subdued, shaking their heads, meaning that they found nothing that could be used to convict him. Not sure when this fiasco will end, I meander to a corner of the room where a lone desk sits, covered in blueprints, pencils, and rulers that has not been touched yet, and realize why he has not just been arrested. Picking up one of the blueprints and remarking at the detail of the drawing, I recognize the presidential seal. I scoop up another one. It is a scale drawing of the council chambers. The more I rummage through them, the more I am convinced that Luther is the chief architect for the executive district, putting him in a position where he cannot just be gotten rid of. And if he also designs weapons for Arel, as he told me earlier, it makes him almost untouchable. As I look over some of his blueprints, noting how accomplished of an engineer Luther must be, something catches my attention on the shelves nearby. I take a quick glance around the room, but no one watches me, too consumed in their own ordeal. Not even the drone is focused on me. Reaching over, I tug on the item that has caught my notice and almost gasp when I see it. It's a book, not the electronic ones like at the manor that are dressed up to look like leather-bound volumes, but an actual book with pages, yellowed and stained, made of paper. My mind races with possibilities of how I can prevent this from being discovered. But I have mere seconds, not enough time to think of a plan. Unless... An armoire sits next to the shelf in question. I move over to it and open one of its doors as it sits ajar by 2 inches, as though someone had tried to close it in a hurry, but it never latched. Empty, except for a thin layer of pale dust outlining where something had been stored there moments before we arrived. Stealing another glance at those in the room, I prepare to knock the freestanding cupboard over, but am stopped by an arbiter marching up to me to give me an update. "We have found nothing, ma'am," she says. "Perfect. I could not have planned this better, even if I had been given the time to do so. Hardening my facial features, and about to do something the second time today that will make me more like the person I loathe most. I grasp the armoire and chuck it to the side, its feather-light weight making it easy to do so that it smashes into the desk, breaking it and scattering the drawings everywhere, and they land on the soiled floor as ink bursts from a bottle and coats them. I take a step back, pleased that my antics helped conceal Luther's transgression, but it will not stay that way for long, unless I get everyone out of here. I need to play my part and do it so well that it convinces those surrounding me to not question my orders or motives. I spot a carpenter square on the floor, probably deposited there when I destroyed the desk, and snatch it, swinging it as I rush over to where Luther remains pinned on the floor, and I shove one of its rusty ends under his rounded yet bony chin, forcing him to look up at me. "If I hear anything," I say, my voice cold and devoid of emotion, sending chills down my own spine, "about you owning contraband or committing treason, anything at all that indicates that you're guilty of helping your daughter violate our laws, there will be no trial for you, nor will you be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Only the crematoriums will be pleased that day. Understood?" Luther nods his head as best he can with the edge of the square digging into his throat while the drone circles us, capturing every moment of my threat. "This will be your only warning." I drop the carpenter square, and it clangs on the floor as it lands, sending a hollow and ominous sound throughout the home, filling my stomach with dread, and turn toward Commander Vi. "We're through here." Without waiting to receive her approval, I leave, stepping through the door and stand at attention as I watch the other arbiters follow my example and disappear down the alley, their black uniforms and skin concealing them from my view as the night blankets them with its darkness. Anand gives me a quick glare as he passes, but my scowl forces him to turn away, while Commander Vi is the last to leave. She nods in my direction and continues walking away, leaving me to take up the rear. My boots splash in water as I stroll through the alley into the square, leaving me to believe that another short-lived shower had dumped rain while we were all inside performing our duty for Arel. Before I turn the corner, I pause, looking back at the doorway, and the door that hangs at an odd angle on its hinges, swaying from the slightest breeze, trapped in a cage of conflicting emotions at war with one another, causing a slight wave of nausea to wash over me. The man could have given me up. He could have told them about how I had warned him earlier today, but he didn't, making this the second time he has saved my life and spared me from Arel's wrath. The soft whine of the drone fills my ears, enveloping me in its annoyance as it hovers within arm's reach as its camera focuses on me. Willing myself to move on and let go of these musings, I turn toward the drone, staring straight into its coin-sized camera. And if a single gaze could cause the destruction of an object, the drone would be a pile of ashes. Knowing that I cannot destroy it, I release that desire and walk away, turning the corner and following after my fellow arbiters, while the nagging feeling of having become molars for the second time today gnaws at me. Chapter 5. Discontent. A yawn creeps up on me as I meander through the outer edges of the eastern sector near the wall, shrouded in its ever-present shadow, unable to escape its barrier, or its constant reminder of our place in this world. Our presidents and council tell us that the wall is for our protection, and like anyone raised in Arel, I believed them, until now, until I had been assigned outside of it for a time, and met 2 of the inhabitants in the world beyond. The barbarian during the hunt did not seem like a terrible man, though he could have been for all I knew, but he had done me no harm, and had been captured by Commandant Pack for the sole purpose of being hunted down as though he were no more than a mere animal, meant to be the object of one man's entertainment. nor did the one who had helped chasten me while we dangled over the edge of a hill strike me as someone who meant us harm. I do not know their names, a fact that never bothered me until now. But as the memory of them floats through my mind, refusing to allow me to forget them, I realize that they must have names, just like me. A sliver of red appears on the upper arm of my uniform jacket, standing out amongst the black in stark contrast, as though the rising sun is trying to tell me that the world is not all darkness, as its vibrant sliver of light expands, snaking down my arm until it reaches my feet and spreads to the buildings beside me, stretching up the dilapidated structures as it envelops them in a mixture of warm color tones, forming its own rainbow of reds, oranges, and yellows, all blending together, all separate, but one. I watch as the sun's light stretches up the building next to me, filling the cracked and grime-ridden panes of glass with its golden glow, mesmerizing me as it reflects off the sides of the structures, filling the void between them and the wall, enveloping me in its warm comfort, turning my usual walnut-colored skin tone amber. Glancing at the towering stone edifice beside me, I marvel at how the wall, always dark, always impending, now exhibits a honey color, that of clover honey, as though it has been rebirthed. My mind drifts to Chase, alone, outside the wall among strangers, sentenced to a life of depravity, and my hope of seeing him again dissolves, replaced by determination. I will see him again, I tell myself in silence, not wanting to be overheard, and I will bring him back to Gwen, who still refuses to speak to me, not that I blame her. My wristband chirps, and at first I assume that it is telling me that my shift is almost over, which would be a relief, as night patrol is always the longest and most arduous shift to get through. I stop cold in my tracks when I realize that it isn't a reminder at all, but a summons. Trouble brews and all available arbiters are needed. I sprint away from the wall, diving between two resident buildings, the corners of their foundation crumbling away, littering the uneven pavement with brick dust, and squeeze through the narrow space in an effort to reach the nearest information booth as fast as possible. I burst out the other end into a yellow beam of light, hurrying to the booth that lies 50 yards away. Once I reach it, panting, I place my palm on the scanner, allowing it to scan me, disregarding the information that appears on the screen as it flashes green, allowing me entrance into the tunnels below. A small sound escapes my lips as I land between the steel tracks below, in front of a two-seater railcar, just like the one Renal and I had taken the first time I had been summoned to a riot, and my knees buckle, forcing me to outstretch my hands for support. Wincing from the force of the impact of my hands slamming into the semi-smoothed-edged bumps of the concrete beneath me, I brush them on my pants and rush to the railcar, jumping into the first available seat and strap myself in. Another arbiter sits beside me. Startled, I glance in her direction, keeping my face impassive, while pretending that I knew she has been here the entire time. She straps herself in, her hands shaking as she buckles the harness, and I note the beads of sweat outlining her hairline as a few stray strands work themselves loose from her bun, framing her rectangular face. She does not look familiar, and I do not know her name. Perhaps she is from one of the other manors in the eastern sector. We share a look, each pretending not to be anxious before facing forward as the glass casing lowers, sealing up inside. The railcar jets ahead. Air bursts free from my lungs, squeezed out by the harness as it digs into my torso, leaving impressions in my skin, despite the clothing I wear, while my back presses into the seat, held there by the force of the railcar's acceleration, and my nose flattens against my face, causing pressure to build up in my sinuses as though I have a sudden cold, giving me an instant headache in the center of my forehead. Red flashing lights streak past us, mingled with fluorescent bars built into the stone walls, rendering rectangular beams of opalescent white broken by jagged crimson rays, stretching from the front of the car to the back as we are hurled down the tunnel. My body shifts to the right, causing the harness securing me to creak as it holds me in place, digging into my arm and causing it to go numb for a second, while we bank to the left. Another curve shifts me to the right before the tracks straighten out, convincing me that my brain will pop out of my head as pressure builds within it, and the beginnings of a second headache starts to form, causing a vein to pulsate on the side of my temple, in tune with my breathing, skipping and changing each time the railcar encounters another curve, and I am thrown from side to side. I glance at my fellow passenger, noting the reflection of the car zipping down the gray, mirror-like walls. But she remained statuesque, her wide eyes focused on the rails ahead of us as we speed through the never-ending tunnel. An ear-piercing squeal reverberates around us, bouncing off the sanded and polished concrete walls of the tunnel, causing me to wince as my ears beg for relief, while sparks fly from the brakes, bringing us to a sudden stop. Once again, my harness creaks as it holds me in place as I am thrown forward, causing the straps to snap, my diaphragm begging for release as the belt cuts into it, wrenching the air from my lungs, before I am thrust backward and slam into the back of my seat with a force that radiates up my spine and swivels around my head. Before either of us have a chance to regain our breaths, the glass shield around us raises upward, allowing a rush of warm, metallic-tasting air to rush inside as we break free of our cramped prison. My fingers fumble as they unhook my harness, and I climb out of the railcar, holding onto the sides for support as I step onto solid ground, my legs wobbling, refusing to support me, while my mind grapples with the fact that my body is no longer strapped in a moving vessel, but is stationary. Retching catches my attention, and I turn my head, eyeing my fellow arbiter as she hunches over, expelling the meager contents of her stomach, forcing me to turn away and give her some privacy as another railcar appears, releasing its occupants, both of whom experience just as much difficulty standing up as I had. Once the gagging sounds stop, I step beside her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, not wanting to startle her as I do my best to will my stomach to be a block of iron, while the acrid stench of vomit attacks my nose, causing it to want to bounce. "It's okay," I whisper to her, leading her away from the railcar and the puddle of vomit, and to the panels sliding open on a far wall, granting us access to body armor and weapons. "Just walk it off." Walk it. Once we reach the panels, she straightens up and thanks me as she reaches for a vest, and I do the same, yanking the thing off its hooks and strapping it around myself before snatching a semi-automatic weapon. My mind drifts back, for just a moment, to my first time being summoned to put down a riot, and I wish Renal was here with me, like he had been the last time, guiding me while calming my nerves with that encouraging smile of his. Forcing myself back into the present, I grab a helmet, noting how the cold lights above me turn the black, shiny surface a bright white, while my reflection casts an ominous shadow over it. The clicking of weapons being armed pulls me from my reverie, and I ram the helmet over my head, falling in line with the arbiters running up the stairs that have dropped down, beating them with our thunderous footsteps as we hike up to the world above and to what awaits us. Snake-like trails of smoke float around me, encircling me once I reach the street above and jump into the sunlight, faded by black clouds of burning embers that swirl above me, billowing in the wind as they stretch for the sky and thin out enough to allow the yellow orb, turned red by the smoke, above us to show its face. Fires rage around us as they consume piles of trash, built on purpose to form a perimeter of sorts, filling the atmosphere with their angry roar, a noise muffled somewhat by my helmet. I whirl around, weapon at the ready, searching for any sign of rioters, but there are none. As I tread through the street, surrounded by my fellow arbiters, the raging fires imprison us in their sweltering heat, causing sweat to stream down my face and get in my eyes, fogging up my visor, while an ominous feeling burrows within the pit of my stomach, forcing my heart to sink and my breathing quicken. Where is everybody? Boots creep across the pavement, crushing glass, pebbles, and bits of paper that have escaped their torment in the unforgiving flames. No sounds, no people. Nothing seems to be here. The arbiter next to me coughs as the smoke gets through her helmet. They're not meant to filter out contaminants like smoke or pollution, and I glance at her before turning back to the emptiness before me, surrounded by my fellow arbiters, all of us on edge, all of us wondering where the rioters are as the space around us grows darker from the ever-growing clouds of smoke hovering in the air, suffocating us. My foot brushes a metal plate, scooting it across the ground, revealing something drawn in red paint, now dulled and darkened by the ash settling over us. Bending low to take a closer look, my mind jumps back to the day of the explosions and the symbol drawn on the ground in front of the burning school, the crest of Arel, crossed out like before. I bolt upright, spinning around on my feet, searching for any threat, convinced that we are not alone, and that this entire incident is by design. Before I can voice my suspicions, A grenade plops on the ground, several yards away from me, clacking as it skids to a halt before it ceases its movement, looking like a small ball waiting to be picked up. "Get down!" someone yells as I jump back, grabbing the nearest arbiter and throwing us both to the ground. But before we land, the grenade explodes, creating a force that slams into my side, throwing me and the arbiter I had grabbed into the air. My mind whirls in confusion as my body appears to fly before it crashes into the ground. Coughing, I lay on my stomach a moment, gasping for air as my head buzzes from the noise and refuses to focus. As the madness continues, I force myself to my hands and knees as time slows around me, drowning the cries and shouts of those surrounding me as people burst from behind the burning piles of trash and attack any arbiter they see. I try to stand, but my legs refuse to support me at first, causing me to drop to the ground again as I shake my head, attempting to clear it. A muffled yell pierces my ears, snapping me to attention. I turn time to see a man with a plank heading straight for me, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he takes aim with me in his sights. Still on my knees, I rear up, seizing the plank and twisting it from his grip, forcing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. As he lays there, regaining his senses, I raise the plank and swing it at him, striking him in the head, and the sound of his skull cracking reaches my ears, telling me that he is no longer a threat. My weapon. Scrambling, I search the blackened debris, my gloved hands swiping the pavement in a desperate attempt to find anything I can use to defend myself. I see it. My weapon lies just out of reach. I dive for it, crawling across the soot-covered ground, and wrap my fingers around it as something wraps around my throat, digging into my airway, causing me to choke and to drop my weapon. Unable to breathe, my first impulse is to reach up and grip the rope around my throat, but I stop, remembering what an instructor at the training facility had said once. If you reach for what's around your neck, you can't fight back, and your attacker knows where your hands are. My eyes bulge as the line around my neck tightens, and the corner of my vision blackens from lack of oxygen. I jerk to the side, throwing my attacker off balance, and as he recovers, I lunge for my weapon, seize it, and ram the barrel over my head, guessing the position of my opponent. The barrel meets resistance, and the rope slackens. Seizing my chance, I twist around, flinging myself onto my back and jerking the rope out of my opponent's hands, while raising my weapon and squeezing the trigger. A shot rings out, euphoric music to my ears, and hits the man in the chest, and before he collapses to the ground, I spring to my feet. Another psychotic scream fills the air, and I duck as a woman with a crazed look in her eyes charges me, forcing her to fly over my back and crash into the ground, sending bits of ash into the air. Without a second thought, without any mercy, I aim my weapon at her head and fire, not caring that bits of her brain mixed with warm crimson blood splatters my pants while the back of her head bursts open, allowing the contents within to mix with the soot on the pavement. Another rushes for me, and I raise my weapon like a staff, blocking the man's attack and twist my weapon, forcing his out of his grip before dropping to the ground and sweeping his feet out from under him. Surprised, he slams into the pavement and scrambles for a discarded rod, the chosen weapon of another dead rioter. But I pounce on him, seizing his arm and ramming my elbow into his face, stunning him, before swinging my elbow back a second time and plunging it into his neck. Gurgled choking escapes his lips as he struggles for air before going limp. A muffled roar reaches my ears as flames shooting out of a flamethrower dance in front of my helmet, engulfing any it comes into contact with, while its creator walks forward with slow, steady steps, ignoring the anguished screams of those burning alive. One humanoid inferno rushes for me, unaware of his actions as he tries to put out the fire burning his flesh. Reacting in the manner I had been trained, I point my weapon at him and fire, putting him out of his misery. He sprawls on the ground, rolling through the smoldering embers before stopping and breathing his last. Surrounded by a mixture of terrified screams and vengeful yells, my feet remain rooted to the ground, unsure of where to go or what to do next as I watch the chaos unfold around me with rebellious citizens and arbiters locked in conflict, each hoping to destroy the other. A flash of movement catches my eye. Turning, I spot a woman trying to sneak past me and reach for her, seizing her arm and twisting it behind her back as I kick the back of her knee and force her into a sitting position. She yells in pain and pleads with me to stop, but this is my duty, to put down rioters, and she is... I stop. For the first time, I notice it. The small roundedness of her abdomen, the distinct sign of a pregnancy, and an unregistered one at that, meaning that, once again, the sterilization techniques of Arel have failed. Craning her neck, the woman does her best to look up at me with her pleading eyes, but my helmet prevents her from seeing my face. But I see the raised scar of a mark burned into her left cheek for all to see as a reminder and a warning. Either she or someone she knew who had been executed while she had been left alive had tried to help a plebeian escape punishment, and this was her reward: to spend her life as an outcast, warning others of what happens if you do not conform to Arel's demands. Her hunched shoulders with a small pack strapped to them and jittery hands tell me that she is not part of this rebellion, but had decided to use it to escape. An offense met with death. I release her. Go home, I tell her, but she shakes her head. I seize her shirt and haul her to her feet, shoving her away, when a metallic clink clacks against the street. Looking down, I discover that it's a small two-way radio, contraband and punishable by a sentence of 5 years in the fields or the mines. This is more than just a target of opportunity for her, but something she has been planning on doing for a while. Please, she begs. What do you know of all this? I demand, gripping the collar of her shirt. Nothing, she wails. I cannot stay here anymore. She looks at her bulging belly and I know what she means. Now that she is starting to show, it will be almost impossible for her to conceal her pregnancy, and she does not strike me as someone who has many friends willing to help her. I stare at her, my heart torn between what I am trained to do and know I should do for the safety and security of Arel, though it means sentencing her and her unborn child to death or helping her. Fear resides in her eyes as her mind races with the possibilities of my choices and what I might do. The same fear within the plebeian girl's eyes when I rescued her from the fire, and when she pleaded with me to end her suffering, both desperate to escape their torment. Pounding boots rushing toward me makes my decision for me. I release the woman, whipping around and bringing my weapon up, ramming it into chest of an arbiter who had seen me with her and chose to do his duty for Arel. He staggers back, but remains on his feet. Before I finish him, he lunges, catching me around the middle and forcing me off my feet. I crash into the pavement, and the force of the impact forces me to gasp. Refusing to give up, I seize his arm and wrench it across his chest, forcing him to lose his balance, just as I roll, flinging him to the side. Twisting, I keep my grip firm as I bring my legs up, wrapping them around my opponent's torso and yank, pleased when I feel his shoulder pop out of its socket. Before I can get up, a low whistle echoes above us, and I roll on my side, covering my head with my hands just as an explosive device the size of a tube of toothpaste strikes the ground and detonates, scooting me across the ground and showering me with bits of debris that pelt my armor and helmet. Once the dust settles, I force myself to my feet and turn toward the arbiter that had charged the woman, but he remains on the ground with a metal rod poking out of his chest. The woman! Running to where I had left her, I find a bundle of loose clothing with a pack strapped around it. My gloved hands fly over the bits of asphalt and minuscule rocks that cover the small mound, clearing them away until the woman's head is revealed. I lift her up. She moans while clinging to my arm as I drag her away from the chaos, trying to think of what to do next, as the wall is too far away. But perhaps... Another small device detonates, and the screams of those caught in its wrath fade, as I cart the woman away from the square, using the shifting walls of black smoke to my advantage, allowing them to conceal us as I lead her to a place of temporary safety. A man rushes for us with a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Pushing the woman aside, but being careful to not hurt her, I reach for my weapon only to remember that I have dropped it. The man draws closer. Whipping out my baton, I revel in the snapping sound that cracks the air as I extend it to its full length. He swings at me, hoping to strike me with his explosive cocktail, but I drop to one knee and whip him in the stomach with my baton, before swinging it again and jabbing him in the face. With my other hand, I grab his Molotov cocktail and ram it on his head, allowing the flammable liquid to spread down his face. While he runs away in agony, I hurry back to the pregnant woman and haul her back to her feet. But as I do, another rioter rushes for me, and I turn around, extending my leg, tripping my attacker, and as he falls forward, I twist again and ram my elbow into the back of his neck. Engines alert me to a change in the chaos. Looking at the topmost level of Arel, I notice that the doors to the hangar are open, and Arel's aircraft heads straight for us. They are about to bomb their own people. A whistle sounds the signal for any arbiter in the area to seek shelter, and we do not have much time. I strengthen my grip on the woman's arm, dragging her away from the melee and to a sewer, knowing that it is our best bet for survival. Her feet stumble as she tries to keep up with my unforgiving pace, but I refuse to let her go and drag her across the ground until she regains her feet and jogs after me. Only 60 seconds until they reach us. We reach the sewer. Dropping to my knees, I grip the grate, straining as I lift the solid iron bars away from the hole in the ground and slide it across the pavement, creating a grating noise that drowns the sound of the engines approaching from above. My muscles tired, I look at the black hole before me, unsure of how far the drop will be, and hope that it is less than I fear. "In!" I yell at the woman, but she backs away, knowing what I want her to do and afraid to go through with it. Frustrated, and having no time to waste, I leap to my feet, seize the woman, and shove her through the hole and into the sewer, jumping in after her as the aircraft rush by overhead, dropping their explosives. A drumbeat of multiple explosions radiate above us, broken by the woman's screams, shaking the ground as it ripples through the solid earth, echoing around us and creating a cage of deafening gloom that penetrates our hearts and vibrates our chests, broken only by the bits of fire that rain down upon us, squeezing through the hole above, while I cover her, shielding her from its fury, and wincing as a piece of scalding metal burns through my sleeve, leaving what will be a permanent mark on my skin. Once again, time seems to stand still as we wait for the Arelian aircraft to finish dropping their weapons, but little by little, the thundering roars fade, replaced by shrieking silence, making me wish for the explosions as the ominous silence cuts through me. I release the woman who shivers in the sewer water, afraid to look up. I try placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, but she shakes me off, not wanting anything to do with me. Knowing what I must look like to her, dressed in body armor and with a helmet to conceal my face, I reach up and lift it off, allowing the woman to see me for the first time. "You must stay here," I tell her, keeping my voice low and gentle so as not to startle her. She glances at me, her red eyes filled with tears that spill from the outer corners, leaving streaks of amber on her face that barrel their way through the soot covering it. For now, at least. "I need to get out," she says, her broken voice echoing around us, mixed with the constant trickling of murky green water in the still sewers. "Security is going to be tight after this," I say, pointing at the hole above and indicating what Arel's response will be to this chain of events. "Just let me go," she pleads. "I have a friend outside the wall." "You can't!" My voice stops her and we both glare at one another, each unwilling to yield. "Look," I say again, as she lowers her face in dismay, and I remember the two-way radio she has, concluding that it must have been how she had communicated with her friend. "I'll do what I can to help you, but for now, you need to stay here. Your baby's life depends on it." She nods her head, accepting my orders. "Do you have any food?" I ask. "Enough for a few days," replies the woman. "Don't come out until I come for you." I put my helmet back on and lift my arms up, leaping at the manhole above us and gripping its edge, ignoring the way it digs into my palms, despite the gloves I wear for protection. "Why are you helping me?" asks the woman. Unsure of how to respond, and not knowing why I am helping her either, I remain silent and lift myself through the manhole and into the world above, where impenetrable barriers of smoke open before me, revealing an emptiness, filled with charred bodies and crumbling sides of what had once been livable residences, while hushed weeping reaches my ears. I glance back at the hole, searching for the grate, and when I find it, I drag it across the ground, stirring up embers that spring into the air and float around me, angered at being disturbed, until the iron bars thump in place, sealing the woman inside. As I meander through the remains of what had been a place for people to gather together, a single thought consumes my tortured mind. How am I going to help the woman? Chapter 6. Smuggling. Lights out. The chimes that signal that it is time for all arbiters to be in their quarters and in bed, unless they are assigned to night patrol, rings throughout the manor, its soft ambience unfitting for such a place of rigorous exercise and unshakable rules. I turn off my lamp and wait, listening to the feet stomping in the hallway as arbiters hurry from the bathroom to their quarters, not wanting to be caught out of bed when the final chime sounds, an act met with swift punishment. Once the final door slides close and silence falls around me, I crouch next to my bed, feeling underneath it and the mesh wires that hold the thin mattress, until I find what my fingers search for, a slack wire. Scraping it with my index finger, I grasp it and tug on it, cursing at its refusal to come loose, until it pops free and jiggles the bed. Afraid that someone might have heard that, I stay still for a moment, counting the seconds as my heart thuds in my ears, causing them to ache, until it settles down, reassuring me that no one heard my infraction. Reaching back under the bed, I find another loose wire and yank it out. Holding the wires in the faint light spilling into my room from the quarter moon, I stare at the copper strings, wondering if my ruse will work, but I must risk it. I wrap the two wires together, twisting them in a way so that they form a bracelet. Once done, I hold it next to my wristband. It's not even close to being a match, but from a distance, it might fool someone, as long as they do not take a closer look. I wrap the copper wires around my wrist and place my wristband underneath my pillow, tugging the long sleeve of my shirt. Dark like me, like my uniform, like the night, like my world. I coil the rope I had stolen earlier from the garden shed after returning to the manor around me, draping it across my left shoulder so that it crosses in front of me at an angle like a fibrous sash, before strapping a pouch around my waist, containing 4 pieces of meat that I had stolen from the kitchen, and head for my window, knowing that I cannot risk going out through the plebeian quarters like the time Chase and I had snuck out. With care, and always alert in case someone hears me, I slide my window open wide enough for me to slip through and climb upon the desk, hoping that it does not rock beneath my weight, and slip outside, feet first until they dangle in the air. Hanging onto the ledge outside, I close my window, leaving it open a finger's width so that I can get back in, and take one last look at the pair of pears sitting on the desk, a treat for Sheila and Gwen, but Sheila never came, a thought that shrouds me with a thin veil of despondency, and I hope that she gets them. Thrusting the thoughts aside, I look at the steel drain pipe on my left that is bolted into the side of the building, unsure if it will support my weight. There is only one way to find out. I plant my feet against the side of the building and twist as best I can so that I face the pipe and let go. My heat skips a beat as I fall and slam into the pipe. For a second, I fear that I will fall as my fingers slip against the metal, creating a screeching sound that pierces the still night, until I stop. My arms and legs pulsate in tune with my heartbeat as blood rushes through them, stirred by the fear of death, and I hang there for a second, convinced that someone heard me, but as the night remains undisturbed, confidence washes over me, and I slide down the drainpipe to the dewy ground below, landing with a squishy plop. Taking a quick look around, I race across the green area to the part of the fence with the loose boards that Chase had shown me at a time that seems so long ago. Once through the fence, I crouch and wait. No arbiters. I sprint through the street, keeping to the shadows so that the few lights within the city will not reach me, darting down alleyways and side streets as I make my way to the square where the riot took place earlier, doing my best to stay silent and avoiding the normal patrols. A faint whine catches my ears, and I duck behind some garbage, staying as still as I can as a single drone hovers past, coming out once it disappears. Too close. I dash down a side street before veering down another alley, cursing at how long it takes me to navigate my way to the square. The hum of a moving walkway catches my attention, and an idea forms in my mind. Some of them have bars underneath for workmen to attach themselves to with a harness. I dart up a stairwell, sticking to the edges so as to avoid the range of the cameras, in case any of them still work, and pause at the railing that sits just below the first walkway. But before I go any farther, I rub my hands against the ground, scooping up what dirt I can and brushing them over my palms to soak up the sweat that has formed on them. Hoisting myself up, I balance on the railing, knowing that one false move will force me to plummet to my death, and bend my knees as I focus on the first bar attached to the underside of the causeway. I jump. My hands seize the bar and I tighten my grip, squeezing with such force that my fingers go numb as my feet dangle in the air, swinging back and forth from my momentum. I look down at the walk below me, wrapped in the murky light of the street lamps as moths flitter about in confusion. As I reach for the next bar in front of me, I am reminded of my exercises at the training facility involving the monkey bars, and how the instructors would force recruits to cross them over and over, until we could hold on to them no longer, and any who fell met a swift punishment. One bar at a time, I ease my way across, my feet swinging back and forth in tune to each of my movements as sweat drips from my chin, while the hum of the walkway surrounds me, enveloping me in its mocking tune, daring me to let go. I grab another bar, willing myself to hang on, refusing to let go as I remind myself of the woman's fate should I fail to retrieve her from the sewer, repeating to myself that this is just another test of my endurance, another gauntlet. Halfway there. I reach for the next bar, but my hand slips and my stomach lurches into my chest as the fear of falling grips me, but I cling to the bar I dangle from as I stretch out again, wrapping my fingers around the other one before letting go of the previous. Time stands still as I go from bar to bar until I reach the last one. Voices stop me. Above me are two arbiters who have decided to pause for a short conversation. I cannot make out the words, but I wish they would hurry up and leave. My arms strain from my weight as I hang in the air, waiting for them to end their conversation and move off, screaming at me to let go, while my mind reminds me of the consequences should I fail. Burning fatigue stretches from my wrists to my shoulders and through my chest, choking me with its vice-like grip as it forms a cage around me, threatening to force me to release my hold on the bar as my arms shake from the strain. I cannot hold on for much longer. Quivering even more, my muscles start to relax against my commands, and I readjust my grip in an effort to keep from falling. The two arbiters move off. Relieved, I propel myself to the platform in front of me and land on it with a soft thump. As my arms thank me for letting them rest, I glance around, making certain no one heard me, before charging down the stairs and sprinting into the shadows, staying clear of the street lamps as I run to the plaza. My breathing quickens when I reach the place of the latest riot, and I pause, taken aback by the remains of Arel's victory. At first, the lack of arbiters guarding the area surprises me, but as I meander through charred remains, spotting an upturned hand that resembles a charcoal claw more than an appendage, while covering my nose from the stench of cooked flesh left to spoil in the sun, I realize why no one is here. Who would be? The side of my boot brushes a tablet, scooting it across the ground with an eerie scrape. I pick it up, forgetting where I am as I turn the thing around, the chipped and scorched side scratching my fingers, while a cracked screen looks back at me, and I become lost in my own somber face staring back at me with blackened shadows creeping behind me, taunting me. Taken aback, I step backward and stop the moment something cracks beneath my heel. A part of me does not wish to see what I have stepped on, but another part, the curious side, wins, and I turn my head, finding a ghoulish face staring at me with lifeless eyes bulging from the face as the skin around it has melted away, stripping away all its human-like features, leaving a sunken cave where there should have been a nose. Judging by its small size, I surmise that the face used to be a child's, perhaps the very one whose tablet I have found. Bile clogs my throat, and I cover my mouth in a desperate attempt to keep from vomiting as I hurry through the charred skeletons, doing my best to not trip over the broken pavement as death and sulfur seize my nostrils, invading them with their repugnant odor. I cannot stay here. I must get out, away from Arel's resolve to ensure that its citizens follow its structured way of life, and away from this reminder that I am sworn to obey it despite the costs. Not caring if I make noise, I run away, as far away from this open tomb as I can get, heading straight for the sewer and the grate that imprisons a citizen of Arel, whose only crime was getting pregnant. The grate looms before me, and I drop to my knees in front of it, reaching between the bars and grabbing hold of it as I lift with all my strength, my already fatigued arms not wanting to obey my command, but forced to do so. Metal against concrete fills the atmosphere around me with its low rumble as I slide it to the side, revealing the darkened tunnels beneath. I hope the woman is still there. Psst, I whisper, cringing as it echoes beneath me, bouncing off the concrete walls, threatening to warn all of Arel of my unwarranted presence here. A face appears in the darkness and relief floods over me. Too much time has been wasted, and I must get her out of here. I unwrap the rope from around my torso and lower it into the sewer, not needing to tell the woman what to do as she grabs hold of the line, and I haul her up from the underbelly of Arel and into the open air. My arms feel as though they are on fire as I heave the woman out of the sewers and help her onto the pavement, my breaths in short gasps from the exertion. "Come on," I say to her in a hushed voice, after scooting the grate back into position and hurrying away from the exposed area. I jog back through the hellish remains of the riot, slowing my pace when I notice that the woman struggles to keep up, and I grab hold of her, dragging her after me, knowing what will happen if we are caught. She gasps when she spots the child, but I yank her forward, forcing her to look away before she can give us away. The familiar whine of a drone reaches my ears, and I shove the woman into a doorway, putting my finger over my lips as my nerves threaten to paralyze me from the fear of being caught and only release me from their hold when the drone hovers past, unaware of our presence. We need to reach the wall, and we need to reach it now. Searching my memories, I envision the schematics of the city which I had to learn as part of passing my written exams, while remembering what I know of the eastern sector's layout. Most of the buildings are close together, some just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they walk sideways. "This way," I tell the woman, hauling her behind me as I hurry down the walk and turn down an alley, before darting around a corner and charging into a side street. My eyes roam around me as we run, checking for arbiters, while making certain that the woman has not fallen behind. Sweat streams down her cheeks as they puff in and out from her labored breathing, causing me to worry about the baby and whether I am putting any strain on it by forcing the mother to run. But the moment concern threatens to overcome me, logic quells it, pushing it aside while reminding me of our situation. If I fail, the crematoriums will have new victims to claim. The woman trips over a dip in the broken pavement, and I stoop down to catch her, heaving her upright before she hits the ground, and she breathes a thank you. We come to a gap between two residential structures, and I urge the woman to follow as I squeeze between them, shuffling sideways as the brick building towers over me, threatening to suffocate me, but I force myself to remain calm. The woman refuses at first, but the whistling of an arbiter on patrol springs her into actions, and she shoves her way into the space. Seconds drag as we ease our way through with her protruding belly touching the walls. "Just a little further," I keep telling myself, over and over, while remaining alert, afraid that at any moment we will be caught. A gap appears ahead, and I stop the moment we reach it, peeking around the corner, looking left and right, my ears straining to hear any drones that might be about. Nothing. Urging the woman onward, we rush across the street into the wall, its impenetrable constructions warning us to turn back. I run my fingers along the bumpy surface of the wall, feeling for anything unusual, while my heart slams against my ribcage as I stay concealed in the darkness, hoping that those on the wall will not see us, glad that they watch the wildlands beyond more than the city, and thankful that the latest riot had forced the commanding officers to pull arbiters from the wall and place them elsewhere. My fingers catch on something. Pausing, I run my hands up and down the wall, feeling a tiny gap and know that I have found it. A door. I open my pack and pull out the 4 pieces of meat I have in there, unwrapping them while making certain that no one is above us on the inner wall, and toss them over. No barking. Using my pry bar, I manage to pop the lock and force the door open enough for a person to walk through and look inside, finding one dog scarfing the meat. I yank out my knife and creep up behind it, poised and ready to strike, like I had to while a recruit. In my 15th year, each recruit had to sneak up behind an aggressive dog while it was distracted by food. Those who failed had their throats ripped out by the canine's teeth. I had the misfortune of kicking a pebble, an innocuous thing on most occasions, but on this one, it alerted the dog to my presence, and it jumped at me, forcing me to land on my back. Only my quick action with a knife saved me that day, but not before sharp teeth latched themselves onto my arm. I still my breathing as I stalk up behind the dog, listening for any others, while it devours the meat. Only one piece to go. Knowing I am running out of time, I leap at it and plunge my blade into its skull. It drops to the ground in a pool of its own blood, without making a sound. Glancing around, I listen for others, wondering why there only seems to be the one wild dog. Perhaps it killed the others in this section. Since they are kept in a starved state, such a thing is not unheard of. Footsteps above me startle me, and I hug the wall, craning my neck to watch as a lone arbiter strolls past while stiffing a yawn, meaning he has been here a while. Once he has gone, I rush back to the doorway and motion for the woman to come through before jumping to the door on the outer wall and undoing its lock. I peek outside, not finding any sign of life. "Here," I say, handing the woman my pouch with its meager supplies. "It's not much, but it's the best I can do. Stay low in the grass and let it cover you. Crawl if you have to, but go slow. If you move too fast, you might be seen." The woman takes the pouch and straps it around herself. "Thank you," she whispers. "You can..." I never get the chance to finish my sentence as she steps through the door. Stillness wafts over me as I watch her crouch low in the grass, feeling her way through, determined to take her chances beyond the wall, even when all sense warns that it is a death sentence, but her fate if she remains will be just as final. Hollowness fills the empty caverns of my stomach as she disappears in the vegetation, but before I can shut the door, the night bursts into day, just for an instant, as an explosion thrusts me backward and rocks the earth. Landmines. Nowhere in my studies did we learn about them being anywhere outside of the wall. After I regain my senses and the ringing in my ears dissipates, I bolt upright, thinking only of the woman, and I rush through the door into the field, not caring if I step on a mine. Swishing sounds accompany me as I run through the tall grass, shrouded by the night, fearing what I will find. A bloodied hand stops me. Pausing, I pick it up, cradling it as though it is a priceless treasure, and I know what awaits me if I go any further. The hand thumps as I drop it in the dirt and take 5 more steps forward, crushing the tall stalks of grass beneath me, ignoring the shouts that echo behind me along the wall. A mangled body, or what is left of one, lays on the ground, soaked in blood, its red color visible in the night as it reflects the sliver of the moon above us. I drop to my knees and turn the woman over, cradling her as tears ease their way down my cheeks, something that has not happened in a long time. Her glazed eyes stare at me for a moment before rolling to the side, and her head drops and hangs to the side, reminding me of a dangling cord as it flops. Unable to grasp what has happened as despondency rears its ugly head and chastises me for my ineptitude, I lay the woman on the ground and close her eyes, as it seems to be the right thing to do. I have failed again. The terrified face of the girl I had killed to prove my loyalty to Arel fills my mind. My ears hear the distant screams of the wailing infant from the factory. Chase's sympathetic face upon seeing the scars on my back fills the void before me, and his lips move, mouthing the words he spoke to me not long ago. "Promise me that you will do what you need to survive." Sheila and Gwen fill my mind. "I will," I whisper to the darkness as angry shouts and unceasing barking reign over the once quiet atmosphere, threatening to overcome me. I jump to my feet and sprint to the door, following the broken stalks of grass that mark the path I had tread moments before, until I reach the door and close it, knowing that the broken lock will be discovered at some point, but perhaps it won't be right away. Once through the door on the inner wall, I shut it and dart across the street to the crumbling buildings of the eastern sector. "Over there!" shouts an arbiter. I quicken my pace, refusing to turn around to see how many pursue me. A rectangular hole in the sidewalk is not far ahead, and there is no grate covering it. I charge for it, my feet pounding the pavement as I run, my lungs burning for air as I force them to inhale and exhale in tune to my speed, before dropping to the ground, sliding across it, and rolling into the hole where I drop into the sewer below. I gulp air and hold it as I wait for the sounds of those chasing me to pass. Once clear, I lift myself up and peek out, finding no sign of arbiters or drones. An inward struggle takes hold as my mind grapples with remaining in the sewer or risking everything to get back to the manor. I have to take the chance. Soon, the alarm will go off, and if I am discovered missing... Jumping up, I heave myself out of the sewer and crouch low as I glance around for any sign of danger, but when I find none, I take off, darting down another alley while confusion reigns behind me. Chapter 7. Sneaking in. Lights blare from the manor, illuminating the building as I crouch behind a thorny bush, observing the people darting about in response to the landmine going off, and I watch as each room glows from the single lamps within them turning on. Bedroom check. The knowledge of what will happen to me once my room is discovered empty floods my mind, jerking my heart into action, forcing it to race as my options appear one by one, each as dismal as the previous. I need to get to my room, or somewhere within the manor before my presence is discovered here in these bushes, hiding like a common criminal, letting all of Arel see that I have something to hide. I start to sprint to the building when a slender hand seizes my wrist, its gentle pressure forcing me to stop and dive back into the bushes as tiny thorns tear into my shirt and scratch my hand. Sheila stares at me with wide, fearful eyes, placing her finger over her mouth, signaling for me to keep quiet. My mouth opens to ask her why she is here, what she is doing, but I clamp it shut, driving the incessant questions from my mind as this is not the time. She must have snuck into my room and noticed that I was missing. Sometimes she dropped off a pressed shirt or an extra set of towels that she had smuggled out of the laundry, showing me an extra bit of kindness and putting my feeble efforts at keeping her safe to shame. Before I can do anything else, she holds out my wristband to me, looking out for my well-being once again, when it should be me protecting her. Commander Vi's irate voice thunders over the green, screaming my name, and I know that my absence has been detected. I remove the coiled wires from around my wrist and take my wristband from Sheila's thin and smudged fingers and slip it on before jumping up and hurrying to the green, while clutching the makeshift bracelet in my sweaty palm, desperate for an excuse, anything that will sound plausible. In the back of my mind, I know that my punishment will be swift and severe, as I have pushed Commander Vi's good graces to the limits. Noni! Commander, I say, trying to keep my voice from sounding too jittery, but it catches regardless of my attempts, revealing my fears. Why didn't you respond when I first called you? She demands, her cheeks red with anger, giving color to her dark features. And I remember how when I first met her, I had wanted to be just like her, strong, iron-willed, and powerful. No excuse, ma'am, I reply, and anger radiates from her eyes, squashing what courage I have left, letting me know that I have more than failed her. I have disappointed her. Why are you not in bed? I couldn't sleep, ma'am. It's a flimsy excuse and she sees right through it. And so, you thought that you would just come out here to the gymnasium and work some of that energy off? Yes, ma'am. Movement catches my eye, and I shift my gaze to the side to try and see the figure standing in a doorway, outlined by the light, but shrouded enough so that I cannot make out any details. Worry shackles my mind, but I must remain calm and hope that no one is aware of my exploits in the city. Commander Vi stalks in front of me, the wheels within her mind turning, calculating, formulating a suitable punishment for my infraction as a warning to the others and as a testament to her authority. See that bar over there? I nod. Go to it. Here it comes, my punishment. My feet squish the dew-topped blades of grass as I walk over to the bar hanging 7 feet off the ground and jump for it, grasping hold of the cool iron rod, allowing myself to dangle in the air. Well, what are you waiting for? Commander Vi's voice echoes off the lawn as more arbiters gather around me like they did the day I received a flogging for my negligence. Now they can watch me be chastised again. I heave myself up until my chin is over the bar before lowering myself down in a controlled motion so that I do not drop to the ground. Again. Commander Vi's chilled tone tears through me and the hollowed pit of my stomach expands. Once more I haul myself up, my already tired arms from hanging on the bars underneath the moving causeway screaming at me to stop, to give in to their demands for rest. But if I do, if I allow them to have their way, I will appear weak, and weakness means death. As I ease myself downward, my arms shaking from the exertion, I stare into my commander's brown and hardened eyes, daring her to look away, but she smiles instead. "I did not tell you to stop," she says. I pull myself up again, my feet hanging limp, unsure of what they should do as my biceps and pectoral muscles burn. What number am I on? And warn me that they cannot keep this up for much longer. But this is not about physical strength. It is a battle of wills, and I must defeat my commanders. Sheila's face pokes out from between two arbiters, worried and concerned that I will fail. I try to reassure her, but I cannot allow the others to see me looking at her, or they might use her against me. Arbiters are not supposed to have personal feelings or attachments, but mine have always crept through, even in the minutest of forms. As I look away from Sheila, gray eyes stop me, holding my attention for a second, their tear-filled nature reminding me of a promise I had made. I had vowed to protect Chase's sister, and I cannot do that if I fail here and now. 3 more pull-ups go by with my muscles begging me to stop, but I tighten my grip on the bar, digging my stubby nails into the heels of my hands until drops of crimson blood trickles down my wrists, past the coiled wires stuffed under my sleeve. The blood's redness thrusts me back outside the wall and to the minefield I had not known was there, where the woman met death, and the weight of her mangled body cradled in my arms presses against my skin once more. She died because of my poor planning, and now I cannot ask her for her forgiveness. Forgiveness, a word I have never thought about until now. Arbiters do not seek redemption. We deal out Arel's punishment and are to be obeyed, just like we are to obey Arel. Yet the nagging need for forgiveness continues to build within me, simmering the way a covered pot does before the lid is chucked aside from its contents boiling over. "You may have won a commendation." Commander Vi steps around me, circling her prey, yanking me from my internal lashing. "But that does not give you the right to be out of bed after lights out, nor does it give you the right to do as you please. You are not above the law." Our eyes meet as I lower myself down from another pull-up, and I hope that my gaze is just as unforgiving as hers, as I have no desire to allow her the satisfaction of knowing that she has beaten me. "You may let go." I relax my hands. A moist film coats my shirt and pants as I land on my side, grunting from the impact, but I refuse to show any pain, even though my hip stings, telling me that I will have a purple bruise there in the morning. Commander Vi's black boots tread in the grass, circling me, leaving their imprint in the murky white light. "We have rules for a reason. Anyone who disobeys them will be met with swift punishment. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am," responds a chorus of voices as those gathered around us stand at attention. "Dismissed." Just a moment. My blood freezes within my veins as I remain on the ground in a fetal position, only daring to lift my head enough to peer at the person who has spoken, afraid of confirming what I don't want to be true. Moeller steps out of the light, allowing himself to be seen, to be more than just a shadowy observer. His time at the munitions factory must have come to an end, much to my dismay. "Is there something I can help you with, Master Arbiter?" The sarcasm in Commander Vi's voice does not go unnoticed, but Moeller's remains calm, poised, collected, a snake playing dead while it allows its prey to grow overconfident before it strikes. "Isn't it convenient that Arbiter Noni is out here alone when the landmines outside the wall go off?" Damn. Of course, he doesn't buy my story. Though, I'm not certain that Commander Vi believes that I was out here exercising because I couldn't sleep. It was a lame story when I told it. There is only one thing I can do to convince them that I am telling the truth, and as my mind floats back to Sheila, I wonder how I would have made it this far without her quick wit and foresight. Thrusting my wrist outward, allowing my sleeve to fall back some, revealing my wristband, the one that had been assigned to me when I had received my commendation as arbiter, I glare at those around me, daring them to challenge me, to scan the bracelet, knowing what they will find. "Go ahead," I say, my voice even and hard, the rebelliousness within it evident. Renal steps forward with a scanner and runs the red beam over my wristband, watching the screen as it flashes green, telling him where I have been for the last few hours, or at least where my wristband has been. He closes the scanner and looks at Commander Vi. "She's been here the entire time." Moeller's unforgiving glare bears down upon me, as though trying to read my innermost thoughts, my secrets. But I meet his gaze, daring him to challenge me. I know what he thinks. How convenient. He was never an easy one to fool, but right now he has no proof that I was anywhere but in the quad, but it does not stop him from making my night worse. Arbiter Noni is very confident of her abilities, says Moeller's, and my heart sinks, not liking where this is going. Perhaps a test. We're done here, Commander Vi growls, angered at having her authority tested. Are we? Replies Moeller's in a silky manner, and my nerves explode from the calmness of his voice. You have no authority here, says Commander Vi. Moeller's opens his mouth, but closes it when Renal shifts his stance, ready to step in, reminding me of the day I had stopped Moeller's from harming Sheila, and how he had to step in to stop Moeller's from killing me. Again, I wonder about Renal's position here, and if he is more than just an arbiter assigned to the eastern sector. As a recent assignee to this region, I would like to have my faith in its commander justified, and if you can't control one of your arbiters, then... Moeller's allows his voice to trail off, and cold fear grips me. He has been assigned here? Why? And his request was accepted? For years, Moeller's has tried to get assigned to other parts of Arel, to get away from the training facility, but his requests had always been denied. Why approve his transfer now? The chilling thought that I had something to do with it wafts over me, causing me to shiver from its ominous implications. If I had not sentenced him to the munitions factory, he might still be at the training compound, but now he will be here, at the manor, able to watch my every move and torment me once again, as fate has chosen to be punitive by placing me back under his stifling presence. And just how can I reignite your faith in me? Mocks Commander Vi, though a part of her feels threatened by Moeller's accusations. If her authority is in question, she is in danger of disappearing, and she would not be the first commander to have vanished one night and have every semblance of their existence wiped clean. The trial of fears. A devious grin spreads across Moeller's face as his words echo around me. The trial of fears. I have heard of it. Every arbiter has. As a testament to their bravery and skill, recruits whose willingness to serve Arel are called into question are forced to face a maze filled with their deepest fears. They are locked in a building or someplace, the location always changes, and forced to face 5 challenges. If they succeed, they are reinstated to their position. If they fail, they die, thus ridding Arel of a weak link. Moeller's did not pick this task without reason. He does not trust me, he never has, and he covets Commander Vi's position. If I fail, I die, and my commander's ability to train future arbiters will be questioned, thus removing her from command. If I refuse to accept, I die, and Commander Vi will be sent to the crematorium. Only one course of action provides the chance of sparing us both. I accept, I say. Hands seize me, hauling me to my feet, and a glint of metal catches my attention. The coiled wires I had shoved under my sleeve have fallen onto the grass, a speck of rust tainting the slender blades of green. If they are discovered? The last thing I see before a black bag is shoved over my head is Renal stepping on the wires, concealing them from view, but whether it is by accident or on purpose is anyone's guess, and I haven't the luxury to ponder it. Stale spittle suffocates me as a thick canvas bag encircles my head, and other arbiters throw me into the back of a transport, the banging of the door slamming shut, sealing my fate, while reminding me of the finality of my decision. Chapter 8. Trial of Fears. The edges of my boots scrape across a metal surface with raised bumps in it to provide traction, unsure of where to go or what to do, as gloved hands shove me through a corridor, not caring if I stumble. Hot, sticky vapor from my rapid and anxious breaths cling to my cheeks and chin, forming their own mask underneath the bag strapped around me head, while sweat coats my hands, soaking the rope securing them. An old-fashioned thing for them to do, but Arel likes its mind games, and I had encountered many of them while at the training facility. The incessant thumps of my pulse in my ears heightens my already nervous senses, but fails to drown out the stomping of heavy-soled boots accompanying me to my doom. I knew Molars would get his revenge for what I did to him, and that I would have to face it someday. I had just hoped that it wouldn't be so soon. I should have been more careful. The pace slows, and I am jerked to the side as a heavy door opens and the welded-on hinges release low, drawn-out creaks, a sign that they haven't been used in a while. And with a final shove in the middle of my shoulder blades, I am forced through the opening, causing my feet to entangle themselves, and I fall to the floor, landing on my bound hands, allowing my elbows to take the brunt of the impact. Grunting, I work the rope loose while a metallic thud reverberates around me, mocking my predicament and daring me to challenge it. They're free! Relieved to have my hands free, I yank the black bag off my head and drop it to the floor as I stand up while looking around, searching for clues as to where I am. Ethereal light surrounds me, plunging me into suffocating darkness, and as I turn around, my eyes roaming up and down the walls, noting the gigantic fans in the ceiling, I realize where I am. I'm back at the training facility. The training compound is full of areas set aside for training exercises, and this is one of them. A high-pitched whine fills my right ear, forcing me to step back. A drone, no bigger than my fist, hovers beside me, capturing my worst moments on its tiny camera and transmitting it back to the viewing room, where I am certain Commandeer Vi and Molars are, waiting to see what my next move will be. I smile to myself, not surprised about the drone's presence. What happens here will either be used to instruct future recruits or broadcast throughout Arel as a testament of its greatness, or both. I walk forward, unsure of where else to go, and there must be a door around here somewhere. The hollow thumps of my boots on the metal floor trail after me, giving me the odd sensation of not being alone, yet I am certain that no one else is in here with me. Nerves on edge, I tread with care, unsure of what to expect or what I will be forced to face. The trial of fears is supposed to focus on the fears that the individual participant harbors, forcing him to face them. Sometimes, the ones in charge just choose some of the most cruel things they can think of that will entertain them, but if Molars is watching, then it will be a testament of how well I face my fears, because he knows them well. A thin chain dangling from the ceiling catches on my shirt, hooking itself deep within the knitted fibers. As I try to untangle it, it pulls and tugs, yanking open a trapdoor above me, spilling its contents. A wave of squirming tarantulas overwhelm me, covering me in a sea of hairy legs and fangs, all angry at being disturbed and taking their ire out on me. Twisting and turning while bending over to keep them off my face, not that it worked as tiny stings inundate my cheeks, I wave my arms in a frantic motion, desperate to get the hairy beasts off me. Something slams into my side as I run into a rail, knocking the wind out of me, causing me to tumble, while the squirming vermin assault me. The drone hovers nearby, capturing my thrashing as I knock every last one of the tarantulas off me and they scatter, scurrying away, preferring the overreaching shadows over my frantic movements. I pause. My face burns, my hands burn, and my neck burns, informing me that I have been either bitten or have gotten some of their urticating hairs underneath my skin, causing an insatiable irritation that I just want to scratch. But I force my mind to focus on the end goal. Completing the trials. This is just the first test. Spindly legs stretch out from my shoulder and I jump, flinging the one remaining tarantula off me and onto the metallic floor. It rears up on its hind legs, showing me its fangs in a threatening gesture, hoping to ward me off. Lifting my foot, I stomp on the disgusting creature, feeling it flatten underneath me and turn into jelly as I twist my heel from side to side. Once done, I stare into the camera of the drone, daring those watching to give me another test. A door on the other side of the chamber opens, releasing its red light into the darkened area surrounding me. Apprehension wafts over me, but I head for it, knowing that I am to go this way, even though it means another trap. Any who do not continue forward in the trials are killed. Memories of another arbiter trapped in here, just like I am now, flood my mind as my fellow recruits and I were forced to watch his trials as part of a lesson. He never got past the second test, a series of electrified wires shooting out 20,000 volts of electricity, enough to fry anything. The man froze when faced with the possibility of being electrocuted. That was when a sniper's bullet killed him. I stop. Without moving my head, I glance upward, remembering why I feel as though I am not alone. It's because I'm not. Snipers must be up there, above me, or on the same floor as me, ready to assassinate me should I refuse to engage in any of the tests. Giving in to fear is never an option here, yet it is the hardest to conquer. Growling emanates from the shadows before I step into the stream of red light. Peering into the dim glow hovering in the darkness beyond the reach of the red beam, I glimpse the outline of a cage, and the wild dog trapped inside it. Its ribs poke through the skin as it has been kept in a starved state so that it will attack anyone it comes across. Stares back at me, its yellow eyes taking in my toned form, sizing me up, and how I am enough to feed him for a few days. I freeze. I have never liked the wild dogs kept in the space between the outer and inner walls surrounding Arel, and still remember the time I had to kill one while a recruit. I never showed fear then, so why is this my second test? Molars must be toying with me. He would have told the ones in charge of these tests my fears, and since he was my instructor for 18 years, he knows them well and would have recommended this. The cage opens. The dog charges me, saliva dripping from its bared fangs, snapping its jaws as its barks bounce off the concrete walls around me, causing my ears to ring. I dive out of the way and roll across the floor, but before I can regain a defensive posture, the dog snatches my foot between its powerful jaws and tears into the leather, while shaking its head from side to side with such force that I fear it will break my ankle. I roll onto my back and kick it in the face. The dog tightens its hold. As I scoot across the ground on my back, the thought that it will go for my throat shoves its way to the front of my mind, and I search for anything that can be used as a weapon. But I have been left with nothing. The dog releases my foot. It leaps for me, but I roll across the icy floor, flinging my fists in a vain attempt to ward it off. I touch fur, but have no idea if it made an impact or not, so I continue to roll until I no longer feel the dog on top of me. As I come to a stop, I rip off my shirt and crouch low, eyeing the dog as it paces in front of me, snarling, exposing its razor-like teeth, and my skin already feels the sensation of them ripping into my flesh, warning me of my very probable future. I wrap the ends of my shirt around my fists, while never removing my eyes from the animal, poised and ready for its attack. It lunges at me. I hold my shirt out in front of me, allowing the dog to bite into it, and while it snaps its jaws in an attempt to get to me, I jump up, flinging myself onto its back and wrap the rest of my shirt around its neck, squeezing as hard as I can while jerking its head into an odd angle. It rears up on its hind legs in an attempt to throw me off, but my grip remains firm as I wrap my legs around its midsection and continue to squeeze the life out of the animal. I feel a pop and the dog goes limp, crashing to the floor with me atop it. Seconds tick by as I refuse to move, unwilling to believe that it is dead, but the longer I remain here, the greater my chances of being killed by a sniper become. The room ahead of me beckons me to walk toward it and step inside its tomb. Untangling myself from the dead dog, I step toward the open doorway, a moth to the flame, and enter its snare as its blood-red light transforms my walnut-colored skin and black undershirt into a crimson fire. The door closes, sealing me inside.
Now what?
I spin around in a slow, methodical motion, scanning the walls from floor to ceiling, but all I see is red on smooth metal, except for a small rectangular shape that appears to be the access port to a circuit box. Before I can wonder why it is there, a tremendous bang mixed with a groan reverberates around me, filling me with dread as the grinding of gears rise in volume and the ceiling edges downward with panels breaking away to accommodate the walls inching their way inward, decreasing the size of the room and threatening to crush me. Being crushed to death, an abhorrent thought that gave me nightmares for a week once. During my 11th year at the training facility, our instructors decided that it would be prudent to teach recruits what could happen if we were ever pinned down. Molars had been put in charge of the training exercise, and he took some amount of pleasure from tormenting us. He devised a chamber, similar to this one, where the walls closed in, and the unfortunate victim trapped inside had to figure a way out. None of us were allowed to talk to each other, nor were we allowed to see within the room to prevent us from observing the chamber's secret escape. A test, I remember Mueller saying to us before sending the first person in there, "Of your resolve under pressure, you must learn to accept that death is imminent. No one escapes it. If you can master that one fear, you will be masters of yourselves." The recruit sent in before me had panicked. His pleas for help, to be let out, mixed with his agonizing screams as he died, until they ceased, giving in to silence's dominance, still fill my ears to this day, almost as though I am there now. Flesh and flattened bone, glued to the walls by fresh blood, greeted me when molars shoved me into the chamber. I froze when I stepped on the brains strewn across the floor, what was left of my fellow recruit, and the only testament of his meager existence. That same fear freezes me now. My heartbeat quickens and I start to hyperventilate as the ceiling and walls close in on me. This is about to be my tomb, and I had walked into its trap. Sweat pours down my face, getting in my eyes and forcing me to wipe them as I spin around, desperate to know what to do, how to escape as that fear from so long ago resurfaces and my nightmare becomes a reality. "Just breathe, Noni." Faya's voice echoes in my mind, almost as though she is here now, and I remember how as I panicked in the chamber molars had put me in, her encouraging words filtered through the door, giving me the encouragement I needed to think of a way out of my predicament. She had received a slap for her efforts. "Breathe." Standing still within the shrinking room, I close my eyes and inhale, until my lungs can hold no more air before releasing it in a long, slow, and controlled breath, calming my heart rate and forcing my mind to think. When I open my eyes, they focus on the rectangular panel. The panel! Its wall has not moved. I rush for it, shoving my stubby fingernails underneath it and pull at it until I rip it from the wall, ignoring the blood dripping from one of my fingers as its nail tears away from my skin, exposing half of the skin underneath. Coiled wires hang from it, but that isn't what gets my attention. It's the open hole behind the wires just big enough to get an arm through, and the lever that lays beyond it that snatches my focus. I shove my arm through the opening, reaching for the lever, but my fingers come nowhere near it. Of course, they wouldn't let it be this easy. A wall touches my foot, and my pulse quickens again. The temperature within the room has risen, or my body thinks it has, as sweat glints off my arms and trickles down my neck, forming its own path down my front as it crawls between my breasts and soaks my undershirt. The gears shift, creating a sound that thunders through the metal walls, warning me of a change in its plans. Squished into a room now the size of a closet, the walls cease moving, but not the ceiling. It increases its descent. I seize the coiled wires and yank them free of their hold, pulling on them until I have a long enough rope. Shoving my arm back through the hole, wires in hand, I fling one end at the lever, hoping to wrap it around the handle, but each attempt proves to be in vain as the wires slap it before smacking the floor. I try again and again, but with the same outcome. The ceiling closes in. Panic threatens to take hold of me, forcing me to relive my past. I shove it aside, choosing to focus on Faya's old advice of breathing when I remember Moeller's words. Death is imminent. Death is certain, but it doesn't have to be today. I jerk my makeshift rope back inside and search for anything that can be used as a hook as I hunch over to avoid being touched by the ceiling as it refuses to let me stand at my full height. The only other item in the room is the panel. I jump for it, grabbing it and bending it between my hands. It is pliable, more so than it should be. It will have to do. Slamming it on the floor, I bend the edges, rolling them up, until I have something that resembles a rod and smack the palm of my hand with it. It smarts. Good. Flattening out on the floor as the ceiling is now just 3 feet above me, I force one end of my rod up until it resembles a hook before tying the coiled wires around its flat edge. I shove it all through the opening and fling it at the lever. Almost, but it bounces off. Desperate and almost out of time, I shove my other arm through the hole and pull the hook back to me. Swinging it, I focus on the lever, releasing a controlled breath as I fling my makeshift hook at it again. It catches it. Bits of hair stick to my neck and face as I squish myself against the opening with my arms crammed through it when the ceiling touches my back. This is it. I yank the rope. The lever shifts to the other side as a click sounds, stopping the encroaching ceiling, and I pull my arms back into the room, releasing a sigh of relief. A trapdoor beneath me springs open, plunging me into a metallic tube, similar to a ventilation shaft, and I reach out, allowing my fingers to squeak against the sides as I try to grab onto something, while still maintaining my grip on the coiled wires. Darkness surrounds me as my mind races. What's next? In answer to my question, water envelopes me as I drop from the tube and into a pool of water, deep enough to cushion my fall, and some of it rushes into my open mouth, going down my throat and causing me to cough, which results in me inhaling more water. Kicking, I swim to the surface, and relief washes over me when my head bursts through the surface, allowing me to breathe air, crisp, cool air, a welcome change from the mustiness of the red chamber. The coiled wires float around me, resembling a water snake as it encircles me. With a final bang, my makeshift hook splashes into the water beside me, and the trapdoor closes, sealing itself and denying me a way out. Transparent walls surround me, allowing me to see into another room, and in front of me, hovering in the air with its camera focused on every move I make, is a drone. I glare at it, knowing that people watch its transmission, debating what my next act will be and whether I will pass this test. A series of squeals reach my ears, and water gushes from a hole in the ceiling, filling the room with its fury, fear of drowning. Swimming has never been one of my strengths, so I avoid deep pools of water when I can, and Mollers knows this. The water rises, and within minutes the glass chamber will be filled. Glancing around, I do not see any opening or access port. One seamless prison of glass. Taking a deep breath, I plunge beneath the surface and swim toward the bottom, hoping to find something. The water makes my surroundings appear to be dancing in front of me. But there is nothing I can use, no obvious means of escape. I hurry back to the surface, gasping for air, dismayed at how fast the water has risen. My focus turns back to the glass and the drone watching me. It must be the only way. Snatching my hook from the water, I swim to the glass in front of me and bash it with its pointed edge, but all I receive for my efforts is the hook bending. It isn't rigid enough, nor strong enough on its own. I need a sharp edge. I study the lights above me and wonder if its supports will be enough to do what I need. There is just one problem. If the entire structure falls, I risk electrocuting myself. It is a gamble I must make. I throw my hook around one of the supports for the light and yank on it. Nothing. Hoping the hook remains around the support, I climb the multicolored rope I have, knowing that the light supports were never meant to hold 145 pounds of pure muscle. A part of me feels as though I have made no progress in my ascent as the seconds tick by and nothing happens. The water continues to rise. I bounce the rope, using my weight to jerk the bolts holding the support beam free. One splashes in the water. Again, I tug at it, desperate to get my hands on the metal support. Another bolt pops free and plunges into the water. With each passing second, the surface nears me, until water covers my toes and creeps up my foot to my ankle. I'm running out of time. I bounce on the rope again and again as the light shakes more and more from my movements. The final bolts pop free from their hold and splash in the water, and I plunge into the foaming liquid, followed by the metal support breaking free of the light as it splashes next to me with my hook. The light hangs at an odd angle, and foreboding builds within me as it sinks lower and lower to meet the rising water. Snatching the rod, I coil my makeshift rope, pulling the hook within arm's reach, and ram the two together while wrapping the line around them, creating a club. The water has almost reached the ceiling. I hurry to the glass and ram my club into it. Hollow echoes vibrate throughout the water. I bash my club into the glass again, using the sharp point of the metal to try and weaken it. Nothing. Again, I ram it into the glass, screaming in frustration when a crack appears. Emboldened, I continue striking the glass in rapid succession, ignoring the burning fatigue within my muscles as the water reaches the ceiling and the dangling light. More cracks appear in the glass, stretching out like a spider's web as they increase, creating more fractures that spread into their own nest of jagged lines. I pull my arm back and deliver a final blow as the water touches the light, causing it to fizzle out. A jolt of electricity courses through me at the same moment the glass breaks, and I curl into a ball as water spills through the hole with me in its grasp. Gasping for air, I roll across the floor and lay still in the puddle enveloping me as it stretches across the floor, while water drips from the exposed edges of the opening within the glass wall, allowing my chest to rise and fall, savoring each breath I take. The drone hovers above me. Annoyed, I whip my club at it and knock it into a wall where it crashes and shoots out tiny sparks before going dead. Within seconds, another drone appears, taking the previous one's place, and I burst out laughing, amused at how the people controlling them are so intent on observing my efforts to pass the trial of fears and unable to control myself, even when my sides hurt. Those watching must think that I have lost my mind. I don't care, they aren't here. They can put up with me laughing until I'm ready to continue. Dancing light illuminates the darkened area around me, waving up and down the walls, as an orange glow brightens and dims as though it cannot make up its mind what it wants to do. Touring onto my stomach, I lift my head and see fire jettisoning from vents in the ground and the ceiling in rapid succession. My final test. I stand up, dropping my homemade club and amble over to the edges of the spewing flames. My feet plop on the floor, splashing droplets of water onto my already soaked pants. Each time fire bursts from a vent, a stentorian roar slams into the tomb-like walls, bouncing from one to the other, pounding my ears with each echo and causing the minuscule hairs within them to vibrate so much that they itch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They are timed, just like in the gauntlet. Confused, I stare at the flames, unsure of why I am to face them again. I never feared them in the gauntlet. An uneasy feeling nudges the back of my mind, warning me to be careful, while the drone hovers behind me, ordering me to continue or face the consequences. The vent in front of me shoots out a wall of fire that lasts for 10 seconds, but is enough to kill a person before going dark. I run. Remembering the gauntlet, I have 10 seconds to reach a safe space before the next series of flames begin. 1, 2. My fatigued muscles refuse to work, wanting nothing more than to rest, but I push them onward, demanding more from them, knowing what will happen if I give in to my body's demands. 6, 7. Almost there. 10. I jump, landing in a pit as fire bursts from the second vent, and I cover my ears to drown out the roar as heat sears my back, causing my skin to burn and feel hot to the touch. It stops, and the count begins again. I take off. 1, 2. My lungs work overtime as I breathe fast, in tune with my legs as they stretch before me, sprinting across the charred area to the next safe zone. I keep my focus straight ahead, not daring to look back, afraid that I might stumble if I take my eyes off the red line that marks the end of the 5th and final test. Smoke spews from the vents as an ominous rumble builds, intensifying with each passing second, causing my chest to vibrate in tune to its thunder. A wall of fire erupts behind me as I slide into the second safe zone. Staring ahead, I gauge the distance to the next safe zone, frowning when I realize that it is a greater distance than the previous two. I'll need to... What the hell? Something clatters on the floor next to me, shooting sparks in every direction as electricity courses through the metallic floor, and I jump to the side in an effort to avoid it, glad that my boots possess thick rubber soles. Tapping it with the bottom of my boot, I realize that it is a net, but instead of a normal snare, it is electrified. Another one drops from above as the fires cease, and I leap out of the way, rolling across the floor, my mind racing, wondering what to do about this unforeseen part of the test. The creators of this trial changed the rules on me, chucking what I believe to be the only way to pass this test into the garbage, forcing me to consider another way, but I can think of nothing. I jump to my feet and bolt for the next safe zone, if you can call it that, trying to count within my head until the next series of flames. But I've lost my count and focus on running. An electrified net crashes onto the floor in front of me, and I leap over it, stumbling as I land, but I get back up, refusing to slow down. I reach the safe zone and am about to jump in it when I notice sparks zapping along the bottom. An electrified net lines it. The rumble begins again. Shifting from one foot to the other, I try to think of what to do, but my mind refuses to work. Either I jump into the pit with the net and risk electrocution, or I remain where I am and burn to death. A nail scoots across the floor as my foot touches it. I pick it up, wondering why a nail is here, but shove it aside. Who knows what this place was used for before my trials? And fling the nail at the pit walls, testing them. Nothing. An orange glow fills the void within the vent closest to me, telling me that I have seconds to act, and I lower myself into the pit, pressing my feet and hands against the sides, holding myself above the net as it zaps from the drops of sweat that fall from my chin. A deafening roar overtakes me, pounding my eardrums, forcing me to scream from its painful eruption as I hold myself up, while the drone, my constant companion in this hellish place, hovers below me, capturing every moment. The fire stops. Silence whistles in my ears as I crawl out of the pit, being careful not to touch the net beneath me, and I charge across the final stretch while continuing the count in my head. 1, 2, 3. Pure will drives me forward as I am determined to not fail, and I think of Sheila and Gwen. If I die here, who will protect them? I think of my commander, knowing that if I die here, she will meet the same fate. Besides, I have made it this far. I'll be damned if I fail now. 4, 5. I push harder, my feet flying over the floor so fast that they look like blurred smudges. A spark catches my attention. Shit! I stop before I plow into the electrified net stretched across the finish line. Pacing in front of it, I search for a way through, but there is none, and the count has ended. The final rumble begins, warning me that my time has run out. I need an escape. There has to be a way past this. The overseers of the trials would have left some way for me to win. It is in the rules. I scan the floor and find nothing as the rumble intensifies. Swallowing the lump in my throat in an effort to stay calm, I look upward for anything that might... I see it! An end of a rope dangles high above me, coiled on a platform. I notice the conveyor belt attached to the dais and follow its line back to a single button on the far wall. The whine of the drone fills my ears as it watches me, giving me an idea. I snatch it out of the air and chuck it across the open space, hitting the button that drops the platform, releasing the rope, but it is still too high up for me to reach. Heat encircles me as the ominous orange glow fills the vents, while a series of zaps bursts from the net that imprisons me. Bracing myself, I take a running leap for the rope, knowing that I have one chance to get it right. Fibers touch my hand, and I seize the line, not caring if my tight grip turns my fingers pale as I kick my feet, swinging back and forth in an effort to gain the momentum necessary to propel me over the net. With one final swing, my body drifts over the tangled web of electricity as fire spews from the vents, creating an impenetrable wall that cooks my skin, and I let go. My knees buckle from the impact as I land, forcing me to drop to the floor and somersault over the red finish line. Snapping reverberates around me as the locks on the giant steel door in front of me release their hold, and it opens, allowing those on the other side to pass through. I glare at the faces surrounding me, looking for familiar ones, spotting Commander Vi, whose face appears to be a mixture of pride and relief, before settling on Moeller's fuming eyes. "Any more requests?" I ask him. My defiant tone does not go unnoticed. He turns and stalks away, disappearing into the cold light of the corridor, salvaging what dignity he has left. Chapter 9. A summons. The bronze gates to the presidential palace loom before me as I approach them, marveling at the carvings upon them, of leaves folding over one another in a linear sort of pattern that I had not paid much attention to the first time I had been invited here. Each ray of the sun brings out a different shade of red and orange as it shines upon the structure, forming a thin veil of color that resembles burnt smoke more than sunlight, and it changes my black uniform to an apricot color as I pass in front of it, strolling up to the arbiter standing guard, knowing full well that more are nearby should I or anyone try anything. He holds his hand out in front of me, stopping me. "State your business," he says in a growl. "Arbiter Noni, serial number N27461, is here to see President Tapiwa," I say, standing at attention. The arbiter scrolls through his pad and finds my name there, checking it off, before scanning the mark on the back of my neck, verifying my identity. A metallic crunch echoes around me as the gates open, allowing me passage. The arbiter says nothing when they open, so I just continue onward and walk through into the courtyard beyond, having not been provided a transport like the last time I was here. More than a week has passed since my escapade in the Trial of Fears, but instead of being allowed to go back to my life as an arbiter, I received a summons last night. A plebeian had showed up just as my duty shift ended and handed me the request to appear before President Tapua before noon today. Not wanting to keep her waiting, it is never a good idea to ignore a presidential request. I made sure I left the manor right after sunrise. And so, here I am, a lone figure walking along the bisque-colored stones of the courtyard as they squeeze together, forming star-like patterns as the bits of glass mixed in them glint in the sunlight, making it look as though I am walking upon a sea of diamonds, heading up the triangular steps to the 20-foot-high copper-lined steel doors. I pause as the gates close behind me, feeling tiny in this stone square and feeling alone. The last time I was here, Commander Vi was with me, and her presence gave me strength. But now I must go alone as my mind focuses on one reason after another for the presidential summons. Why does Tapua want to see me? Before I have time to dwell on scenario after scenario, a dark figure sprints down the marble steps, hurrying toward me, his Aegean-colored pants billowing in the breeze created by his movements, resembling balloons around his legs more than an item of clothing. In a way, he looks like a blueberry rolling toward me. I inch my way closer to the steps, aware that the only reason this man is here is because it is his job to greet me, and as he comes closer, my mind recognizes him as the same man that greeted me and the others when I was here for the ceremony. Arbiter Noni! Kalab, the Minister of Affairs, greets me. You're here. Good, good. Follow me. He hurries back up the steps, but despite how fast his feet move, he doesn't cover much distance, since for every 3 of his steps, one of mine manages to keep pace. He should learn to walk with dignity and to stand tall and proud like us arbiters. As we go up the marble stairs and through the magnificent doors, the sun's light intensifies, shaking off the sleepiness of the morning, letting everyone know that now is the time to be awake. Like before, we pass under the dome, and like before, I find myself staring up at it and the paintings of glorious moments within Arel, wondering about them, about the past, about how the city was formed, and wondering if there was a time when dark-skinned and fair-skinned walked together as equals, instead of separated. I must have stopped walking because Caleb clears his throat to shake me from my ponderings. My apologies, I say, as I continue to follow him up the marble steps and the amber ribbons that weave their way through them, reminding me of endless rivers forming their own tangled web of illusion. It is magnificent, Caleb says with a wink. Now come along. We mustn't keep President Tapua waiting. His feet scuffle on the marble floor, squeaking as he hurries off with me walking behind him in a calm fashion, while moving my eyes around to take in the ornate engravings on the walls as they snake up from the floor to the ceiling, looking like candlesticks that are stuck in the wall and can come alive at any moment. I force myself to quit mesmerizing at the grandeur of the palace, though it is difficult, as this is only my second time in the presidential palace and its elegant acquisitions, and I hurry after Caleb as he takes me up the first flight of stairs and to the 2 staircases that branch upward, veering to the one on the left. Unable to contain myself, I place my palm on the railing, remembering that, when I was first here, Caleb had said it was made out of lala palm, and it is still just as smooth as the day it was first created. I remove my hand when Caleb glances back in my direction, winking at me again as though I am some fresh-faced recruit. When we reach the top, the light dissipates into shadowed mystique as we stroll down the corridor into an area that I assume is the private living space of the 2 presidents. But what catches my notice is not the change in atmosphere, but the portrait of a man, tall and proud, with an air of arrogance as he holds his chin high and looks down his nose at any unfortunate enough to cross the path below him, donning the archway at the end. Our first president, says Caleb, somehow knowing that my eyes have been drawn there. Our current ones are descended from him, pure-blooded Arelians, fit to rule, govern us. Come, come. I keep my eyes on the portrait as chills go up and down my spine, making me wary of what lies ahead, and of Tapiwa's true intentions for summoning me here. Once through the archway, darkness overshadows us until we reach a burgundy door with a silver knocker with silver hinges, each with the Arelian insignia engraved on it, and the door handle shaped like a blazing fire that appears to burn as Caleb opens the door after giving a quick knock, and the light contained within the room spills out, enveloping me in its dissonance. I step through the doorway and into a room that seems to be from a different era or place. The ticking of a grandfather clock fills my ears as my boots cease to clack on the marble floor and sink into a Persian rug that stretches across the room, almost filling it to capacity, held down by Burgundy chairs, whose scarlet texture accentuate the wine-colored rug as flecks of gold and emerald threads weave their way throughout the rug itself, adding a splash of color to the ivory ceiling above us. I brush the arm of one of the chairs, remarking at its silkiness, and wondering where they acquired such a thing, but I cannot deny the elegance it lends the suite's outer room. As I observe every ounce of color, furniture, and the lighting, the one thing that strikes me as absent is President Tapiwa herself. Caleb gives me an embarrassed smile and excuses himself before hurrying to a mahogany door on the far side of the room, giving it a quick knock before opening it and slipping inside. But despite his efforts to close it, the latch slips and the door swings open enough for me to peer inside. I know I shouldn't, but curiosity gets the better of me, and I lean over to sneak a peek. A scurry of movement and shadows hurry around the room as a figure crawls off the bed and to a chair, where a lilac-colored robe, made from the thinnest of materials, hangs, while a naked Kumi remains where he is, chuckling at the commotion, giving credence to the rumors about the nature of their relationship. As Caleb and Tapiwa approach the door, I straighten back up, doing my best to pretend that I have not been snooping and that I am not interested in what goes on here. "Noni," Tapiwa says through a honeyed smile, exposing her stark white teeth and the pearls within them. "It is good of you to come." I flash a quick grin as both she and I know that anyone who refuses a presidential summons suffers the consequences. "Thank you, Caleb," Tapiwa says, dismissing her Minister of Affairs, and he bows, leaving without a sound. "You must be wondering why I asked you here," she says as she strolls over to a desk that is built into the wall and presses a button, bringing up a monitor, her sheer robe leaving little to the imagination as to what lies underneath as it parts, almost allowing one of her breasts to spill out, but I remain silent. She is the president, and I am nothing more than an arbiter. Outside the presidential palace, I have authority, but here, I am little more than a plebeian. "I must say that you are an enigma, Noni. Your exploits in the Trial of Fears was quite the show and proof of how well-trained our arbiters are, and that I made the right choice." She watched that? I know Moeller's had, and that all recruits at the training facility will be forced to watch it, but what is her interest in it? "Your tenacity is what we need right now," Tapiwa continues. "Tell me, what caused you to demand the challenge?" "The challenge was presented to me, and an arbiter never refuses a contest. To do so would be to admit failure. And, as we are often reminded, failure is death. Such bravery is what I need right now." The monitor flashes to life and images appear. I study them, wondering where they are from and what this all means as the reports scroll across the screen, broken only by the intermittent flashes of people struggling to carry loads that weigh more than they do. "As you will recall, I had asked you to go to the mines some time ago, but your shoulder needed time to heal after your exemplary actions during the bombings." For a moment, I stand dumbfounded, until I remember that she had told me about the mines, and I had accepted, but so much has happened since that I had forgotten all about it. "Yes, ma'am," I reply, when I realize that one is expected of me, while administering an internal reprimand to myself for having forgotten all this, and how I was forced to sentence Chase to work in one of the agricultural sectors. "We've been having a problem at the mines," continues Tapiwa. "Production is down, and it appears that Commandant Gant is having difficulty meeting quotas. Without the ore from the mines, we cannot power our homes or our businesses. Arel depends upon the ore for survival and way of life. It is vital for our existence that production increases. This much you know. However, It appears that there has also been some unrest at the mines. According to some reports, it appears that the workers there have this idea that they can be contrary. Such obstinance cannot be allowed, or we will all suffer. Then, perhaps someone should be sent there to remind Commandant Gant what failure means, I say, reiterating what I know she wants to hear and what is expected of me. A grin snakes across Tapiwa's face, making me feel as though I have just stepped into a trap, as an unnatural heat rises within me and settles around the base of my neck. That is where you come in? I bite my tongue to keep from voicing the words that enter my mind. I want you to go to the mines. All I get from Commandant Gant are excuses, and what I want are results. I want you to observe the mines and do what is necessary to increase production. With all due respect, I begin, choosing my words with care, should a more experienced arbiter be sent? I know very little about the mines. Your shoulder is healed, is it not? It is. Most arbiters do not display your sense of strong will. I need someone who does not flinch when faced with an impossible task and who will see things through. Your actions in the trial of fears prove that you are willing to do what is necessary to accomplish a goal. That is what I need right now. I would not have considered you otherwise. Though her words make sense, there is still a gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach that she is not telling the entire truth behind her reasons for sending me, and an ever-increasing suspicion that Moeller's challenging me to the trial of fears was no accident. Of course, you won't be going alone. A more experienced arbiter will be sent with you to ensure that Commandant Gant heeds your authority. I will expect constant reports. Yes, ma'am, I reply, knowing that I am committed to this venture whether I want to be or not. Are there any questions? Plenty, but I know that I cannot voice them here, so I settle on one. When do I leave? Tomorrow. Tapiwa presses another button on the desk and the door to the suite opens, allowing Caleb inside. Madam President, he says with a bow. Caleb, Tapiwa responds, please see to it that our guest finds her way out. Tomorrow? So soon? Questions burn within me, each wanting its own set of answers, but with the way Tapiwa turns her back on me and stares at the door leading to the bedchamber, I reconsider my initial desire to voice my mind and salute her before heading for the door, knowing that I have been dismissed. Good luck, she says as I leave, confirming that there is more going on here than just the simple task of addressing the lack of production at the mines. Caleb ushers me through the corridor, down the marble staircases, and out the door in such a hurry that I do not remember setting foot outside as the bronze gate closes behind me and the arbiter standing guard glares at me, warning me to move along instead of loitering. Deciding it best to make myself scarce, I hurry down to the nearest railcar platform and hop on a train before the doors close, not paying much attention as we speed along, leaving the tall glass buildings with their pristine exteriors reflecting the backdrop of Arel for the more dilapidated, crumbling structures of the eastern sector. Just like everyone else, when the railcar stops, I get off, not caring that people give me a wide berth so as not to end up on the receiving end of an arbiter's wrath. I cannot stop thinking about the task Tapiwa has charged me with. To not accept it will result in severe consequences, and not just for me. But I am not qualified, which makes me wonder what her true intentions are. Is she toying with me, or does she believe in my abilities? As my mind ponders over the morning's events, my feet lead me back to the manor, back to the place I have called home for over a year, and the front door, its glass still green from mold growing in between the panes, slides open, allowing me to cross its threshold. Sheila busies herself with scrubbing the spokes of the railing for the staircase and glances in my direction, flashing me a quick grin, but making certain that no one else notices. I return the gesture, but before I have time to hurry up to my room, Commander Vi calls me from her office. Noni, a word. My heart skips a beat, as I wonder what it is I must have done wrong to demand such a summons. I stalk over to her office, knowing that there is no getting out of whatever it is she wishes to speak with me about, and shut the door behind me as I step inside. She sits behind her desk, with all the items upon it either stacked or in neat little rows where nothing is out of place. Have a seat. I do a double take. I have been summoned to Commandeer Vi's office before, but never asked to sit down. She keeps her eyes on me as she waits for me to take the only chair in the room beside hers, so I sit down as ordered, still unsure of why I am here.
How was your meeting with President Tapiwa?
I do not bother asking how she knows about it. Of course, she knows about it. No one can receive a presidential summons and not have their commanding officer be aware of it as well. It went well, I say, being careful in my choice of words, unsure if this is a test or not. You do not sound convinced. I could scold myself. Commander Vi always sees through me, despite my best attempts at hiding my true feelings about something. I have been ordered to go to the mines to get them in order, I say, still not believing it myself and grappling with the fact that such a task has been thrust upon me. Commander Vi glances around as though she is afraid of being overheard before she opens her mouth again. Be wary of her. Ma'am? Again, Commander Vi looks around as though she is afraid of being overheard. The mines are dangerous, more so than the outposts. Few who go there ever leave. How do you... Another of my arbiters was sent there once 2 years back. He never survived his first night. What? I say without thinking, and the word is out of my mouth before I can stop it. Commander Vi leans over her desk and speaks in a low voice. Tapiwa is more like a cat. She toys with people, sizing them up, before deciding what to do with them, and for some reason, she has taken a keen interest in you. May I ask why? You made quite the impression at the ceremony, and another impression in the aftermath of the attack, and a third when you defeated the Trial of Fears. Why would she watch? All you need to concern yourself with is the fact that she did. Did she tell you anything else? I will be accompanied by a more senior arbiter. Commander Vi leans back in her chair as a pleased expression crosses her face. When do you leave? Tomorrow. Listen, and listen well, Noni. Trust no one outside of these walls, except the senior arbiter that accompanies you. I mean it. Trust no one, but the arbiter that is with you. Commander, I say, getting the feeling that there is much more at stake than me being sent away for a temporary assignment. Is something wrong? Much is happening that makes little sense. Keep your mind sharp, keep your wits about you, and do not, under any circumstance, let your guard down. When you return, I will want to read the report you are to send to Tapiwa. Yes, Commander. Dismissed. Confused, I stand up, salute Commander Vi, and leave her office, wondering what just happened and why her words to me were so cryptic. What does she know that I do not? I feel like a pawn in a grander scheme, and it angers me. As the door shuts behind me, I spot Gwen carrying a tray into the kitchen. She takes one look in my direction and hurries away, refusing to acknowledge me. Not that I blame her. I am the reason that her brother is no longer here. And as the memory of that incident fills me, my heart aches. I hope Chase is well and is allowed to return soon. Gwen shouldn't be alone. A door closes upstairs, jerking me from my moment of self-pity, and I wander over to the stairs and go up to my room to prepare for what tomorrow brings. Chapter 10. The farms. My legs feel as though they have been bound in cement and scrunched up against my body to the point where their current position will now be permanent, as I try wiggling my toes inside my boots while the transport bounces up and down on the uneven dirt road. We have been on the road for a day, without stopping, except for the few instances where someone needed to relieve themselves. I try to look out the window, but there is little point in doing so as the blackness of night greets me, and with no moon, there is not even the tiniest of light to see anything. Pitch black. That it is. I glance at Renal as he sits straight-backed in the front seat with his eyes straight ahead. One can only imagine my relief when I saw Renal waiting at the main entrance to the manor with a single bag, ready to depart upon my say-so. Commander Vi had told me to only trust the senior arbiter that accompanies me. Somehow, she must have known it would be Renal, or she called in a few favors to ensure it would be him. Either way, I am pleased that he is with me, even though he hasn't said a single word. I shift as best as I can, as a few pins and needles radiate through my legs from having been in the same position for hours, though my attempts at relieving the pressure on my knees proves to be futile as my back now hurts, which is soon mitigated the moment my head slams into the top of the vehicle as we roll over a deep pothole. Though my head now aches, I refrain from rubbing it as arbiters are supposed to be able to endure pain and discomfort. Be like Renal, I tell myself, as I straighten up and do my best to remain still and alert, just like Commander Vi had warned me to. Another jolt knocks me around as we hit another hole in the road, making me wish that this road was paved. Before I have time to get back into my seat, a bright white light shines into the dusty front window of the transport, illuminating every corner, every crevice, and showcasing just how grimy the seats are, making me wish that the darkness would come back just so I do not have to look at them. The brightness of the light forces me to shield my eyes as it blinds us all, and the transport comes to a halt. I shift, trying to get a better look at where the light comes from. Remain still, Renal warns me as armed guards run up to the transport, pointing their weapons at us, and as they pass in front, blocking the spotlight, I notice the heavy artillery on top of a giant wall that impedes our desire to go forward, all of them armed and ready to fire upon any threats that come their way. Following Renal's advice, I sit up straight and clench my muscles, ordering them to remain still, to not flinch or do anything that would give the guards cause to react with force. A gloved fist bangs on the driver's window and the driver opens it. "State your business," demands the guard that the gloved fist belongs to. "Arbiter Garil, serial number G76329, replies the driver as his tattoo is scanned. "We are here at the behest of President Tapiwa." A fist pounds on Renal's window while another knocks on mine. Together, Renal and I give our name and serial number, and both of our tattoos on the back of our necks are scanned, verifying our identities. "You may go inside," says the guard to the driver, "and park where you are told. Do as you are told. Any deviance will be met with force." The driver puts the transport into gear and eases it forward as the gate swings outward, opening just enough for us to go in, and as the spotlight leaves us, I take the chance to sneak a peek at the giant wall surrounding whatever lies hidden inside, reminding me of Arel's wall that serves as a protective barrier from the outside wall, as well as a set of concrete bars designed to keep the inhabitants inside at all times. No one leaves, no one enters. That is how it is, and the same must be true here. The sound of tires upon gravel fill my ears as the engine reverberates in the vehicle, causing everything within me to resonate as the driver eases us inside, pulling into the designated spot marked for us. More guards surround us, their black helmets reflecting the lights around us, allowing no one to see their faces. Renal opens his door and steps out of the transport. I do the same. The moment I touch the door handle, a bit of burnt red touches my hand, turning my walnut-colored skin crimson, and as I step out, I glance to the source of the light, noting that dawn has arrived as the sun peeks over the horizon, shedding the first rays of its magnificence on the world. But even though it should bring me warmth, all I feel is coldness as the barrels of weapons glare at me, ready to fire if their masters will it. Once again, I take my cue from Renal as he steps forward with slow, deliberate steps, and I do the same, keeping my hands where they can be seen. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," says a jovial voice as an arbiter steps forth with the stripes of a commandant on his shoulders. The guards relax their weapons, but remain ready to respond should Renal or I try anything while the driver remains in the transport. "You must be Arbiter Noni," the man says to me. "Yes, sir," I reply, saluting him. "Commandant Firth at your service," he introduces himself, and he pauses as he looks at Renal. "Lieutenant Renal." "Welcome!" Commandant Firth waves his arms. "Come, don't mind them." He points at the guards who still watch us with icy stares, ready to attack us should we try anything. "They won't bite." Something tells me that biting us is not what they have in mind, as we walk past the guards and their helmeted heads turn in our direction as we move, keeping their eyes fixed upon us. With each step, the sun rises higher in the sky, turning the red dirt orange, before lighting up the sky enough for the dirt and the grass around us to shine bright in their natural colors. We follow Commandant Firth up a set of steps built into the side of a hill as he leads us into the compound, and as I reach the top, my eyes widen at the sight that lies before me. Fields upon fields of crops stretch out before us, filling every inch of land as a massive wall surrounds it, that seems to stretch on for miles, and as I remain transfixed, the sun's rays move over the fields, lighting up tomatoes, corn, wheat, beans, carrot stalks, peppers, radishes, blueberries, strawberries, cherry trees, an apple grove, parsnips, and grapevines. Further onward are fences that circle around the crops as Shapes strolls back and forth behind them, and I wonder if they are livestock. "Magnificent, isn't it?" says Commandant Firth. "Yes, sir," I reply, unsure of what else to do. "Welcome to the farms." Commandant Firth walks forward, finding some steps that lead down into the fields themselves, and both Renal and I follow, knowing what is expected of us. I must say that I was surprised to receive a special communication from President Tapiwa regarding your arrival, but I guess that it is important for even arbiters to know where their food comes from. "I do as I am told," I say, when I realize that Commandant Firth expects me to shed light upon my presence here. But in all honesty, I have no idea why I am here. Tapiwa said that I was to go to the mines. She never mentioned a detour to the farms except, "Chase is here." I had sent him here, and he had not returned to the manor, meaning that he should still be here. Does she know about him? Did she know about the incident that landed him here, and my lenient punishment as a way of sparing him? Shadows move from the edges of the fields, closing in on the crops with their shovels, rakes, and scythes. And it take a moment before I realize that these are people, and the closer I look, the more I realize that they are plebeians and only plebeians. Some of the places I had gone to had a mixture of both plebeians and citizens who had broken Arelian law, but here, only plebeians work the fields while their overseers, Arelians in green uniforms, signifying that they work for the agricultural sector, walk the fields directing the plebeian field hands. I watch as they move into the fields, or the orchards, and start weeding or chipping away at the hard dirt to make a space for a new plant, while arbiters line the edges. Some wander through the fields as well, keeping watch on everyone and everything, ready to act should trouble arise. Commandant Firth continues down the steps, which are nothing more than metal grates shoved into dugout sections of the slight hill and filled in with loose gravel, mimicking steps, and our boots clomp with each step until we reach the rock-solid ground at the bottom. Here is where we grow the food that feeds all of Arel. The fields are plowed every season, Commandant Firth says, as he leads us down a row of legumes while the sounds of shovels hitting dirt surround us. Crops are rotated. There is never a time when we are not toiling over the land. "What about winter?" I ask. Commandant Firth smiles, pleased that I asked a question, for which he can showcase how well he runs this place. "Let me show you." Renal and I follow the Commandant to the edge of the field. A few eyes glance in our direction before diverting themselves back to their work, while hoping to go unnoticed, as he leads us down a path as the sun's warmth envelops us, while we walk until we come to an overgrowth of apple trees and tall, transparent buildings, with beads of moisture covering their walls, allowing no one to peek inside at the treasures contained within. As the Commandant approaches a doorway to one of these buildings, a plebeian opens it for him, allowing us through. It's as though I have just walked into a sauna, as an intense wave of moisture hits me, covering my uniform, causing little droplets of water to form on the sleeves of my jacket. But the moment the leaf of a plant touches my cheek, I pause. All around me are various plants, just like the ones outside, but are contained by pots and either hang from the ceiling or are on shelves. Lush green leaves holding bountiful fruit surround me, plunging me into a sort of edible jungle as I wander around the greenhouse, observing all the plants and the plebeians that tend them. "These greenhouses," says Commandant Firth, "are what get us through the winter. They run year-round, and without them, the people of Arel would starve." Renal gives the Commandant a glance as though to warn him to not embellish his role in feeding Arel too much, and the Commandant rethinks his words. "We try to grow most of what we need outside, but sometimes it isn't enough. This is one of 30 greenhouses. They are all climate-controlled. There is a sprinkler system that runs through the ceiling here. He points upward, and for the first time I notice a series of pipes with sprinkler heads attached to them, lining the ceiling of the greenhouse, which is on a timer. Every half hour it turns on and waters the plants. The crops in here are tended every day and with the utmost of care. Commandant Firth leads us to the other end of the greenhouse where a door is, and through another door to the outside. The moment I cross the threshold, I cough from the sudden dryness of the air, but manage to swallow enough spit so as to moisten my throat and prevent myself from coughing anymore, as it can be seen as a sign of weakness, and weakness is never permitted. The livestock we keep are contained over there, says Commandant Firth. We have cows and chickens and we keep them separated. The mooing of a cow grabs my attention, and I turn in time to watch a plebeian pour water into a trough for it to drink from, while others go into the chicken coops with baskets, coming out a few minutes later with eggs. What is that over there? I ask, pointing at a black building with no windows, no discernible doors, and looking as though uninvited guests are not welcomed. The slaughterhouse, says Commandant Firth. We will not be going there. It appears that I am not to see everything here. We walk underneath an arch of branches, hanging low from the apples that weigh it down, as the Commandant leads us to another part of the massive farm, and I find myself glad to be in the shade and away from the increasing warmth of the sun. As we continue, something gnaws at me, and I find myself wondering where we are going. A quick peek at Renal tells me that he is also uneasy, as his eyes dart from vantage point to vantage point, but he never says anything, preferring the advantage of silence. As we continue to follow Commandant Firth to an unknown part of the massive farm, I start to open my mouth to inquire where we are going when I notice a man, about my age, leaning over a shovel in the bright sunshine as he rams it into the ground, scooping away dirt. Is it? The hair, the build, it has to be Chase, but I cannot see his face. My heart skips, excited to know that he is alive, but angered at the fact that he is still here. Gwen has not stopped crying since he left, and I cannot bear the fact that she carries that loneliness with her. I open my mouth to ask about that area, just so the Commandant will take us closer to Chase, but I needn't bother because it seems as though Commandant Firth can read my mind and diverts his trek through the apple grove to the field beyond and the man with the shovel. The closer we get, the more my heart pounds from excitement and fear. I take in a deliberate, yet slow breath, willing my nerves to quiet themselves as I do not want to attract unwanted attention. But the closer we get, the harder it becomes. An arbiter strolls past the man with the shovel and appears to say something to him. Curious, I stop, wondering what is going on, but before I can ponder the interaction between the arbiter and Chase, he runs off, throwing the shovel to the side. It kicks up a bit of dust as it hits the ground, and heads for the wall. He sprints, ignoring the shouts and the commands, but something about this seems off. The arbiter that had spoken to him just stands there watching the proceedings as Chase runs before it hits me. This is a setup. I start to open my mouth, start to yell, but Renal stops me. "Escapee!" he shouts, which seems to force the surrounding arbiters into action, as though they were waiting for someone to say something. I watch, helpless, as they raise their weapons and fire. No warning, nothing, and my heart stops as the man drops to the ground, unmoving. I cannot stay here as he lays dying. I can't. I take off, ignoring Renal's attempts to stop me, and stop as one of the guards flip the fallen man with his boot and come to a halt when I see the face. It's not Chase. Relieved, I release the air I have been holding in my lungs, glad that it is not him lying dead on the ground, but that relief turns to anger and bewilderment. This was meant for me. Every fiber in my being tells me that this little show was meant for me as a warning, a test, or both. My fists clench, but before I can go any further, Renal appears by my side and grips my arm, warning me to rein in my temper. "You seem anxious," says Commandant Firth in a nonchalant tone, as though he has been studying my actions, and for a brief moment, I wonder whom he will be reporting this to. Or is that relief I see? Fury, I reply. Are you incapable of keeping your plebeians in line? One runs off and your arbiters act as though they are sleeping on the job. He should have been dealt with the moment he dropped his shovel. The commandant studies my actions, but I keep the tone of my voice even, but harsh, the sort of harshness one expects an arbiter to have, but I can tell he is not buying my response. To sell it, I stalk over to the dead plebeian on the ground. I have no idea who he is, but am convinced that he was told to run just so he could be sacrificed. With the commandant watching, I swing my foot back and ram it into the side of the dead plebeian's head, causing it to snap before approaching the commandant. One less piece of plebeian trash is of no consequence, but your lack of control over this is disturbing. Perhaps I shall include this in my report to President Tapiwa. The commandant's face twitches. If this was all for my benefit, Commandant Firth seems to not want any of it to reflect upon him. There will be no need. I will ensure that such an incident never happens again. I keep my eyes planted on him, hoping to make him sweat underneath the uniform of his, but Renal cuts it short. Is there anything else, Commandant? We do have a schedule to keep. Yes, of course, replies the Commandant as he leads us away from the dead plebeian and back to where our transport is parked. As we head back, curious eyes glance at us, making certain not to linger for too long as the people they belong to keep their mouths sealed. But unease flows over me as we march through the fields until we reach the steps. I do not wait to be told what to do and go up them in a hurry, making my way to the transport where the driver waits for both Renal and me. Thank you, Commandant, Renal says as we get inside the transport and the driver starts the engine. Commandant Firth says nothing as the vehicle heads for the gates, which open up enough to let us through, before sealing behind us, and as we drive away, the feeling that the artillery on the wall remains trained on us refuses to leave me. I force myself to remain facing forward, instead of sneaking a look back as the gates disappear in the distance, but despite my anxiety about what the mines will bring, only one thing remains on my mind. Chase, where are you? Chapter 11. The Mines. A few wisps of clouds brush the sun, darkening everything for a second until they pass, as the transport rolls into the mines, past armed guards ready to fire upon anyone who proves to be a threat. I remain facing forward, not wanting to appear too interested in the people working the mines, but curiosity keeps a tight hold on me, so I move my eyes toward the window for a quick peek. Worn eyes return my gaze, filled with hollow ambition, void of any desire to do more than what is required of them. Their despondency gnaws at me, and a lump forms in my throat as I am reminded of the plebeian quarters where the same misery resides. A mural of wretched faces passes by my window, poised and positioned just so with grungy rags tied around their mouths in a pathetic attempt to prevent them from breathing in the choking clouds of dust, as though an artist placed them there to capture and convey just the right amount of emotional evocation. Sunken cheeks creep by the window as a man, coated in ashen dust, flicks his gaze toward the transport before jerking it away and going back to his work. I swallow another lump. The abasement of this place radiates from each person here, from the darkest corner deep within the mine to the brightest spot outside. But not even the sun can comfort this place as its light dwindles when it touches the dirt, unable to bring about any form of solace. The transport stops. I take a quick look at Renal, who remains erect and unmoving, just like I have seen Commander Vi do so many times, before opening the door and stepping out of the protected interior of the vehicle and into my newest assignment. A man marches up to us, his quick steps leaving deep impressions within the sifting soil, surrounded by 3 guards dressed in full armor with helmets that conceal their faces. Remaining still, I make certain to not give the guards any excuse to shoot me. A woman's scream snaps my attention. I turn, unable to stop myself, and find a woman, a citizen, lying on the ground with her arms in front of her, begging the guard beating her with a switch to stop. I shift my foot to confront it when a hand grips my arm, stopping me. Its force unnerves me, and I look up into the Renal's eyes, warning me to stay out of it. "Welcome," says the man marching up to us, and the creased lines of his black uniform stand out in the sunlight. "I am Commandant Gant, and you must be Arbiter Noni." He wraps my hand in his own, and the grin on his face makes the misshapen dark spot on his ebony cheek, a sign that he has spent a fair amount of time outdoors. Wrinkle. Thank you, I say, unsure of how to respond. This way. The commandant waves us forward, taking the lead as he walks further into the compound amidst a symphony of shovels hitting dirt, pickaxes striking rock, and the squeaking wheels of the mine carts ambling down their tracks, overloaded with treasures. He leads us to a haphazard structure that looks as though it had been slapped together with little thought to safety or durability, as its roof slumps in the middle from neglect, while the posts supporting the entrance tip inward toward each other. I study it a moment, doubtful if it will remain standing while we are inside, but Commandant Gant stomps through the sliding doors, encrusted with dirt, coloring them brown, and the rest of us follow. A few seconds pass for my eyes to adjust after being in the sunshine, and I twist on the spot, taking in the wall-sized monitors bursting with images of workers slumped over, weighted down by their tools, as they trudge into the darkened caverns of the underground in search of treasure coveted by Arel. The outside of the building may have appeared to be a hermit's humble dwelling, but the inside is awash in Arel's glorious technology, as arbiters sit in front of monitors, each with a headset on, speaking into it, communicating with the guards that patrol the mines, keeping a careful watch on those under their supervision. Inaudible messages meld with the womp-womp of the fan spinning above us in its meager attempt to stir the air to prevent the room from feeling hot. A familiar face on a monitor catches my attention. Is that? It cannot be. Did he see me when I first pulled into the mines and follow me to the command center where he stands, trying to avoid the guards while waiting to see if he saw who he thinks he saw? But he is supposed to be... Arbiter Noni! I jerk away from the monitor, remembering where I am and why I am here, as Commandant Gant's voice bursts through my all-consuming thoughts. Commandant, I say, having no idea what he had just asked me. The Commandant, Renal says, saving me from embarrassment once again, is interested to know your opinion on the workers' productivity. I turn away from the monitor, from the face that seized my attention, formulating the words needed to appease the Commandant. I do not want to appear as though I am taking over his job, while saving face in front of the others within the room. You have quite the setup here, Commandant, I say in a pleasant voice, but you know why I am here. That answer should force Commandant Gant to repeat what he had said while I was distracted. It does. As I was saying, we are a copper mine, and as you know, our productivity is down, the presidents are not happy, and if we fail to get productivity up... His voice trails off, but he doesn't need to finish his statement. We all know what happens to those who fail. At the present, continues Commandant Gant, this mine produces about 20,000 pounds of copper ore to send to the smelters. Presidents Kumi and Tapiwa wish that to increase to 30,000, which brings us to why you are here. He says that last bit with doubt and disdain, which does not surprise me. I have a job to do, I say, just like you. Yes, but, begins Commandant Gant. Arbiter Noni may be young in years, but she has proven herself more than capable of the most harrowing of tasks. Renal interrupts, his tone carrying a sense of finality to this direction in the conversation, and once again, I wonder if he is more than just an arbiter assigned to the eastern sector like me. Such musings are cast aside as Commandant Gant steers the conversation back to my reason for being here. I'm questioning nothing. As you can see, the Commandant directs our attention to one of the monitors with images of workers, plebeians, and citizens together, filling a minecart with bags full of ore or copper. Our workers move slowly and lack any sort of enthusiasm in performing their duty to Arel. By the bony features on many of them, as their limbs lack muscle, making me wonder how these walking skeletons stand at all, I see why they have no enthusiasm. How much are they fed throughout the day? A single ration, replies Commandant Gant. That should be increased, I say, my voice dispassionate yet firm. Increased? Protests Commandant Gant, but Renal clears his throat, silencing the man. Yes, increased. You want them to perform intense manual labor for 10 or 12 hours a day, yet you do not feed them enough, and each worker will be allowed a day of rest. Even in the training facility, recruits received 1 day a week that was their own, with no drill, no studies, just relaxation. We cannot shut down this mine for a day. You won't. The mine will continue to operate 7 days a week, but the workers will be divided into groups, and each group will be rotated so that everyone gets at least 1 day to rest. This is absurd! Are you questioning Arbiter Noni's orders? Asks Renal, a dangerous edge to his voice, and thereby questioning the presidents themselves? Commandant Gant rethinks his words. No, sir. Well, I think this is ridiculous. The workers are here to work. That is their job. They are just plebeians or people striped of their citizenship, says a cold, yet familiar voice, and I turn, wishing that the person speaking is not who I think she is, but disappointment has long been my companion. Graylin stands on the edges of the room, proud and defiant, believing that everyone should care about her opinion, and still acting as though she can do whatever she desires and get away with it, as was the case on most occasions at the training facility. Renal directs his annoyance toward her. Name, rank, he demands, and Graylin shrinks under his harsh tone. Graylin, arbiter, she replies, keeping her voice devoid of fear, even though she takes a step back from Renal. Your business here? I am here to help the workers navigate the mines and find abundant deposits of copper ore. That makes sense, as much as I hate admitting it. With her ability to see in the dark, she is a valuable asset, and in a place such as this, she will have no trouble spotting rich deposits or helping the miners dig new tunnels. So why are you not in the mines? Asks Renal. I am here to file a report. Grelin falters underneath Renal's intense gaze. Report, commands Renal. Grelin swallows, knowing that she has taken on more than she can handle, as Renal intends to make an example of her. Commandant Gant, we have encountered a blockage. We will need digging equipment to clear it out if we wish to access the rich deposits behind it. Understood, replies Commandant Gant. Graylin turns to leave, but Renal stops her. I think you're forgetting something. Graylin's glare could curdle milk, but she remains in control of her mouth, faces me and says, My apologies, Arbiter Noni. It is not my place to question your authority here. Dismissed, Renal says, and Graylin rushes out of the room, hurrying through the sliding doors and disappearing into the sunlight. I release the breath that has been trapped in my lungs, kept there from the surprise of Graylin's presence, and I have a feeling it will not be the last my surprise is. Commandant Gant, I would like to see the rest of this facility. Relieved and pleased to feel important again, the Commandant urges Renal and me to follow him through another door leading into the center of the mines itself. This is the sorting area, he says, his tone robotic, and I watch as 3 people struggle to push a minecart. Bits of rock drop off the top of its load, up a small rise where they tip it over and dump the contents. Others rush up and seize the misshapen lumps of rock, throwing them into different piles to be loaded into dump trucks, their soiled and bony fingers almost the same thickness as the rest of them. Any ore found will be sent to the smelters, while the stuff deemed unusable is cast aside and dumped in the wildlands. Renal and I follow behind Commandant Gant as he leads us down a hill and toward the entrance to the mine. Vacant eyes look up from their work for a moment before casting themselves downward, pretending to have not been interested in our presence and hoping that we will ignore them. Movement causes me to look behind. For a moment, I believe that the same familiar person I saw on the monitors follows us, but I cannot be certain, nor can I show too much interest, as my place is here, and my duty is to complete the task assigned to me. Commandant Gant's voice drones on, not caring if anyone listens, concerned more with hearing himself talk, but amidst his prideful boasts of quality production, despite the fact that the reason I have been sent here proves otherwise, all my mind focuses on is the forlorn, wrinkled, and soiled faces before me, trudging in and out of the mine shaft with apathy and death as their constant companions. As though rooted to the ground, my feet refuse to move another step, forcing me to remain where I am, surrounded by the workers and their guards. The creaking of wheels draw my attention. 2 workers trudge up the hill, pushing a grime-encrusted minecart, stopping when they reach the top and stepping away for a second. 1 second too long. The brake pops free, and the cart edges its way down the slope, picking up speed as it goes until it careens downward. "Look out!" someone shouts. Guards and workers dodge out of the way of the raging cart, missing it by seconds. Among the chaos, a man stands up, chucking his shovel to the ground where it plops in the lifeless dirt before charging for the rails, his shredded pants flapping behind him, clearing themselves of metallic dust in a feeble attempt to cleanse themselves for this final act. He stops in the middle of the tracks. Shouts and yells for him to move rage all around me before silence crushes them, and helplessness takes its hold as we watch the cart crash into the man, crushing him, smearing his flesh and bones across the tracks, a poor testament of his meager existence, before skipping the tracks and overturning, where it slides on its side with debris shooting out of its bed until it stops. As the noon sun illuminates the fresh blood blanketing the tracks, people turn away, going back to their work, and the cold melody of their digging tools fill the air. I stand frozen in time, staring at blood, reminded of the woman at the factory who chose death over a life of forced servitude, while memories of the infant she tried to protect inundate my mind, accusing me of being no better than the heartless guards joking about the man's final act of desperation. Someone speaks to me, but my ears do not transmit his words to my brain. The taunting, the laughing, their callous reaction to what has happened infuriates me, igniting a rage that has sat dormant for years, only surfacing when my survival depended on it. But it threatens to escape its imprisonment, desperate for justice. Or is it revenge it wants? A guard throws someone to the ground and I whirl around to see what is happening. He raises his switch and brings it down upon the poor victim, and as it strikes pale flesh, the face I had been seeing since I arrived, the face I thought I saw on the monitors, stares up at the guard in defiance. It is Chase. My feet charge across the dirt, kicking up poofs of silty sand, as they carry me across the embankment to where Chase lies on the ground with his arms around his face, protecting it from the guard's wrath. I plow into the guard, knocking him to the ground and stand over him, my feet shoulder-width apart and my fists clenched, ready to fight.
Striking a starved plebeian is easy, I say. But if it is a challenge you want, why don't you face someone who can fight back?
After the words are out of my mouth, I scold myself for being so rash and making such a bold statement. But despite my second thoughts, I remain firm in my stance so that those watching remain unaware of the turmoil within me. The challenge has been made. Now, I must see it through. The guard removes his helmet and I almost gasp at the face that greets me. Trevor's. What is he doing here? Possibilities for his assignment here roil through my mind, each one dismissed, until I think of the only reason that makes sense. Aside from the probability that this could be some sort of punishment, they must be grooming him to be a marshal. When recruits graduate from the training facility, some are selected for specialized training to become marshals. If this is the case, then Trevor's presence at the factory, as well as here, makes sense because marshals in training are sent to the most troublesome regions of Arel to test their resolve before they are allowed to monitor other arbiters. My stomach sinks at the thought of Trevor's being given the authority to arrest arbiters, but I push it aside. I must not think of it, nor can I ever voice my suspicions because those who do are never seen again, and there is no need to guess where they end up. No. Chase begins to whisper in protest, but he receives a kick in the face from another guard, forcing him to be silent. I refuse to look at him. I can't. My gaze must remain fixed on Trevor's as I wait for him to either accept or refuse my challenge. My jaw goes numb from clenching it as Trevor's makes up his mind. He chucks his helmet to the side and stands up, and it takes all my resolve not to shrink away from his overbearing height as he towers over me. I accept, growls Trevor's, and a malicious smile spreads across his face. Reno looks at me with worry in his eyes, but there is nothing he can do. I made the challenge. I must abide by it. Commandant Gant waves at a handful of guards standing nearby, and two appear, one on each side of Trevor's and me, gripping our arms and leading us away. Take them to the pit. I dislike the sound of that. Once again, hands shove me away, leading me to my fate, and I wonder if I will ever learn to control my emotions and my mouth, curious as to why neither of them have gotten me killed yet. Eyes watch us, enthralled by the spectacle, and glad to have a break from their mundane tasks. But only one pair of eyes capture my attention. They are the only ones I care about. Chase watches, worry etched on his face, creasing his tanned brow, and he follows after me, unconcerned about the repercussions should he be noticed by the arbiters surrounding us. My boots shuffle across the soil, kicking up clouds of dust, coating their shiny black exterior so that they look dull and worn, matching the footwear of the guards shoving me through the crowd. A crater appears before us, its edges jagged, jutting out in places as though it wishes to slice the air around it, while other parts of it are soft, smoothed down by time and a caressing hand. Before I have a chance to see how deep it is, my captors throw me in, and I tumble down the walls of the crater, and despite my attempt at tucking in while I roll, my body bounces down the sides, leaving a trail of dust that waves in the wind as though in greeting, or perhaps as a marker of where I am so Travers can find me with ease. A protruding rock slams into my side, causing me to wince and gasp for air, but I mustn't show weakness because it always means death. The rolling stops. I remain on the ground, willing the spinning within my head to cease as I try to catch my breath and ignore the pain in my side, feeling another bruise form on my body, a constant factor in my life. Something lands beside me. Knowing I cannot stay here, I lift myself up to my hands and knees before rising to my feet, stumbling as my legs wobble, still refusing to find their footing, desiring nothing more than to sit back down instead of being forced to support my weight. I widen my stance, forcing them hold me. Trevor stands before me, and by the slight shift in his weight, I can tell that he is also a little dizzy, and hope that perhaps he injured himself on the way down. But judging by the determined look on his face, I am not going to be that lucky. We stare at one another for a moment, each one waiting for the other to make a move, but I refuse to attack first, remembering what one of my instructors had always said, wait for your opponent to make the first move. I know Trevor's, I know his impatience. If I can remain still long enough, he will attack first. He always does. Just a moment. Renal's voice echoes across the mine. There are some rules that must be established. Such is the way. Arbiters are allowed to challenge other arbiters, but there are always rules put in place to prevent us from killing one another or causing irreparable damage. Arel cannot have its arbiters mutilating each other. Disappointment crosses Commandant Gant's face, but he remains silent, aware of the long-established rules and the consequences for breaking them. The fight ends when one of you taps out, says Renal. Neither of you are to cause permanent harm to the other. Any of you who breaks this rule will be met with swift punishment. Understood? Yes, sir, both Travers and I say at the same time, acknowledging that we understand. He charges me just like I knew he would. I sidestep, but Travers anticipates my maneuver and his feet scrape across the dirt as he changes course to counter my dodge, and he wraps his arms around my waist, knocking me to the ground. My back slams into the pebbles and silt coating the ground as I grunt from the impact and from Trevor's weight landing on top of me. A fist strikes the left side of my face. Another hits me in the temple. Dazed and unable to breathe from Trevor's crushing weight atop me, my mind races for an idea of what to do. He has always been bigger and stronger than me. His fist heads for me again, and I bring up my arm to block it, but he seizes my wrist and pins it above my head while squeezing his other hand around my throat. My mind panics from the lack of oxygen, and I must... Chase's face appears from the crowd watching us, dejected, convinced that I have lost before the fight even started. But it is all I need. Travers leans in for the kill, within reach of my other arm. Clenching my fist, but allowing one of my knuckles to poke out, I jab him in the throat, causing him to rear back and loosen his grip on my neck and pinned arm. Not wasting time, I bring up my leg, planting, my foot against the ground, and push, flipping myself over and flinging him off me. Travers crashes into the ground on his side, still gasping for air. Before he can retaliate, I roll on my side and kick him in the mouth, but as I aim another kick for him, he snatches my foot, twists, and flips me over onto my stomach. He jumps up, and I swing my foot out, aiming for his knee, but I miss, catching him in the middle of his tibia. Unfazed, Travers pounces on me, seizing me by the back of the neck, while his other hand goes between my legs, lifting me high into the air as he stands up, ready to finish me. My eyes widen in fear, taking in the hazy sky, while my back braces for what I know Travers plans to do. and in my mind, I feel it break over his knee. My hands claw at his, but his firm grip remains strong, unrelenting, and it tightens as he prepares to finish me. I have failed. My body lifts and starts to plunge downward when a single shot rings out, echoing off the walls of the pit and the hollow caverns of the mine, and as I crane my head to get a look at who fired the gun, I find Renal standing on the edge of the pit with a weapon aimed at Trevor's, ready to fire that life-ending bullet. I hang in the air, staring at the tannish sky as swirls of dust encircle us, waiting for Trevor's to make his decision. Let me go or die. He throws me to the ground, and I roll across the dirt, coating my uniform in shiny specks of dust until my body comes to a halt. Lifting my head, I notice specks of blood dripping from a gash on Trevor's right cheek where Renal's bullet grazed him as a warning. His malignant focus is on Renal, not me, as he shifts his anger to a different target. Trevor's almost broke the rule to not cause permanent harm to his opponent. He knows this, but he doesn't care. As I lie on the ground, calculating my next move, Trevor's refocuses his attention on me. We still have a match, and neither of us have tapped out. He is too strong for me. Too big. Think, Noni, I tell myself, trying to plan out a method of attack, tired of being on the defensive. You might be smaller than your opponent, but you are more agile. I remember Mandy's words to me one day after I had lost a one-on-one match to someone twice my size. Most rely on brute strength to win. You must rely on your mind. You must outthink your opponent. What are his weaknesses? Every individual has a weakness. Trevor's is overconfident, always believing he has won even before the battle begins, or that his prey is too weak to fight. How can I? Trevor's walks up to me, a smirk on his face, ready to make me pay for his lack of judgment. But every other step, he shifts his stance, and to the untrained eye, it looks as though it is nothing, but I see it for what it is. His right ankle pains him. He does a good job of concealing it, which is why I never noticed it before. Devising a plan, I remain where I am, pretending to be injured and unable to fight back. It works. Trevor's marches up to me, leering over me, convinced that he is the victor, and just when he gets within arm's reach, I fling my arms at him, backhanding him and roll on the ground, turning myself around and hook my feet around his injured ankle, forcing him to his knees. Surprise and rage fill his face, but before he can react, I jump on his shoulders, wrapping my legs around his neck and fling him to the ground, and we both land on our backs with my legs still coiled around his throat with just enough pressure to force him to give up, though I remain aware of Renal's sharp gaze fixed on me, ready to put me down should I violate the rule about permanent harm. Trevor struggles against my hold, but I remain firm, unwilling to give up. His hand thumps the ground, and I release him. Standing up, I glance around at the faces staring at me, each with a mixture of mild amusement and praise, until I find Chase's, who sighs with relief. I have won, but my victory is hollow, as we all know that if Renal had not stepped in, Trevor's would have killed me. Not waiting to be acknowledged, I climb up the side of the pit and claw my way to the top, heaving myself over the edge, not waiting for, nor expecting, any help. Chase starts to move toward me, but I shake my head at him, urging him to stay where he is so as not to arouse suspicion. "I challenge you!" yells Trevor's, his voice reverberating around us as he points at Renal. In response to the challenge, Renal takes off his uniform jacket, allowing the sweat that has built on his well-formed and black arms to glisten in the bright sunlight as it evaporates, and tosses it aside, and it lands in a crumpled heap in the dirt. Commandant Gant's eyes widen in enjoyment at the spectacle as Renal slides down the side of the pit and into its center, landing on his feet and keeping his gaze fixed on Trevor's. They circle one another for 10 seconds, a span of time that seems to stop the motion of the earth as we all watch with bated breath. Trevor's charges. Renal sidesteps, holding his fist out, allowing Trevor's to run into it. When they part, Trevor's holds his bloody nose for a second before realizing that such an act might appear weak. Renal glares at him, never speaking, never moving, his stoic face revealing nothing as he awaits Trevor's next act. Trevor's attacks again. Ducking and twisting at the same time, Renal rams the point of his elbow into Trevor's stomach before seizing him around the shoulders and flipping him onto his back, where he lands with a hard thump, and minuscule clouds of dust spiral around him, stretching upward into the air where they disperse in the wind. Renal jumps to his feet and steps away, waiting for Trevor's to get up, toying with him. Sitting up, Trevor's takes his time getting to his feet, glaring at Renal as he moves, wiping the blood pouring from his nose as he does so, the hatred evident on his face. He paces in front of Renal, who remains still, watching, never taking his eyes off him. Trevor's charges again, but Renal kicks him in the stomach before rounding on him, seizing one of his arms and wrenching it behind his back, while placing his own arm around Trevor's neck. Trevor struggles to get free at first, but the more he struggles, the more Renal tightens his grip before leaning forward and whispering in his ear. I watch, curious as to what Renal tells Trevor's, when my old enemy from the training facility bows his head and goes limp, conceding the challenge. Renal releases him and climbs out of the pit, leaving Trevor's to sulk in his own shame. Renal, I ask, allowing my curiosity to get the better of me. What did you tell... I stop speaking the moment Renal jerks his head in my direction and glares at me, bowing my own in acknowledgement of his authority. Commandant Gant, Renal says, putting his jacket back on, unconcerned about knocking the dust off his arms first. You have your orders. Now, we would appreciate it if you would show us where we will be spending our stay here. Commandant Gant waves one of the arbiters under his command over. He will show you to your quarters. As Renal and I follow the arbiter to another part of the mine, I glance at Chase one last time, wishing I could speak with him, but knowing that now is not the time. I will need to find him later, or perhaps he will find me. Chapter 12. A familiar face. The sun dips below the edge of the mine, covering us all in the shadow of the mountain and the ghoulish glow of twilight as I mosey through the exposed eating area, my boots thumping on the rotted floorboards, while I make my way to the cast-iron pot that stands as high as my waist, where plebeians line up with tin bowls, all of them different shapes, waiting for a ladleful of soup. One by one, they hold their bent bowls out for their meager meal. I watch them for a moment, the sallow faces, the hollow eyes, all coated in grime and covered in a mishmash of rags that do not deserve to be called clothes. One woman glances at me before directing her curious gaze somewhere else, while holding her hand near her cheek in a feeble effort to cover the swollen welt on it. My gaze follows the line of dark and fair-skinned mixed together, and the few eyes that look my way, filled with contempt. They all hate me, something that I have become used to since being commissioned. Raucous laughter inundates the somber feeding area, spilling over from another where arbiters feast on beans, a common staple as they are easy to ship and cook. Meat, dried and reconstituted for cooking, dried vegetables, and fresh greens. Fresh greens? How did they manage to get those here without spoilage? Their boisterous conversation mocks the somber and reserved manner of the workers who await a single bowlful of liquid detritus, unfit even for the rats that roam this place. Snatching a bowl from the stack near the beginning of the line, I march to the pot, noticing that not even a small amount of steam escapes its rim, and shove the bowl in front of the server. He looks at me for a moment, unsure of what to do. The stench of his stain-ridden apron bombards my nostrils, and I will myself not to pull back or acknowledge the putrid smell, as it will be a sign of weakness, waving it at him, indicating that he should fill it. The ladle scrapes the sides of the cast-iron pot as he dips it in the slosh and scoops out a single serving of what passes for nutrition in this place, placing it in my outstretched bowl. I stare at the pale liquid with shreds of what must have been a carrot floating in it, accompanied by something thin, something long, something that moves. I dip my pinky into the soup and brush it. The thing moves again, wiggling in agitation, and I realize that it is a maggot. Feeling the heat of the worker's stares, I lift the edge of the bowl to my face and take a sip before spitting out the liquid in an effort to expel its rusty aftertaste from my mouth. But it lingers on my taste buds, refusing to wane away. The maggot still squirms in its putrid broth, angered that I have disturbed its tranquil bath. I toss the bowl aside, allowing its contents to soak the grayed floorboards and drip through the tiny spaces to the silt beneath them.
This isn't the first time I have eaten a maggot, or something just as disgusting. In my 16th year as a recruit, we were brought into the mess hall for lunch, but instead of a substantial meal of cooked vegetables, eggs, and slices of roast beef, we found plates crawling with maggots that squirmed and wriggled as they crawled over one another, dropping onto the steel tables in an effort to escape to freedom. Our instructors patrolled the room, their hardened faces not bothering to look at us, as we sat down in front of the plates infested with the very things that infest carcasses, our faces twitching in refusal to touch the slimy grubs.
"What are you waiting for?"
yelled Moeller's voice over the quiet whispering of grumbling recruits. "Are you not hungry?"
We knew what was expected of us. If we wished to escape this place, this new torment by our instructors, we had to eat the maggots, another test of our willingness to overcome our fears, endure something we find abhorrent, or face the consequences. One recruit pushed his plate of squirming garbage disposals and stood up, refusing to endure another moment of humiliation. Moeller's grinned when he did, and we all knew that deleterious smile of his well. He enjoyed making examples of recruits who refused to follow his instructions. He stormed over to the recruit with such speed that none of us had time to react, and kicked the feet of the recruit out from under him, forcing him back into the chair, where Moeller's held him down while seizing a fistful of maggots and shoved them into the recruit's mouth. Seconds crawled by as Moeller's forced the wriggling monsters into the recruit's mouth with him choking and coughing, his arms flailing in an effort to get Moeller's off him, to no effect. The singular tap of a baton against metal rang over the room, stopping Moeller's as another instructor motioned for him to release the recruit. Angered, but not daring to go against a higher-ranking officer, Moeller stepped away, squashing the maggots that had escaped to the floor as he eyed each of us. "If you wish to leave here," his voice bellowed, causing us to shrink under its wrath, "you will eat every last one of these maggots until none remain." That day, I shoved the repulsive horde of writhing larvae into my mouth, not bothering to chew as I swallowed, feeling them squirm as they went down and attempted to crawl back up out of my esophagus. Little by little, the maggots disappeared down our gullets, and I joined my recruits in the bathrooms later that day, leaning over a toilet and throwing up the grubs, repulsed as I watched them swim in the latrine's mixture of water and bile. As the unpleasant memory fades, I empathize with the workers being forced to consume something that even the rodents refuse to call edible. I motion for the man behind the cauldron to step aside, and I take a step back, lift my left leg, and kick the pot of filth over, watching as the filmy liquid washes over the dingy floorboards, seeping through the cracks and disappearing, leaving only the writhing mess of maggots as they twist and turn in agitation. Bewildered faces stare at me, watching every move I make, saddened that they will not be allowed to eat, even if their meal consists of questionable water that looks more like it belongs in a latrine and the dwellers of dirt and rotting flesh. "Follow me," I say to them, my voice even and tight. After a few steps I pause, realizing that no one has fallen in behind me. "Well?" Two jump at my command and trail behind me, bowls in hand, as I march to the other end of the compound where the arbiters enjoy a lavish meal, and as the other workers overcome their fears and doubts, they join their compatriots. The guards on duty turn toward us, ready to order the workers back to their side of the camp, but my refusal to acknowledge their presence stops them. They know they must keep the workers in line, but they are aware that I am not to be questioned, so they allow me to be the one to break protocol, knowing that it is my ass in the end. Feet wrapped in the leather remains of what had once been shoes, kept together by pieces of cloth, stride across the black soil mixed with ore and nails that poke out of the ground, waiting to strike any unfortunate enough to step on them. When we reach the eating area of the arbiters, the laughter stops as their confused and irritated expressions glare back at us, but I march through them, ignoring the wall of black faces and uniforms that try to stop me. "What is the meaning of this?" demands Commandant Gant. "Commandant Gant," I say, my voice stern as I speak over him, acting as though his words are nothing more than a mere annoyance. "It appears that you do not understand my orders, so allow me to demonstrate." I keep my shoulders erect, and my hardened gaze fixed upon the Commandant, copying a technique that I have witnessed Commander Vi use all too often. "Fill their bowls," I say to the cook, as his mouth hangs open and a spoon dangles in his loosened grip, threatening to drop to the ground while he watches me, unsure of what to do. "Now see?" "It appears that you do not understand what I meant when I said that the workers are to be fed," I say, interrupting the commandant's attempt at chastising me, and snatch a bowl from the hands of one of the workers and shove it into his. "Eat it," I say, unnerved at how much I sound like molars at this very moment, but remain firm in my resolve to reprimand the commandant, knowing that I will have earned his hatred, a common thing among arbiters. He looks at it, not wanting to do as I have ordered. "If you think this is fit for consumption, then eat it," I growl into his ear, "and then we will see the ones under your command eat it as well." He lifts it to his lips, his venomous eyes wishing that I would die a horrible death. He just may get his wish, considering the volatile nature of an arbiter's existence. Only a few drops of the filmy liquid enter his mouth before the commandant spits it out, coughing and gagging from its putrefaction, and I would not be surprised if they had taken that water from a pool that had a corpse rotting in it. "They are to be fed," I say to Commandant Gant, "and by the same food that you give your arbiters. If you refuse to eat it, then why should anyone else be forced to?" "I don't recall seeing you eat their meal," Commandant Gant challenges me, and I notice Renal stand up from where he had been hiding amongst them, his ever-watchful gaze focused on us. I snatch another bowl from one of the workers, still filled with the stomach-churning soup, and drain it in one gulp, forcing myself to swallow it while refusing to show hesitation to the piece of human garbage standing before me, my eyes never wavering from his smug face. As the seconds pass between us, purposeful clomps radiate over the area as Renal walks up to us, standing behind me. "You have your orders, Commandant," he says, his voice low but with a slight edge to it. Commandant Gant steps back, salvaging what dignity he has left. "What are you waiting for?" he yells at the cook, who jumps from the commandant's harsh tone. "Feed them!" I watch as Commandant Gant storms through the crowd and disappears into the fading light, catching a quick glimpse of Trevor's, who turns away the moment he notices me looking at him. Feeling uncomfortable with all the faces gaping at me, and knowing that the only reason Commandant Gant obeyed me was because of Renal's presence, wondering, once again, if there is more to Renal than just an arbiter assigned to the eastern sector, I stalk out of the eating area, desperate to get away from everyone and their accusatory stares. My feet charge into the ever-growing darkness that envelops the mines, hurrying away from the crowded area filled with strangers and leading me up a steep slope. Unable to breathe, I push myself harder. My foot slips in the loose gravel on the hill, forcing me to my hands and knees, but I jump back up and continue my trek up the slope away from the judgmental faces and the constant watch over my actions, wishing I was back in the eastern sector under Commander Vi's tutelage, relegated to following orders instead of issuing commands. I miss the days of wandering through the wildlands with Chase. Though we struggled to understand one another, it was simpler when it was just him and me fighting to survive. I reach the top and suck in a lungful of fresh air, not the stale, dust-filled breaths that cause one to choke, but invigorating crisp air that beckons me to leave all this behind and seek a new life elsewhere. But where would I go? I look around at the bushes surrounding me, their limbs only half alive with faded, wrinkled leaves poking out, their edges browned. Arel looms in the distance, while sparkling lights catch my attention, and I watch them flicker, performing a sort of dance as people retire for the night, secure behind the walls of Arel. I imagine the arbiters along the wall, pacing back and forth in a feeble attempt to remain awake, when deep down, all they want is to be in their own beds like everyone else. A low noise, reminding me of the white noise that fills my ears every so often, rises in the night. Curious, I search the star-filled sky, hoping to find the source of the noise, straining my eyes to see anything that doesn't belong. The noise grows stronger. My heart beats faster from the anticipation of learning the source of the sound just when 3 Arelian aircraft appear, zipping overhead and speeding toward the black horizon, away from the city, while I spin on my heels trying to track them. Where are they going? Gravel crunches behind me,
I whirl around, ready to defend myself from an attack, and stop the moment Chase's face materializes from the shadows. Unable to control my excitement upon seeing him, and forgetting that unwanted eyes might be watching us, I run to him, embracing him, glad when he puts his strong arms around me, not caring that silt covers them.
Gwen, he begins.
She's fine, I whisper. Sheila is watching over her while I'm here. Silent moments pass between us before I speak the question on my mind. Why are you here? You should be in the agricultural sector. I never made it there, Chase replies, his voice distant. What? I know that an arbiter's recommended punishment does not have to be approved by the Ministry of Justice, but this punishment does not fit his offense. If he stays here much longer, he could die and... My trail of thought ceases when I realize that, until now, Faya had been the only person whom I was ever concerned about losing, but the thought of never seeing Chase again sickens me. What are you doing here? Asks Chase. I've been sent here by President Tapua to see why this mine's production quotas are low. That doesn't make any sense, says Chase. None of this makes sense, I reply. I know that there is no reason for a low-ranking arbiter, such as myself, to be given this amount of responsibility, not unless there is another purpose behind it, but I know the price of failure. But I have to see it through. You're not exactly making friends, Chase chuckles. Arbiters do not have the luxury of friends. As a rule, we don't. Sometimes an arbiter will find one or two they can trust, but even then, we have to be careful. Arbiters cannot trust anyone. Chase places a gentle finger underneath my chin. Its shedding skin scratches mine, forcing my eyes to look into his gray ones. I will never betray you. A single tear escapes the corner of my right eye, despite my mental commands that it stop, and Chase wipes it away with his thumb. I thought I lost you in the trial of fears, he says. You saw that? They televised it live. We were all forced to watch, a testament of Arel's greatness. I know that any who are put through the trial of fears will be filmed, but that footage is for training purposes, or so I have always been told, though I don't remember them ever televising one live. We should get back, says Chase. Please, I say to him, not wanting to face Commandant Gant's arbiters or Trevor's. Just a moment longer, before I have to face the wild dogs that run this mine. Chase smiles and holds me close as we sit on the hill, bathed in faded starlight, as even the moon decides to conceal itself and give us some privacy. How long we stay here is a mystery, but I don't care. Chase's presence is comforting, and for the first time I feel safe. A soft breeze caresses us as it floats past us, and as the moon peeks around a cloud, our fingers entwine. A few shouts from below jerk us out of our peaceful pose, and we jump to our feet, knowing what will happen if we are both caught out here. The shouts draw closer. I start to head toward them, ready to meet them, when Chase pulls me back behind a thicket. What are you... Chase places a finger over his lips, telling me to be silent. Going against my arbiter pride, I listen to him, trusting his instincts over mine in this place, as the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, warning me that something is not right. Before the two men appear over the crest of the hill, Chase motions for me to move behind another thicket, one that is bushier and certain to conceal my presence. Whatever happens, he whispers to me, don't come out. I nod in agreement and crawl into the thick brush, disappearing into its thorny branches just as the two men appear. They said she came this way, one of them says in an irate tone. She? Are they looking for me? I bury myself further into the brush, allowing its overlapping branches to hide me from the world. Glad that my uniform allows me to blend in with the darkness, but when I see Chase crouch behind the other thicket, my heart quickens, fearing that he will be discovered. There is no telling what these two arbiters will do to him, but every frightening scenario I can think of runs through my mind. I watch as the two men search the area where Chase and I had been sitting moments before. Their arbiter uniforms look silver in the moonlight, giving an eerie glow, making them seem more like ghosts instead of flesh and blood. 3 more show up.
I back further into the brush when the back heel of my right foot presses onto a stick, snapping it, its crisp sound radiating around me, filling the still air and alerting them to my presence. Damn it! I curse in my mind, scolding myself as my eyes remain on the 5 arbiters, wondering what they will do, though deep down, I know what their reaction will be. One motions for the others to go to the left side of the bush I am hiding in, and I know that they are aware of where I am. I shrink back even further, but my mind tells me that such a desperate act is useless. Chase springs from behind the thicket he had crouched behind, startling the 2 men, but forcing them to stop before they discover me. I start to get up, not wanting him to take my punishment, but he glances in my direction as though he knows what I am about to do, and his pleading eyes force me to stay put, safe in obscurity and anonymity, with the branches of a bush as my shield. "What are you doing here?" demands one of the men. "Hunting rats," Chase replies in a tone that tells me that on any other night this would be the truth, as though he has spent his spare time hunting vermin. "Our food wasn't good enough for you?" scoffs one of the others, but Chase remains quiet. One of the men turns, pretending to be leaving when he whirls around and backhands Chase, knocking him to the ground. Chase gets to his knees, but another steps behind him and kicks him in the back, forcing him to his stomach. Angered, I press my heels into the ground and stand up, before dropping back into the bush's heart when I see Chase's pleading eyes staring at me. And once again, I wonder how it is he knows what I am about to do. But I remain still, clenching my fists in an effort to do as he wishes. All 5 men take turns kicking or punching Chase, until he lies in a crumpled heap in the black dirt with bits of metallic dust covering his cheeks and tousled hair. When they tire of their fun, they each spit on him before trudging back down the hill, where they join up with a handful of arbiters waiting for them, laughing to one another as they relive their torment of him, mocking his refusal to fight back. I spring from the bush and rush toward Chase, afraid that the men might have killed him, and drop to my knees beside his limp body. My hand shaking, I reach out and press my fingers against his neck, feeling for a pulse, when his hand grasps my wrist. Relieved, I hug him, but stop when he winces and jump back, not wanting to cause him pain. "I need to get you to the medical center," I say to him. "No," he replies, trying to sit up, but the effort proves too much and he flops back down on the ground as blood drips from his nose. "But they won't treat me." Confused, my mind tries in vain to grapple with what he says. I have been sent to oversee this mine, and Renal has made it no secret that my authority is not to be challenged, so if I tell the doctors here to treat Chase, they will. "But," I begin to argue, but Chase cuts me off again. "Those men were not here for me, they were here for you!" "What? Why would they want to jump me unless I've made another enemy?" As I reflect on the last several minutes, I remember that one of them mentioned something about "she came this way," meaning that Chase's assessment is correct. They had been looking for me, and I am willing to bet that they didn't do it on their own. "I need to get you out of here," I tell him, knowing that neither of us can remain here in the open. He nods in agreement, and I help him up as I wrap his arm around my shoulder and allow him to lean on me, using me to support his weight as he stands on his feet. "Something tells me we've done this before," he jokes, and I chuckle with him, remembering the time we had been alone in the wildlands, and he had carried me, much the same way I carry him now. "We'll take it slow," I say. "I don't remember you being so patient the last time." I give him a gentle slap on the shoulder, amazed that Chase can find humor in a terrible situation, and he feigns feeling pain, causing me to feel guilty, but it fades the moment I see the grin on his face. Taking it one step at a time, we trudge down the hill. He hops a little as his ankle is sore from having it kicked, and I lean backward, with his weight upon me, in an effort to keep from sliding downward on the loose soil. Pebbles shift from their position and clack against one another as they bounce down the hill, disturbed by our feet sliding across the surface of the earth. My grip on Chase remains firm as I guide him back to the mine, unconcerned about the blood coating the shoulder of my jacket as I listen to his heavy breathing, worried that he might have a broken rib, but tell myself that it could be the exertion of the walk that is the reason.
His foot slips on a loose rock and his balance falters, but I catch him, placing myself between him and the ragged ground, unwilling to allow him to experience any more injuries than he already has, and lift him back to his feet. He smiles at me in reassurance, but even the darkness fails to hide the concern on my face. Once we reach the bottom of the hill, Chase directs me to turn left, and we head for what appears to be a hole in the side of the mountain. At first, I refuse, still wanting to take him to the medical center, but his stubbornness wins as I realize that he knows more about this place than me. He leans more into me, and my leg wobbles underneath his weight, but I force it to support us both, reminding myself that I am an arbiter, and physical weakness is not allowed. I must be strong for him. We stick to the shadows, staying clear of the lamps placed throughout the camp, avoiding their amber light for fear of being discovered. Movement catches my attention, and I pull us further into the darkness, hoping that it is enough to conceal us as an arbiter strolls by, his stride bored and stiff, as though he is daydreaming about being anywhere but here. Once he disappears, I release the air stuck within my lungs as I watch him and drag Chase away from here, making our way to the tunnel entrance. His feet plop on the ground, unable to support him much longer and refusing to work, causing him to lean even more on me, and my shoulder aches underneath his weight, but I ignore it, wanting nothing more than to get him to safety. A black hole looms before us as we approach the opening and step through it. The sounds of chatter in the distance and crickets cease as we delve inside the tunnel, going around a bend, until we are in a cavern the size of the training facility. I stop. Small fires dace around us, lighting us up with their soft glows that mingle with the string of lamps hanging from the cavern walls, strung together in a haphazard fashion, and looking as though they might fall to the ground at any moment as they dangle at odd angles. Glancing around, goosebumps appear on my skin as untrusting eyes glare at me, accusing me of having harmed one of their own. "Please," I say, my voice echoing off the walls, making me sound wraith-like. "He needs help." Someone summons me over to him, pointing at a thin mattress, soiled and coated in grime, with the stuffing poking through areas where the once distinguishable plaid fabric had worn so thin that only threads remain. I carry Chase over to it. His feet drag on the ground, forming parallel lines as we go, and lay him on the mattress, being careful not to drop him, my heart aching as he moans from the pain, his eyes half open and glazed over. A purple welt forms on his face, and anger roils within me as I think back to the men who did this. I need medicine, something, and I jump up, but Chase's hand grips my wrist again, pulling me back down. "You need something to treat your wounds," I say. "The medical center will be locked up and won't open until morning. Please, Noni, if you go there now, you'll get caught and Commandant Gant won't care that President Tapiwa sent you here." It seems that he doesn't care anyway. "Don't any of you have any sort of first aid around here?" I demand of the people surrounding me. A woman appears a few minutes later with a bowl full of strips of material torn from old shirts and blankets and a bottle of oil. It seems that the workers have their own supplies for treating injuries, just like the recruits at the training facility did, reminding me of the days when I would tend the sores of other recruits, which they received during our arduous exercises. I take the tin bowl from her, thanking her, and unscrew the lid to the bottle of oil, releasing a pungent scent of pine and eucalyptus that saturates my nostrils and causes me to cough. A bowl of brown water appears beside me. Repulsed by the foul odor of the water, I hesitate to use it, but soon realize that there is nothing else, and as the woman instructs me on what to do, I take a strip of cloth, its frayed ends dropping minuscule threads, and douse it in the repugnant bowl of liquid before sprinkling drops of the oil on it and placing it against Chase's cheek. He squirms from its sting, but I hold him still and place his hand over the cloth, forcing him to hold it to his own cheek, while I lift his shirt and press the tips of my fingers against his ribs, using the lightest of pressure. "Does this hurt?" I ask. "Yes," he snaps, and I scowl at him. "You know what I mean. Are you having any trouble breathing?" "No." Just to be certain, I lean over him and place my ear against his chest, listening to him as he inhales and exhales, looking for any sign that he might be struggling to breathe. But it sounds normal. Either way,
The morning will let me know if there is fluid building in his chest cavity or not, because he will either be dead or still alive. I notice bruises along his stomach and follow them with my eyes, until I see a gash on Chase's left arm. I take the bottle of oil and coat the gash with it, assuming that it must be some sort of antiseptic, and it's all I have for the moment, before wrapping another strip of cloth around the cut. But my mind keeps dwelling on the fact that he needs medicine, and there is only one way to get it.
"You're good at this," murmurs Chase. "They taught us how to do a field dressing," I say.
Of course they did. I rest his arm by his side and start to stand up when he grabs my wrist and hangs on with a grip that I didn't think he could make in his current state. But that is not what stops me. His panicked eyes do.
"Chase."
"You can't go," he says through a cough.
"You need something for that cut on your arm." "They won't give it to you," he says and repeats. "And if you're caught, they won't care that you were sent here by Tapiwa."
He's right. If I am caught stealing medicine from their hospital wing, it will be met with swift and severe punishment, and Renal will not be able to stop it. But the idea of doing nothing to help him troubles me, eating away at me, tearing away at the minuscule essences of humanity I have left.
"Please,"
he whispers, and his pleading look forces me to sit back down by his side, forgetting about the multitude of plebeian eyes that watch our exchange and the fact that any one of them could report this. "Just rest," I tell him, dabbing the blood around the corner of his mouth and nose. Unable to keep his eyes open any longer, Chase rolls his head to the side and falls asleep. Silence surrounds me as uneasy eyes observe every movement I make, but I ignore them, more concerned about Chase's recovery than the strangers around me. I take another look at his arm and know that if I do nothing, it will get infected, and he could die, the thought of which rips my heart in two. I know I promised him that I would take care of Gwen, but I owe it to her to see to it that he makes it back to her. My eyes move toward the woman who had given me the bowl of water. "Stay with him," I say to her. She nods without speaking, and she does not need to say a word as her eyes say it all. Rising to my feet, I take one last glance around the chamber and at the gloomy eyes observing my every move, bewildered by my concern for one of their own, but not questioning it, and head outside into the darkness, broken by the milky light of the moon as it pokes out from behind a cloud. I dash across the grainy soil for the center of the camp and where the medical center is, keeping my steps light and soft, making as little noise as possible. A sentry appears and stops in front of me, lighting up a smoke. They're not supposed to, as it is forbidden, but that doesn't stop them from doing it. And I dive behind a cart, hugging my knees close to me, hoping that he never notices my presence. The tip of the smoke lights up, a speck of orange in the night, as he inhales its filth before releasing it, unconcerned about the possibility of anyone being out of bed past lights out. Why should he be? Everyone knows what will happen if they are caught, a fear that keeps them in line. I watch as he finishes his smoke, before flicking the butt to the ground and grinding it into the dirt with the ball of his foot. As he wanders off, I release the breath that I have been holding in my lungs before sprinting to my feet and dashing across the ground away from him and toward the medical center, which is nothing more than a lone single-room building with a red cross painted on it. I pause by the steps when I reach it, looking around to make certain that no one is there. Silence looms. The first step creaks under my weight when I place my foot on it, and I lift it off, afraid that someone might have heard it. But as I wait for the alarms and the shouts, only stillness greets me. I continue up the steps and to the door. Locked. I expected nothing less. I take a bobby pin from the bun in my hair and place it in the lock, glad that it is an old-fashioned one and not some coded keypad, twisting it around, until I feel the tumblers within it move and a tiny click sounds. Wasting no time, I push the door open, hurrying inside, and close it behind me. I head for the cabinets, opening their glass doors, rifling through the bottles and canisters, looking for any sort of ointment similar to what recruits kept hidden in their rooms at the training facility. A short, round container the width of my palm catches my attention, and I snatch it, unscrewing its metallic lid,
revealing a creamy, somewhat clear and odorless substance. As I smile to myself, relief washes over me now that I have found something that should help heal his cuts and bruises. I start to put it in my pocket, but stop when I realize that if I take it, it will be discovered missing.
Frustrated, I rummage through drawers and shelves, looking for any sort of container that I can fill with the ointment. Just when I am about to give up, my hand knocks something over and a container of vials clatter to the floor, clinking as they scatter in the thin beam of moonlight spilling through the grime-coated window. I clean up the vials, placing them back into their box, snatching one and scooping some ointment into it before shoving a cork into it to seal it. Tiptoeing to the door, I pause, listening for any sounds of boots crunching in the black gravel, unsure if a guard is outside or not. Nothing. Gambling that no one is out there, I pull the door open just enough, locking the latch as I leave, and close it behind me, scuffling off into the darkness before ducking next to a building, crouching in its ominous shadow. After catching my breath, I jump up and freeze. Grelin stands there between the buildings with her back to me, no doubt on night sentry. If she turns around and sees me, it is over. I'll be arrested for insubordination and theft of Arelian property. The best punishment I can hope for is a quick execution. The worst is re-education. Unlike the re-education that ordinary citizens go through, an arbiter's re-education consists of being starved, flogged until the person has no more blood to spill, and thrown into a vat of boiling tar until the flesh cooks off the body and the disgraced arbiter dies, suffering a slow and agonizing death. Such measures are saved for the most grievous of offenders and serve as a warning to other arbiters. Mercy is a luxury we are never afforded. I duck back behind the building, but my foot slips, scraping the ground, making enough noise to force Grelin to turn around. Hugging the wall, I hold my breath as I remain still, hoping that she doesn't approach, but the soft plops of her feet on the ground inform me that I will have no such luck. I creep along the side of the building, hugging its rough exterior as the silt coating it rubs off on my fingers, and make my way to the other end, where I round the corner just as Grelin appears. She looks around, her unnatural blue eyes appearing to glow in the dark, and I fear that she might have seen me, but as she searches, I know that I have not been spotted. I continue pressing my back into the outbuilding's wall as I inch my way to the other corner and ease my way around it. I need a distraction. Bending low, I scoop up some pebbles and chuck them at a nearby window. As they pelt the glass, a series of tiny drum beats, I sprint into the darkness, running as fast as I can away from the camp and toward the workers' quarters, not bothering to look back. I reach the entrance to the cavern and dart inside, startling its occupants, forcing me to put my finger to my lips, signaling for them to remain quiet. Chase still lays on the soiled mattress, half asleep, and I hurry over to him, dropping to my knees beside him as I yank the vial of ointment from my pocket. His eyes focus on me and he tries to speak, but I shush him while spreading the ointment over his cuts and bruises, being careful not to cause him any more pain. Though the ointment will help with the superficial wounds, it will do little for his bruised ribs, and my heart aches at not being able to do more for him. "You helped me once," I whisper to him, answering his unspoken question and remembering the time when my leg was broken and we were both lost on the wilderness, and how, without him, I never would have survived. He shifts and closes his eyes. While his chest rises and falls and soft snores escape his lips, I remain by his side, monitoring him, making sure that his injuries do not kill him, and though the night fades and morphs into morning, I never move.
Chapter 13. Entombed. President Tapiwa's face fills the view screen before me, allowing me to see the soft cracks in her plum-colored lips. She must have applied a fresh coat of lipstick just before the call took place, and the striations within her brown eyes as the shade of her irises change from dark to light before morphing into a darker tone again. 4 weeks have passed since I first arrived here at the mines, and this is the first time she has bothered to check on my progress, and my mind dwells on the pessimistic view that such an act is not a good omen. In fact, for one of the presidents to check in is an unusual act. Most times it is a superior officer within the Corps. I keep my face impassive, as though I am unconcerned about this new development, when in truth, heat forms around me, rising within me, causing the collar of my uniform jacket to sizzle as it touches my skin. My stomach jumps as butterflies wrestle within it, but I remain rigid and stoic. Emotions are not to be acknowledged, least of all fear. As Tapua continues talking, creases form on her brow as though she is disappointed that I am not cowering before her the way a citizen of Arel should, but if I do, it will be a sign of weakness. Keeping my arms planted by my side, I listen to what she says amidst the clanging of pickaxes, shovels, and hammers as they join the rail cart's creaking wheels, forming a constant melody of metal and rock opposing one another. It does not aggravate me as much as it did the first few days of my stay. Commandant Gant stands to the side, visible but silent, and my eyes glance at him for a second as he raises his heels an inch from the floor before placing them back down, displeased with the manner in which I have run this establishment. In addition to dictating that fresh, unspoiled food and water be fed to the workers, I instituted shift changes. Before, the workers toiled in the mines for 12 or 14 hours a day, and their skeletal bodies could not keep up with the abuse. I decided that they would work in 4-hour shifts, being allowed to rest for 2 hours afterward. Commandant Gant put up a fight, but my decision stood, and Renal reminded him of his orders to follow my command. 2 hours after his protests, I caught Commandant Gant leaving the outbuildings, sporting a bruise near his eye socket, followed by Renal. He glared at me as he stalked away, while Renal strolled past me without so much as a glance. To this day, I have no idea what their fight was about, but I have a feeling that it revolved around me and my proposed changes. 4 weeks since I set foot here. 4 weeks of constant infighting with Commandant Gant. 4 weeks of watching myself and reminding myself how every action I take is monitored. At least there is Chase. The other workers helped him through his shifts as he recovered from the beating, and I am grateful that he is a fast healer. We stole moments together under the cover of darkness and away from Grelin's watchful eye, as she always searched for an opportunity to catch me breaking the law. Turning in a fellow arbiter is met with great rewards, so long as you can prove that they committed a violation. Failure results in both being executed. When accused of a crime, the suspect is deemed guilty regardless if he is innocent. But to prevent arbiters from turning in their rivals in an effort to further their careers, if an arbiter accuses another arbiter of a crime, they best be able to prove it or suffer the consequences. This is the only thing that stops Grelin from turning me in now, despite her suspicions, but Chase is the only friend I have here, and I'll not abandon him to this place. Last night, we watched the stars, a first for me, and held one another, and he never moved, even when I fell asleep in his arms, only waking me before the sun peeked over the horizon so that we could sneak back to our quarters before everyone woke up. Arbiter Noni? My attention snaps back to the present, and I scold myself for allowing my mind to wander. Tapua stares at me, expecting an answer to a question I never heard her ask. My mind races as I try to think of a neutral response so that she will not suspect that I wasn't listening. Madam President, I begin. What do you have to say for yourself? My mouth remains shut. What can I say? I have no idea what she asked me. It was the best course of action, I say, hoping that my response answers her inquiry. Best course? The displeasure in Tapua's voice is unmistakable, and I fear what she will say next, what her orders will be. Ordering that they receive the same food as what you and your fellow arbiters eat. Ordering that they work in 4-hour shifts, with a break of half that length before they go back to work. Ordering that they be treated for their injuries. Ordering that they receive adequate bedding and having a new well dug for them so that they can have clean water. I remember that day. Disgusted by the water the woman had handed me to clean Chase's cuts with, I vowed to change that, and the next morning, I ordered Commandant Gant to have a new well built, where the workers would be allowed to get uncontaminated water. My ears still ring from his tyrannical outburst. Tired of his refusal to listen, I snatched a shovel and started digging, despite the Commandant's taunts. But those taunts ceased when workers joined me in digging the new well, and Commandant Gant's eyes widened as, one by one, workers, fair-skinned and dark-skinned alike, grabbed a shovel and dug into the earth by my side, and I never asked them to. The commandant had opened his mouth to speak, but Renal's constant presence reminded him of his place, and by evening we had water, fresh, cool water.
It's as though you have forgotten your training, Tapiwa continues.
So, this is the reason for the call. Commandant Gant must have sent a letter of complaint to her, forcing her to check up on my progress to see if it is true. My mind dwells on how unusual this is because, when an arbiter has such a complaint made about them by a superior officer, they are arrested. So why have I not been? I think back to the bruise on Commandant Gant's face.
Tired of this indirect method of chastising me, I snap at Tapiwa. Production is up, is it not?
Tapiwa's eyes widen at my outburst, and I know that I have crossed a line, but I press onward, aware that I cannot retreat now.
Madam President, you sent me here to increase production. When I arrived, all I found were half-dead corpses, not able-bodied workers. People need to be fed. They need clean water and a warm place to sleep. You give them these things and they will work for you without question. They are just plebeians. Anger rises within me at that statement, and I clench my jaw in an effort to keep it from breaking free of my hold, unsure of what to do with such resentment toward such a notion, since not long ago I shared it. And the citizens that are here? I say, my voice tight, almost a growl, as I force myself to keep it even and steady. They are here doing penance and are to be reintegrated into Arelian society once they have served their sentence. Should they return as skeletons? Are we not merciful? Tapiwa studies me, her mind brewing as she ponders my words and the meaning behind them, as well as my true intentions. As I stare at her, another revelation strikes me. People are sent here to die, including those who are told that once they pay their debt, they'll be released. I should have seen this when I first came here. Arel forgives no one. Madam President, I say, I did what I thought necessary to accomplish the task you have given me. You told me to increase production. I have done that. If you believe that I have failed in my assignment, then relieve me of it and send someone else who is better equipped. Tapiwa's facial expression softens, but I know that I am still on the verge of drowning in her anger if I do not rein in my rebelliousness. Production is up? She asks Renal, who steps out of the shadows. Yes, ma'am, he replies, his voicing filling the communications room. How much? Almost double. Silence regains its hold over us as Tapiwa considers her next course of action. Leave us, she says to everyone in the room. Chairs scoot back as arbiters stand up and stomp out of the room in obedience, but Commandant Gant hangs back, displeased with her command. Madam President, he begins, perhaps I should... Get out! Roars Tapiwa, her harsh voice forcing me to take half a step back from the view screen. Disobey me again, Commandant, and I will have your head served to me on a platter. My stomach churns at her words, but a part of me believes that she would resort to such barbaric methods if pushed too far. The door closes behind Commandant Gant as he leaves, sealing me inside the communications room, with Tapiwa's gigantic face on the view screen for company. I knew after your exploits in the Trial of Fears that you were the perfect fit for this job, and it appears that I was correct. You have done well, Noni. I shall be recalling you soon. Thank you, I say. There is one matter I wish to discuss. Ma'am? It appears that the workers have taken quite a liking toward you. I'm sure they view me in the same manner as any other arbiter. A fake smile crosses Tapiwa's plump lips, and I know where she is going with this conversation. Commandant Gant disagrees, and I have to wonder if he is correct. The way those workers joined you in digging the well without being told, you, when the most seasoned commander there has to whip them into obedience, one could say that you might have their respect. They saw a way to serve themselves and no other. Respect is not an arbiter's desire, only service to Arel. Tapiwa backs away from the screen on her end, and my robotic answer seems to satisfy her for the moment. I'm pleased to hear it. Now, if there is no other... Madam President, I say, interrupting her. Something that is never done, but I have to. I have to get Chase out of here. She glares at me, not liking my forwardness, but I continue, since there is no backing down now. Please pardon the interruption, but there is a plebeian here whom has been here longer than his sentence. They are not afforded the same guarantees as citizens. Death is a guarantee and we all fall victim to its grasp. I understand, but I believe that he might be of better service in the eastern sector. Why is that? He services my physical needs, I reply, keeping my voice even, hoping that she will believe that I have found a toy to satisfy me, as she must not suspect that I care about him. Such a thing is not unheard of in Arel. Every master seems to have their favorite plebeian. Strong? Yes, ma'am, and silent. The strong and silent type, yes, they are fun to play with. Very well. You may take him with you, she says in a bored tone, as though she is a mother granting her child's feeble wish, believing that I will grow bored with my toy within a month. Her beliefs do not bother me, as long as I can get Chase away from this place and back to Gwen. President Tapiwa shuts off her view screen, severing the connection. I blow out the rest of the air trapped in my lungs, as I stare at the black view screen with the words, "No signal," floating on it, allowing them to empty to the point where they beg me to inhale again, glad that my conversation with Tapiwa is over. My mind wonders why she seemed in a foul mood when before she had always been sweet to me. A fake sort of sweetness, I remind myself. And once again, I ponder the real reason she had sent me here to begin with. None of it makes sense, unless... Before I can finish that thought, an explosion shatters the earth, rattling the windows as plumes of black soil burst from within the mines, shooting out into the air, showering anyone unfortunate enough to be in its path, coating them in specks of glittery dust. I rush outside, knocking a chair over in my haste. Panic ensues as people dart about, desperate to get away from the mine, while Commandant Gant yells at the arbiters under his command, who in turn shout at the fleeing workers. I race for the entrance to the mine, looking at the grim-ridden workers who run in the opposite direction. Each glance at me in confusion as I rush past, unwilling to stop. Another thundering roar bursts from the mine, encased in a cloud of dust as it collapses, forcing me to stop and cover my face in an attempt to protect it from flying debris. But a few of the needle-sized pricks sting my skin, despite my efforts. I turn in circles, searching for a particular face, but cannot find him amidst the floating particles that twinkle in the sunlight, forming a veil around us, separating us from the outside world. I spot the woman who had helped me the night Chase took a beating for me, and seize her arm, stopping her. "Where is he?" I demand. She points at the mine, knowing whom I refer to, and hurries away, pausing only to assist another worker with a bloody gash on his leg. I turn toward the mine. Rubble stands between me and the only other friend I have in this world. Gwen needs him, and it is my fault that he is here, and I will never forgive myself for allowing him to die, not when I can prevent it. My eyes search every inch of the rubble, looking for anything that resembles a hole, a place where I can squeeze through. A man's deep and worried voice distracts me for a moment, and I turn to find Trevor's going from worker to worker, demanding to know where Grellin is, and my stomach sinks. She must be trapped in there as well. The strangled cries of a man in trouble reaches my ears, forcing me to turn back toward the mine. It is not Chase's voice, but it doesn't matter. He needs help, or he will die. Rubble tumbles from the top of the entrance to the bottom, kicking up pebbles and dust as it crashes to the ground, forming a small hole in the barrier big enough for a single person to squeeze through. I charge for it. "Noni!" Renal's voice echoes in my ears, drowning out the rumble of the earth beneath me. But I ignore him, knowing that if I do not act now, people will die, and it will be my fault. I reach the small opening and dive through it into a world of darkness and thick, suffocating air filled with powdery dirt, causing me to choke as I breathe. Coughing rattles my body as my lungs try to expel the pollution, but the more they try, the more I inhale the filth. Covering my mouth with my jacket sleeve, I feel my way around with my other hand as my eyes adjust to the darkness, watering and stinging from the particles floating around me, surrounding me in an attempt to impede my efforts. The toe of my boot catches on a fallen beam and I stumble, throwing my arms out in an effort to catch myself and grasp a broken support, clinging to it as I steady myself. A low rumble reverberates around me, warning me of the precariousness of my situation and how the mind could collapse at any moment. "Help!" someone cries. I follow the voice, ducking low to avoid the hanging boards and the splintered edges that snag my jacket. Forced to my hands and knees, I crawl through the loose dirt. Some of it sneaks between my waistband and my skin and crawls downward, poking me as it goes, as bits of sharp rock slice my hands. The man calls again, and I quicken my pace, feeling my way through the murky darkness, doing my best not to dwell on the possibility that I will be entombed here if I fail. A ghost-like hand appears from the ashes and silt falls away from it in chunks as it raises up in an effort to reach out to me. Crawling, my knees scrap against rock, but I ignore the stinging pain as I reach for the hand and grab it, clutching it tight. "Can you move?" I ask him. The man nods. Pleased, I yank him free from the mound of dirt covering him and help him to his hands and knees. He tries to say something, but I cut him off as I point to the exit and urge him to hurry. He clambers past me and I watch as he leaves, before turning back to the depth of the mine and the void it forms before me, and crawl underneath a fallen support to an area where I can stand up. Creaking snaps around me, causing my heart to race and my breathing to quicken as the fear of being crushed to death sweeps over me, threatening to control me. But I force myself to remain calm as bits of dust and pebbles fall around me. Walking hunched over, I navigate my way through the tangled web of wooden planks and rock that bar my way. More coughing snatches my attention and I hurry toward it, finding a woman huddled in the darkness, frozen with fear. I try to lift her to her feet, but she slaps my hand away. I try again with the same result. "We need to go," I tell her. "I can't move," she says, her voice filled with fear. "A quick examination proves that she is not injured, but paralyzed from fear." "We have to..." "I can't." More dust falls around us, and I know we haven't much time. Doing the only thing I can think of, I raise my hand and slap her across the face, creating a sound that travels through the caverns, and she stares at me with wide eyes. "Get up!" I yell at her. "This whole place will collapse around us, so get up and get to that hole!" Shocked back into reality, the woman scrambles to her feet and edges her way to the only exit, being careful not to trip over any rocks. Grumbling echoes around me as more of the rubble shifts, and an ominous feeling settles in my stomach, warning me that there isn't much time to find chase. I maneuver through the darkness as silt clings to my face, working its way into the depths of my pores, mixing with the sweat dripping from my hairline to my chin. More dust drops from above, getting into my eyes, and I look down, rubbing them and blinking in an effort to clear them, thankful for the tears that form, washing them clean. When I can focus again, I look around, but only see the faint shapes of rock, dirt, and splintered support beams. "Chase!" I call. My voice fades in the distance, and I wonder if he hears me. Whispering catches my attention. I turn toward it, my feet fumbling over a raised mound of dirt that gives way under me, causing my leg to sink into it, until it is halfway up my calf and I almost topple over. Steadying myself, I pull my leg free, ignoring the tickling sensation of the soil running down my pants, creating the sound of trickling water as it falls. The whispering grows louder. I squint in the darkness, trying to make sense of the shapes before me, when I realize that I have stumbled upon two more workers. A clang sounds behind me, and I whirl around, straining to see what caused the noise, but find nothing. I do not know how much longer this shaft will hold before the rest of it caves in. Turning back to the humanoid shapes before me, I inch my way closer, and they come into view, their clothes and skin covered in silt, making them blend in with the dark surroundings. A girl, not much younger than me, bends over a boy who appears to be her age, shaking him and whispering for him to get up, but he never moves. The feeling that something is not right ebbs its way into my mind, and I kneel beside the boy while the girl ignores me and place my thumb on his neck, where his pulse should be. Nothing. The girl shakes him again, and his head rolls to the side so that his vacant eyes stare into mine, confirming my suspicion. I have seen eyes like his before enough times to know when I am staring at a dead body.
My eyes move to the girl who still tries in vain to get him to stand up, unwilling to believe that he is dead, and a lump forms in my throat as my heart aches for her, a feeling I have not experienced often, and am unsure of how to react to it. Placing my hands on her shoulder, I try to coax her to move, but she shoves me away. "He's gone," I say to her in a gentle voice. "No!" she screams, and I fear that her shrill voice will bring what is left of the mine down on top of us. I seize her shoulders and shake her with such force that, for a moment, I fear that I have snapped her neck. "He's gone! You can't help him. You need to help the ones you can and not worry about the ones you can't." Her saucer-sized eyes stare into mine, still unwilling to leave her friend, but knowing that she has to, and she gets up. "Go that way." I point in the direction of the only way out. "And hurry!" She stumbles off in a daze, and all I can do is hope that she makes it out. I turn back around and face the depths of the mine, my mind racing about, wondering where Chase is, afraid that he is lying underneath the weight of the cave-in, losing his ability to breathe as he is crushed to death. "Chase!" I yell. "Chase!" My pulse quickens and threatens to cause a vein to burst as I search for him in a frantic state, every gloomy scenario filling my mind as I delve deeper into the mine. "Noni!" I stop. "Chase?" "Over here!" I shove my way through fallen timbers and rocks, pushing rubble out of my way as I hurry to him. My heart thuds in my ears, pounding out the dead silence of the shaft as I force my way to him, and the more his dark shape grows, the faster I move, desperate to get to him. A rock lays on his leg, pinning him, and I fear that it might be broken. Once I reach him, I drop to the ground, cringing as a sharp stone jabs my knee, but the pain dissipates in a moment as seeing Chase alive invigorates me. "Are you hurt?" I ask, the worry evident in my voice. "No, just stuck. I can't move the rock." I scramble to my feet and move to the boulder, studying it, hoping that when I move it, it won't cause more rubble to crash down upon us, but in the end, decide that it is worth the risk as I cough once more on the hovering pollution. "When I lift this, you'll need to move your leg. Can you do that?" He nods. Summoning all my strength, I brace my feet against the ground in a firm stance and tighten my abdominal muscles as I lift the flat stone as high as I can, until Chase can swing his leg free. He does and rolls to his side, away from the rock, and I let go, dropping it to the ground, and my arms thank me for the reprieve. Relieved that he is alive and unharmed, minus a few bruises, I wrap my arms around him in the biggest embrace I can manage, and he envelops me in his strong arms as well, pleased that I did not abandon him. "I think now I am the one who owes you," he whispers. I smile at his words until a thought enters my mind. "Are there others? The woman with the blue eyes? Grelin?" Chase looks at me and answers, if that is her name. "Where?" "Down there," he points. "She was scouting for more ore and a possible new shaft when everything crashed around us." "The way out is that way." I point in the direction of the opening I had come through and turn to head deeper into the mine. Chase snatches my arm. "What are you doing?" "I can't just leave her. I can't explain it, nor do I know why, but the need to rescue her, or at least try, takes hold of me, refusing to let go, despite our mutual hatred of each other." "You can't go down there." "I have to. I can't just leave her there to die. I'm going." "You're not going alone. You need to go." The thought of him following me down there and dying tears at my heart. And how would I explain to Gwen that I am responsible for his death? That I failed to get him to safety when I had a chance? I swallow back a lump. "I'm not leaving you down here alone," Chase says, the resolution in his voice evident, and I know that there is no forcing him to leave. "We'll do this together." I concede, and he points in the direction of where Grelin was last seen, allowing him to lead the way as he steps over a turned-over cart, with one of its wheels still on the metal track that stretches deep within the mine, buried beneath rock and metal. Particles of dust drop from above, sprinkling my jacket and catching me in the eyes when I look up, forcing me to turn away in an effort to clean the grit out of them. As I blink them clear, a frozen face with an arm that appears to jut out of its mouth stares back at me, causing me to jump. But I regain my composure, not wanting to show fear. The terror within the person's eyes burn into my own, imprinting itself on my brain, and I know that I will not forget this moment anytime soon. Imagining what this person must have felt when he realized that he was going to die, the same terror, the same fear courses through me, making me think of my own mortality, something I have never done before, as I trek after Chase, hoping that we reach Grelin soon. "What happened?" I asked, trying to break the eerie silence. "We were digging like we're supposed to, when everything collapsed around us." "And Grelin?" "She was scouting up ahead, searching for high-density ore deposits and where a good place to dig next might be." Chase turns toward me. "What's she to you?" I have no answer. I do not like her. I cannot stand her. We both despise each other, but a part of me cannot leave her here to die, not if she is still alive. My voice trails off, echoing in the darkness, growing faint as it bounces from wall to wall in the tunnel, disappearing the same way those who are still trapped in this mine have, reminding me of my selfishness for only wanting to save the ones I knew, forsaking the others to die a miserable death as they are crushed under the weight of rock and stone. "I hate her," I whisper. Chase stares at me. At least I think he is staring at me, since the lack of light makes it difficult to see any defining feature other than his faint outline. "I can't explain it," I say to his unspoken question, but one that I would ask myself if I were in his position. "She and we never got along at the training facility. She always taunted me, teased me, and proved that she is better than me. She is stronger and faster. I despise every part of her, but she is also an arbiter, and I can't just leave her down here now that I know she might be trapped." Chase says nothing. He points further ahead. "This way. The mine shaft forked over here, and that is where I last saw her." Another low rumble reverberates around us, causing my chest to vibrate, and an ominous feeling rises within me as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up on end, like they did the night the wall was attacked, the night I earned my medal, the night I proved to be no different than anyone else within Arel. I stop and seize Chase's arm as foreboding rises within me, and the broken support beams and rock walls shake with a rapid succession of thunder, causing my ears to beg for relief. Before either of us can react, strong arms shove both of us out of the way, just as more of the tunnel ceiling collapses, filling the small space we had been in, leaving the thinnest of trails that even the tiniest of people would struggle to maneuver through. I crash onto the ground. My knee smacks into a protruding rock, slicing it and leaving a bruise, and I roll onto my back, grimacing as I force myself to ignore the pain, almost jumping when I see who has saved us, Trevor's. He leers over us in his muscular glory, tall and proud as his eyes frown at us while his lips form a straight line. "What are you doing here?" I ask, though the answer is obvious. Grelin is trapped in the mine, and despite how much I loathe him, and how much he detests me and relishes in exuding his authority to the point of abuse, there is one thing that he cares most about in this world, and she is trapped under a mound of black earth. Trevor stalks off, refusing to answer me. "Lead the way, plebeian." The manner in which he utters the word incenses me, and I jump to my feet, but Chase stops me from attacking Trevor's, and in that moment, I am reminded that I once referred to him in the same callous manner. Chase struggles to get to his feet, but Trevor's impatience forces him to seize Chase by the shirt and push him onward. "Now!" I realize now that he must have entered the mine with one goal, to save Grelin, and he overheard Chase and me talking about her last known location, which explains why he saved Chase, but why did he save me? Just 4 weeks ago, he tried to kill me. He could have let me die in the mine, and no one would have asked questions, but assumed that my own stupidity caused my demise. I seize his hand when he tries to push Chase again, and my firm grip forces Trevor's to look at me. Yelling at him is not going to help us find her any faster. Trevor's yanks his wrist from me with a scowl that could scare off a pack of ravenous wolves, but I remain firm in my stance with a similar glower on my face. "This way," says Chase, breaking us up.
More dust drops from above as a few rocks tumble downward, rattling as they go and sending a series of clacks that echo around us with a mocking clap. We come upon a wall of rock, mishmashed together in a haphazard fashion, forming a tangled mess of wood, metal, and stone, with black soil filling in the cracks, creating an impenetrable barrier, except at the bottom where a small hole remains, blocked by metal bars. We rush to it and investigate it further, and for a moment, Travers forgets himself, losing his rigid composure as he screams Grillin's name. Grillin! A soft mumble escapes the tiny opening, telling us that she is alive. Travers races for the opening, but I stop him. If you try to go through there, you'll cause the entire thing to fall down on top of you. You're too big, but I'm not, I say, when he rounds on me, forcing him to pause and reconsider his actions, and he concedes, taking a step back. I need you two to hold these bars up so that I can fit through there. Travers pushes Chase over to the bars, and they bend low, each taking a set, and lift them up as much as they can to allow me to pass through the opening, but not so much that it causes more rubble to tumble downward. I get on my hands and knees and crawl through the black hole, going further into what could very well be my tomb, ignoring the claustrophobia that rises within me as sweat oozes down my neck and arms from the exertion of wriggling my way through a tight space. Something sharp tears at my jacket as I move forward, creating an eerie ripping sound, which causes my mind to envision every terrible thing that can go wrong at this very moment. My pulse quickens, and I inhale until my lungs can hold no more air before releasing it in a long, slow breath, quieting my nerves as I feel my way through the short tunnel that the cave-in has created. Dirt eases its way down the neck of my jacket, giving me a gritty massage as it worms its way down my back and cutting me in places as some of the knife-like particles mix in with the grainy soil. Suffocating air envelops me, strapping me in its own binding straitjacket as I move, allowing me no relief, even when I reach the end of the tunnel and enter into a chamber that resembles the room with the walls that move inward like those from the Trial of Fears, instead of a mineshaft. Grillin! I shout. Over here! A shape squirms in the distance, resembling a being from a story that Faya told my bunkmates and me once while we were still recruits. I never learned where she had heard it before, but suspected that she had discovered a banned book in the training facility's library. They sometimes were snuck in there despite regulations, and stole it. I shake off the memory. This is not the time for such things. As I crawl up to Grillin, she clutches her side and tries her best not to look as though she is in pain, but the torment is written on her face, and she scoffs at my efforts, able to see me with ease, as though the place is well lit due to her ability to see in the dark. Her bright crystal blue eyes, which are as natural to her as a fish on dry land, glare at me, watching my every move, emanating a faint glow that unnerves me and reminds me of how a cat's eyes glow in the dark. As another bout of rumbling and creaking sets in, warning us of the inevitability of being crushed to death if we do not hurry, I push aside my hatred for Grillin and kneel by her side. She slaps my hands away when I try to look at the gash that her hand covers in an unsuccessful attempt to stop the bleeding. Angered by her actions, I scoot away from her and sit cross-legged. All right, fine, I say to her, my voice stern. Get up yourself. We have a staring contest for a few moments as she ponders whether I am just posturing. I move to the small opening I had come through. You're weak, I tell her. If an arbiter cannot drag himself to safety, but must rely on others for help, then that arbiter should just put a bullet in his head because he is unfit to wear the uniform, I say, repeating Moeller's words, which he had spoken on several occasions when he believed that recruits had been too lax in their discipline. You won't leave me here. Tell that to Trix. I think back to the attack on the wall and how she had been slumped over on her knees near the edge and threatened to hurt Sheila, and how I kicked her over that edge to the wild dogs below. Not once have I thought about that incident, not until now, and I feel no guilt over it. I inch my way back to Grillin and place my face right in front of hers so that she can smell my sweaty breath. Try me, I whisper. You will not be the first that I've killed, nor the last. Graylin tries to get up, but flops back down onto the hard ground,
and I notice that her right ankle refuses to support her weight. It isn't swollen, so I doubt that it is broken, but it might be sprained, and with that gash in her side, she would be hard-pressed to go anywhere. "Are you going to help me?" she spits. I grab one of her arms and punch her in the face, causing sticky, red blood to dribble from her nose. She wipes it with the back of her dirt-encrusted hand, scowling at me. "That's for being a bitch." Before she can say or do anything, I grab one of her arms and drape it around my shoulder, lifting her up, all 170 pounds of rigid muscle, and drag her to the small opening. It will be tight, but she should fit, not that she has much choice. When we reach it, I urge her to go first, since we cannot get through there any other way. She goes without argument and crawls inside, struggling to move as she uses one arm to support herself and the other to hold her wound. As she hobbles in the same manner as a three-legged dog, I snatch her hurt ankle and squeeze, putting as much pressure on it as I can, as her strangled yelp hits my ears, sounding louder than it is because of the closeness of the space. "Don't even think about kicking me in the face," I warn her. She yanks her ankle from my grasp and continues onward, inching her way through the tiny opening with me right behind her, doing my best not to let the feeling of claustrophobia settle in as more rumbling echoes around us. The realization that this entire shaft could finish caving in at any moment settles in. Grelin senses it too and picks up her pace, more concerned with escaping this dismal cavern instead of tormenting me, which I'm sure she plans to do later. Sweat and grime cover my hands, making them slip when I place them on the rocks. Digging them into the ground to coat them in dirt and give them a bit of traction, I push myself forward with my legs as soil falls around me, blanketing me and mingling with the ever-constant stream of perspiration that circles my neck and back. We reach the end. Grelin and I both spill out of the opening and roll across the arid ground, gasping for any sort of air that is not polluted by the putrid stench of sweat and anger. Once again, I grab Grelin's arm and drape it around my shoulders, lifting her to her feet amidst the floating particles of dust that settles in my lungs with each breath I take. A tug almost forces me off balance as Travers takes her other arm and insists on carrying her himself, but I maintain my grip on her, knowing that it is best if we both carry her so that we can move faster. "Together," I tell him, and he does not argue as he is more focused on her well-being over any sort of power struggle. "Chase, lead the way." Chase scurries ahead as Grelin scoffs. I can see better than him. "But you can't lift obstacles out of our way," I tell her, and she clamps her mouth shut, groaning as we move. An ominous creak sounds as, behind us, a beam bends under the weight of the earth, until it breaks, snapping in half, and mounds of damp dirt spills into the shaft, filling it, threatening to engulf us. We run, hoisting Grelin over a fallen beam that we had climbed over on our way to get her, trying not to choke on the suffocating atmosphere as filth fills our mouths, clogging our airways. Chase moves a boulder out of the way as Travers and I scurry through the mine, ignoring the painful protests of Grelin as each move bangs her injured ankle across the ground or stretches the gash on her side, and with each step, her blood soaks into my jacket, coating my skin. More thunderous roars rage around us as another beam, bent until it formed a U-shape, snaps, releasing the underground's fury upon us. Travers loses his footing, almost taking all of us down with him. But before he falls, Chase steadies him, and they lock eyes for a moment as a silent agreement between them forms. A speck of light reaches my eyes, and my heart leaps for joy as the possibility of making it out alive becomes attainable. We just need to run. I jump over a dead body, and together, Travers and I hoist Grelin up so that her feet do not catch on it as he leaps over it as well. The light grows larger as we race through the shaft, challenging death, daring it to stop us. More dirt spills into the mine, forming streams of mud and rock that scurry around our feet in one last attempt to prevent us from escaping. We reach our only exit. As though our minds are one, Travers, Chase, and I push Grelin into the opening, and she disappears into the sunlight. I grab Chase and shove him into the hole, refusing to let him die down here. I turn toward Travers, but before I can ask who will go through first, he seizes my jacket and pulls me backward. This is it. He is going to leave me here, and shoves me through the opening with all his strength, as Renal's arms grab mine and pulls me into the hot sunlight. Blinking as my eyes adjust to the overabundance of light, I whirl around, surprised that Trevor's pushed me to safety, and watch as he crawls out, coated in grime and mud, just like the rest of us. He looks at me for a second, and his mouth parts, as though he is about to say something, but he clamps it shut at the last moment and rushes to Grelin, helping her to the medical wing of the compound.
"What were you thinking?" Renal demands, forcing me to look at him, worry etched on his face, and I wonder why as I realize that I have never seen him like this before. "There were people in there," I reply, my voice small and quiet compared to the commotion around us.
"Workers." "We are charged with protecting Arel," I say. "Are they not also a part of Arel?"
Renal's face softens and he glances around, afraid that someone might have seen the way he reacted to my brazenness and lack of common sense. "Go, get checked out by their doctor." I salute him and stalk away, observing the people around me, the mass of workers that managed to escape, spotting the woman I had slapped in order to get her to move, and the arbiters tending to them, not in their usual harsh and cruel manner, but as though they want to make sure that they are not injured, as though they care. The change in their demeanor puzzles me. What changed them? My gaze settles on Chase, and I want to run to him, to make sure that he is okay, but he shakes his head, warning me away, and I agree with him. It's too dangerous. My feet shuffle across the ground as I mosey to the one-room medical center they have here, hoping that we can leave this place soon. Chapter 14. Uprising. Reports litter the desk before me, staring back at me, mocking my attempts to read through them, as their figures, graphs, and charts overwhelm my brain, threatening to shut it down as I try to make sense of their meaning. Paperwork. I loathe it and had hoped to never spend much time doing it, but it appears that much of what I hoped for will never come to pass. Tapiwa put me in charge of making the mines more productive, and with that comes the ugly side of bookkeeping. I pick up a report, and the flimsy, plastic-like material it is printed on wobbles in my hands. In reality, each of the reports are just tablet-sized computer screens that are as thin as paper and look like paper, but are miniature computers. Commandant Gant frowned when I asked him to bring me these tablets, because I should have been able to view all the reports on one, but I like having them spread out in front of me so that I can read them with ease and make comparisons, even if it makes this desk in a secluded corner of the command center, which has been loaned out to me among protests from the Commandant, look like a jumbled mess. As I study the reports, I realize that production is up as ordered, and Tapiwa will be pleased, but to what end? Once I leave, Commandant Gant will go back to the way things were before I arrived, meaning that the workers will go back to their overworked and starved state. Sighing, I open and close reports, sending them all to one file in an attempt to organize them into a single account for President Tapiwa, which I will be required to produce upon my return to Arel. Whispering reaches my ears, which stops the moment I look up to see what it is about, confirming that I am the subject of their conversation. Many within the mine will be glad to be rid of me, though I share their sentiments, since I have no desire to be here any longer than necessary. Tomorrow, Renal and I are to leave. Renal. Where is he? I have not seen him since this morning, something that makes my skin crawl, and a well deepens within the darkest corners of my stomach as a portentous feeling settles in, filling me with dread and a forewarning that something terrible is about to happen. I shove it aside, not wanting to dwell on it, but it continues to gnaw at me, ebbing away at the illusion of safety that I choose to engage in. I transfer the reports into a single file and save it, sending it off to Tapiwa, but not before making a copy to give to Commander Vi, just like she had ordered me to. So, I close the reports as Commandant Gant walks up beside me and sits on the desk, causing it to creak under his weight, and faces me in a manner that seems innocent, but is meant to put me at unease. This is your last night here. I stare at him, keeping my facial expression blank, wondering why he is here or what he wants. He knows that I leave tomorrow, making his statement redundant and unnecessary. Any plans for when you return? What game is he playing? We are not friends. Not that friendships are encouraged,
but we are not even on amicable terms, and he knows it.
I'll be continuing my duties in the eastern sector, I say, gathering up the paper-thin tablets and forming a neat stack with them.
Commandant Gant picks up one of the tablets and bends it between his hands. Though pliable and durable, they will break if enough pressure is applied, or they are put through a fair amount of abuse, and I wonder if that is his intention as he continues to bend it. But before it cracks, he puts it back on the stack, taking extra care to make sure it is even and in line with the others. He places his hands back in his lap and looks at me with a facsimile of a smile, making me uneasy. "Is there something you want, Commandant?" I ask.
"No," he says, and I start to walk away, having grown tired of this charade. "But there is one thing." I face him. "You haven't seen Lieutenant Renal, have you? It appears that he has been absent all day." Heat forms under my collar as my stomach sinks into a bottomless pit of despair. I try to keep my face impassive, but judging by the smirk on the Commandant's face, he knows that he has me where he wants me.
"Not since this morning," I say, keeping my voice calm, unwilling to give him the satisfaction that he caught me off guard.
"Pity. I was hoping to speak with him before you two leave." "Commandant, if you'll excuse me, but I do have an early start in the morning and would like to get some rest before then." He stands up, apologetic for having delayed me and keeping me from getting some sleep, but his demeanor says something else, something more sinister. "Please don't stay here on my account." I salute him and leave, but before I am able to exit the building, Commandant Gant makes one last declaration. "Sweet dreams," he says. The night air rushes over me as I leave, thankful when the door shuts behind me, allowing me to take in a deep breath in order to calm my quaking nerves as a single thought dominates my mind, refusing to let me go. Where is Renal? Worried that something terrible has happened to him, and chastising myself for not being more vigilant earlier, I hike across the compound to our sleeping quarters, ignoring everyone I pass. A few arbiters look in my direction as I rush past them, observing my movements, making me believe that they are watching me upon Commandant Gant's orders. But I shove my paranoia aside. It will not help me find Renal. Whispers and eyes follow me. I feel them, and the more I know they are there, the warmer the base of my neck becomes, causing pellet-sized beads of sweat to form, creating a glue-like substance that forces my jacket collar to stick to my skin. I burst into Renal's room. Nothing. Turning on a light, I search for any sign of him, any indication that he has been here or where he might be, but all I find is a single cot with the blanket smoothed out and tucked under the mattress without even a smidgen of a wrinkle. The nightstand left untouched with only the lamp on it, and a wash basin with a dry faucet, meaning that it has not been used in several hours, but no Renal. Worried and unable to contain it, I sprint out of the room, looking all around, wondering where he could have gone, while Commandant Gant's smirk fills my mind, convincing me that none of this is by accident. A noise stops me, forcing me to turn toward my own room. Is someone in there? I duck to the side, getting away from the windows so that if anyone is in there, they cannot see me. Approaching with caution, I pull out my baton, ready to attack whoever is in my room, as I ease the door open and peer inside its dark interior, and am greeted with a mirror image of Renal's quarters. "Noni." I freeze. Crouched in a corner where light would never touch him is Renal. I put my baton away and close the door before rushing over to him. At first, I reach for a light, but stop, reconsidering my actions, as I remember the ill feeling I had when talking to Commandant Gant. Renal gets up and stumbles toward me, unable to stand on his own, forcing me to catch him so that he does not crash into the sink and injure himself even more. Blood drips from his face and onto my left arm, soaking into my jacket, and I gasp when I see the left side of his face so overcome by swelling that there are no discernible features. One eye is swollen shut, and more blood drips from his temple and trickles out of his right ear, but it is the injuries I cannot see that trouble me. "You need to run!" His hoarse voice struggles to form the words and make himself heard, without attracting unwanted attention. "What happened?" I ask, unable to stop my need to know. "It was a trap. I should have known," He told me that there was a barbarian encampment nearby that he thought might be a threat to Arel, so I had him lead me to it. We took a transport, but there were others waiting for us when we got there. I don't know how I managed to get away, but not before they did this. I help him up, but Renal shoves me away. Run, go! I'm not. Commandant Gant intends to kill you. You need to get. I'm not leaving without you. My firm voice stops him, and before he can protest further, I haul him to his feet, allowing him to lean on me for support. We navigate our way out of the room, my feet plopping on the floor underneath his weight as my legs threaten to give out on me, refusing to bear him as a burden, but I will them to remain strong. If they falter now, we both will die. I half drag, half carry him outside as more of his blood oozes down the sides of my jacket, soaking into the minuscule spaces between the fibers and woven threads, but I ignore its stickiness and warmth as I steer us toward where the transports are located. I pause. What's wrong? Gasps Renal. Chase. I cannot leave him, but I cannot search for him with Renal in his current state. He stares at me with his one good eye, a speck of white sticking out of his dark, bruised, and swollen face, and I want to tell him, I should tell him, but how can I? Torn between two people I do not wish to see dead, we inch our way to the transport area, while my mind wrestles with the choices before me, each one as terrible as the first, and I know that my conscience will not allow any of them to take place. Darkness shrouds us, protecting us the only way it can, by concealing our movements as we edge our way to the transports, sneaking past sentries and away from the compound. We're almost there. A door creaks open, and boots stomp on wooden steps as they carry their owner outside for a smoke, a forbidden act. And Renal and I stop, staying as still as we can, hoping that we will go unnoticed. Renal leans even more into me, dragging my shoulder downward from his weight, but I hold on to him, refusing to let him fall to the ground. My heart pounds in my chest as I remain still, waiting, pleading in silent agony for the man to go back inside. With a final flick of his wrist, the soft glowing embers fling through the night, disappearing into nothingness as he turns and vanishes behind the door into his quarters. Trapped air escapes my lungs and I shake Renal, urging him to continue as I haul him across the compound, staying next to the shadowy wall, bordering what has become our prison. He groans and I shush him, not wanting his vocal overtones to draw attention. Though the way seems clear, that does not mean that someone isn't nearby, that some arbiter or worker won't stumble upon us. We turn a corner. I can see them. The transports are close. Just a few more yards. I shift Renal, relieving the pressure on my shoulder and strengthening my grasp of him as his feet stumble over themselves, unsure of how to walk. A figure steps out in front of us. My breath catches in my throat when I recognize the tall, muscular build and the broad shoulders that straighten themselves with pride. Trevor steps into the dim light of a lamp spilling through a grime-encrusted window as his unforgiving gaze drills into my surprised eyes, while I cling to Renal in a desperate attempt to prevent him from crashing onto the ore-infested soil. Our eyes remain locked as we each ponder who will make the next move, but Renal's dwindling state jerks us both into action as his head lulls to the side in his semi-conscious state, and jumbled words escape his lips, forming unintelligible nonsense. As I lose my hold on Renal, Trevor swoops in and grabs him, lifting him up as though he weighs no more than a bag of flour, reminding me of the time at the training facility when all recruits had to carry a 25-pound bag of flour for 4 miles. If we dropped it, or if it opened, we were punished. But Trevor's never faltered and reached the finish line first with his bag intact. He takes Renal from me and motions for me to follow him as he moves through the compound, slinking between buildings, carrying Renal with ease, and I trudge after him, unsure of his motives or why he is helping me. We reach the transport area, and after making certain that no one is around, we dart across the space between the compound and the transports and crouch beside one. I test a door. Locked. Trevors points at another and hurries toward it. His giant feet create such soft steps that, for a moment, I find it difficult to believe that it is him, but shake myself out of my reverie and back to the present. I race after him, keeping my steps light and hunker next to him when he reaches his destination.
He motions for me to try the door, and I do without question. It opens. Thrilled, I pull it the rest of the way, taking care to not allow the door to creak, as even the slightest noise sounds like utter chaos on such a still night. Renal moans as we place him in the back seat, laying him down with care. After Trevor shuts the transport, I head for the driver's seat, unsure of where we will go, when I stop with my hand on the cool handle of the door and look back at the compound shrouded in a darkening mist, broken only by the harsh lights of the buildings that house the arbiters as figures pace back and forth, bored with their assigned duties. I yearn to go back there, yet my head orders me to leave, and as they battle one another for dominance, Trevor's eyes me, wondering why I have not moved. I cannot leave Chase again. How will I tell Gwen that I abandoned her brother? How will I look Sheila in the eyes, knowing that I have a chance here and now to get us all out of here, and I left him? How will I look at myself? A firm hand frees mine from the driver's door, and I whip my head around, stopping when I see Trevor's face. On any other day, my first impulse would be to punch him, but something within his eyes stops me. He does not gloat. There is no brazenness, no cockiness, just understanding.
Go, he says. I'll stay with him.
I step back, but before I get far, my mouth opens and spills the words that jump to the forefront of my mind, never giving me a chance to stop them, to chain them up before they break free. You should come with us, I say, not understanding why I am offering him a chance to join me. You and Grillin.
You're wasting time. Trevor's harsh voice jerks me into action. And Noni, after tonight, we're even.
I nod, acknowledging his statement before I turn and sprint into the darkness, back to the mining compound, back to Chase, to free him. I understand Trevor's words. I helped him rescue Grellin, and this is his way of repaying that debt. I race through the night, hunkering by the first outbuilding I come to, and wait for the sentry to pass before jumping to my feet and darting across an opening to another outbuilding, making my way to the workers' quarters. Another arbiter paces back and forth just feet away from me as I peer around a corner and wait for her to turn back around, heading away from me. Her feet crunch the gravel in a bored manner as she skips in an effort to entertain herself, swings around, and stalks away with her indolent demeanor on full display for the stars. I spring from my hiding place and race to the workers' quarters when the screeching sounds of a siren ring out, drowning the peaceful night with its call to action, waking anyone slumbering and forcing everyone outside. Frozen, my legs refuse to move as doors bang open and half-dressed arbiters run out of their quarters, tying their weapons belt around their waist as they search for the reason for the sirens going off in the first place, while workers spill out of their quarters wanting answers to the same question. There she is! The same arbiter whom I had watched moments before who wished for some sort of excitement points at me as she shouts. I run. Arbiters surround me, thwarting me at every turn as spotlights dance behind them, hoping to find me. Dashing down a narrow passage, I push myself as fast as I can go, hoping to get away, but a group of arbiters block my path. My feet skid in the dirt, kicking up clouds of fine dust as I stop and turn in another direction, racing between two outbuildings, desperate to get away. I burst into an opening and gasp the moment a hard object slams into my chest, knocking me backward, forcing the air out of my lungs. An arbiter leers over me with a sneer on his face and a baton in his hands. He raises it, ready to strike me again when I jut my feet out, entangling them around his ankle and twist, knocking him over, and as he crashes to the ground, I scramble to my feet and run, stumbling as I regain my balance. Shouts well up around me as arbiters surround me and my mind races for a solution, but I think of nothing as my breaths come in gasps and turn another corner. An arbiter tackles me and we crash into the ground, and I cringe as pebbles work their way underneath my skin, scraping it away. I roll onto my back and fling my fists, catching someone in the jaw, receiving a kick to the stomach for my efforts as more hands seize me, jerking me to my feet and forcing me to the center of the compound as the spotlights focus their beams on my disgrace. A plastic tie is wrapped around my wrists, cinched so tight that it cuts into my skin and warm blood drips from them, leaving a minuscule trail in the sand behind me, bright red in the glittery black earth. A hand shoves me forward in an attempt to force me off balance, but I regain my composure, much to the ire of the man who pushed me. In response, he sticks out his foot, tripping me, and I stumble to the ground, landing hard on my right shoulder, but I refuse to show any pain to give these bastards any satisfaction in seeing me suffer.
What have we here?
Commandant Gant steps out from among the gathering crowd of arbiters and workers, stopping with the toes of his dusty boots just inches from my eyes as he stares down at me, gloating.
Back to your quarters, yells an arbiter.
Let them stay, says Commandant Gant. They should watch what happens to anyone who challenges my authority. His authority? Does he think he is Arel now? I spit on his boots. A baton strikes me on the cheek in response as Commandant Gant raises his hand to stop it. He kneels down, placing his face in front of mine, allowing me to see the stubble on the dark skin of his upper lip. I told you that accidents happen in the mines. As he stands up, I force myself to my feet, refusing to allow my spinning head to cause me to topple over as I recover from the latest blow to my face. The slow wave of nausea dissipates as I straighten myself, standing with an erect posture, refusing to show weakness. Displeased, Commandant Gant glares at me, but turns away when a commotion arises as someone pushes their way through the crowd, dragging someone by the shoulders, and my heart sinks into my stomach as Travers appears with Renal, tossing him to the ground the way a person treats a piece of garbage.
I caught this one trying to escape, sir, says Travers.
Commandant Gant nods in approval. I should have known. In a moment of weakness, I trusted Travers, and that trust has now gotten both me and Renal killed. I glare at him, but he ignores my glance as he stares straight ahead, unmoving and unfeeling, just like the Travers I know and remember. I return my gaze to the Commandant, challenging him, not allowing him the satisfaction of seeing me grovel.
You came here and thought that you could change things, Commandant Gant says, speaking to the crowd more than me. You thought that you could force us to share our water, our food with these workers. They are nothing, and are not our equals, yet you, he snatches a baton from one of the arbiters and points it at me, would have them sit with us as though they are. These people are filth, replaceable, and it is time that you all learn your place. Conform or die. The Commandant stops in front of me, his nose almost touching mine. Kneel, he hisses at me.
No, I reply, my voice soft, but stern, and it carries over the still atmosphere that settles upon us all as eyes watch us, waiting to see who will concede to whom. An arbiter walks up to me and kicks me in the back of my left knee, forcing me to the ground, and my knees slam into the hard earth as gravel digs into them, leaving jagged impressions. The moment the arbiter's hand leaves my shoulder, I stand back up, rising to my full height in front of everyone, and squaring my shoulders as best I can, despite my hands being tied. Infuriated, Commandant Gant strikes me in the side with his baton, but I remain standing.
Kneel, he yells at me.
No. My resolute voice echoes around us, hovering over everyone present, far stronger, far superior to his irate demands. Though my face refuses to betray it, I am smiling on the inside, aware that I have won this battle of wills, because if I am to die, I will do so on my feet and not begging for my life to the likes of this coward. The Commandant snatches a pistol and aims it at me, but before he can squeeze the trigger, before can bring an end to my existence, a single voice, clear and loud, rings out over us all.
Stop!
Chase forces his way to the front and steps out into the clearing, his grungy clothes dropping bits of dust with each movement, and his gaze meets the Commandant's, something that is unheard of, since plebeians are forbidden to look their masters in the eyes.
Let her go,
he says, his strong voice holding everyone's attention, including Renal's, who watches with his unswollen eye. The Commandant's black face turns red with fury. He turns the weapon from me and aims it at Chase. I dig my feet into the dirt, prepared to jump between them, but before either myself or the Commandant can make a move, Trevor's voice stops us. Commandant, let me teach this refuse a lesson. Commandant Gant lowers his weapon. Worried, I watch as Travers walks over to Chase, who remains rigid, refusing to cower in fear, knowing that he is about to receive a beating, adding more bruises to the pale outline of the ones that have almost healed. Every crunch in the dirt from Trevor's boots pierces my ears, and I start to move, but the Commandant's hand stops me, and I watch in horror as Trevor's bears down upon Chase, standing a head taller than him and prepares to strike. Before anyone can react, Trevor shoves Chase into the gathered crowd and snatches the weapon of a nearby arbiter from its holster, twisting around and firing at the Commandant, missing me and striking him in the shoulder. All hell breaks loose. The workers charge the arbiters, jumping on them and pulling them to the ground as they seize rocks and shovels, attacking any arbiter they see while whistles screech into the night, drowned by the angry cries of the workers who have decided to no longer suffer Commandant Gant's abuses. Breaking glass stabs the chaos as a stone is thrown through it and its shards crash into the ground, breaking into smaller pieces and mingling with the black soil. The cries of an arbiter calling for reinforcements from Arel force me to glance through the hole in the window and the command center behind it as panicked arbiters ditch their consoles. One goes for the weapons locker. I watch as he hands automatic weapons to arbiters rushing past, yelling at them to put down the uprising. Remembering Chase and Renal, I spin around searching for them. Commandant Gant has disappeared, and spot Renal lying on the ground where Trevor's had thrown him, struggling to move as people rush past him, kicking him with their feet, unaware of his injuries, or not caring. I run to him and land hard on my knees beside him. As I try to lift him up, the binding around my wrists remind me that I cannot move them. I need to free them. Desperate, I search for anything sharp that can be used while dodging the melee of workers and arbiters fighting one another, but all I find is grainy silt that continues to rise up my thighs as I sink into it. I yank at the binding, grimacing as it cuts deeper into my skin as I try to wrestle it from my wrists. Moist blood trickles down my hands, coating the chilled tips of my fingers with its warm essence, but the binding remains. Just when I think that I will have to break my thumbs to get it off, Trevor's appears. I aim a kick at him, angered that he betrayed me, but he deflects it with ease and pins me on my stomach. A knife appears. Struggling, my feet slide in the loose soil as I try to wrestle my way out of Trevor's grip when the binding falls away from my wrists. Rolling onto my back, I watch as Trevor puts his knife away and grabs Renal, lifting him onto his shoulders with ease, and runs to the nearest outbuilding. "Come on!" he yells at me. I follow after him and stop. Not far from me is Chase fighting with an arbiter while another stands a few yards behind him, raising his weapon and taking aim. I seize the nearest arbiter, jabbing my fist on the underside of his jaw while snatching his pistol from his holster. Blocking out the sounds of the chaos raging around me as arbiters shoot at any who come at them and workers scream and attack those that have abused them, I aim the weapon and fire. I hit my target just as Chase manages to get the upper hand on his opponent. I charge for him, shoving a worker out of my way, knowing that I should help him, but there are only two people here I care about. An arbiter swings her baton at me. I duck, leaning back as far as I can, and fall to the ground, dodging the fatal blow. She whirls around and swings at me again. Rolling across the ground, blood-soaked earth coats my uniform as I avoid her attempt to end me. The baton strikes the ground near my head. I jerk to my left, rolling onto all fours before springing at her legs, catching her around the knees and knocking her to the ground. She grunts as she lands. I jump onto her stomach, straddling her. She whips her baton at me, but I lean to the side, avoiding its sharp sting, and grab hold of it, wrenching it from her hands before pressing it down upon her throat. "Stop," I tell her, wishing she would stop struggling. She is one of me, an arbiter doing her duty. "Please stop!" She goes for her sidearm, and my training kicks in, taking over my movements, and I ram the baton into her throat and twist, jerking her head at an odd angle and breaking her neck. Relaxing my hold, and consumed with guilt for what I have done, I sit up, staring at her lifeless form, knowing that I am the cause of her death, a senseless death. "Noni!" Chase's voice jerks me from my stupor. I spot a girl about Sheila's age struggling to break free from the grip of another arbiter, and I swing the baton, catching him in the back of his knee, forcing him to lose his footing. Before he stands back up, I whip the baton through the air and smash it into his face, breaking his jaw as a single, bloodied tooth flies from his mouth and settles in the dirt before another's foot stomps on it, burying it. I jump up and run to Chase and grab hold of him, thrilled that he is alive and unhurt.
The transports, I tell him, guessing that Trevor's must have headed there, since I cannot find him near any of the outbuildings, and it is what I would do. We run. Workers and arbiters locked in battle litter the area before us as we push our way through them, dodging around them to avoid getting caught in the workers' bloodlust. I veer to the left, dragging Chase behind me, as a man puts the sharp end of a pick through the skull of an arbiter, splitting the cranium open and spilling its contents all over the blood-soaked soil. One by one, the arbiters fall, outnumbered and overpowered by the wrath of the workers, and as their numbers dwindle, the deafening shouts and screams dissipate. But I refuse to stop, wanting only to get away, to get Chase and Renal to safety. A force slams into me, knocking me off my feet, and I roll across the ground as the sticky soil glues itself to my uniform, coating me in its horrifying entanglement of human entrails. Chase tackles my assailant, but he flings him off, throwing Chase to the ground and kicking him in the stomach, causing him to cough and gag for air. As I regain focus, Commandant Gant's face bears down upon me, full of rage and with murder in his eyes, as blood oozes from the wound in his shoulder, but he refuses to acknowledge it and the pain it must be causing him. He pulls out his pistol and fires a single shot. The noise echoes across the field, causing those nearby to stop and watch us, just as I move, and a warm sting grazes the right side of my neck, but I haven't time to consider my blessings. I face him. The Commandant pulls the trigger once more, but all he receives for his efforts is a clicking sound. His clip is empty. Pleased, a devious grin crosses my lips. I charge him. Commandant Gant dodges out of the way, but I spin on my heels and barrel into his side, forcing him to the ground, and wrench his arm behind his back as he throws dirt into my face, forcing me to jump back. I scoot backward, blinking and rubbing my eyes to clear them. The Commandant rushes me, but Chase appears, wrapping his arms around the man's leg. He slams his boot into Chase's face, but Chase's efforts did what he meant them to do. Buy me time. I get on my hands and knees, focusing on my enemy, and spring for him, catching his left leg and ripping it out from under him. He slams into the ground on his back, releasing a groan. Tightening my grip, I twist the Commandant's leg, dislocating his knee before jumping away. We face each other, each loathing the other as those nearest us close in, watching and waiting, forgetting that they had been locked in their own battles, and I realize that the one person they want to punish most is him. "What are you waiting for?" Commandant Gant screams at a group of arbiters that have joined the workers to watch our fight. They turn and leave, and my eyes widen as the workers gathered around us allow them to, since I had expected them to kill him. "You fucking cowards!" screams Commandant Gant. He glares at me, but I remain poised, ready for his next move. Commandant Gant lunges for me. I block his attack, wrapping an arm underneath his wounded shoulder and pressing a finger into the bloodied hole, ignoring his anguished screams that fill my ears before I break his collarbone and fling him to the ground like the piece of refuse that he is. Hatred takes over me as I lower myself to one knee beside him and grab the collar of his shirt, lifting him up so that I can look him in the eye before finishing him. Scooping up the broken handle of a shovel, I ready myself for what I must do, but stop when I see Chase's worried face and the look that shrouds it, the look that conveys he does not know me. "Do it," urges Commandant Gant. "Follow your training." I stare at him and the blood pooling around him. Is this who I want to be? 18 years of training, of being beaten and whipped into the perfect arbiter, commands me to kill the Commandant and take his place as the chief officer of the mines. But if I do, what then? He deserves to pay for what he did to Renal, and for how he has treated the people here. I scan the crowd. They want blood. A part of me understands their lust for it, nor can I stop it. The Commandant will die tonight, but not by my hand. I drop the shovel handle and it lands in the silt with a soft thump, sending a minuscule cloud of dust in the night air to float away, unaware of the death surrounding it. "You were right, Commandant. Accidents do happen in the mines." I step away from him and pause in front of the first worker I see. "He's yours." Those that had gathered around us close in on the Commandant, and he disappears behind a hailstorm of raised fists and vengeful kicks as they unleash their wrath upon him, dealing out their form of justice. I turn away. No sorrow fills me over his demise, but a part of me wonders if I should have tried to help him live, and I remind myself that this is my world. This is what I am, a dealer of death. Chase's hand settles on my shoulder with the gentlest touch, causing me to jump until I realize it is him, and his sympathetic eyes bury themselves within mine in an attempt to comfort me. A low rumble rises in the distant night, cloaked by darkness and mystery, and the hairs on my arms and legs stand on end, sensing an encroaching danger as my heart beats faster from the impulse to run. But I remain still, studying the dark sky, listening and waiting. The grumble morphs into a small whine that turns into a horrendous screech as 3 aircraft zip past above us, scanning us. The Arelian fleet. Commandant Gant's cries for assistance had gotten through. I rushed to one of the loudspeaker towers and ripped the mic out of its hold, pressing the button on the side and screaming into it. Run! People turn and look at me while some flee, knowing what is to come next. Just run! I scream into the mic, and my shrill voice echoes throughout the mine, filling it with panic. Run for the wildlands and its hills. Go anywhere. Get out. Now! 3 Arelian aircraft fly low over the mines in formation, and I drop the mic, fleeing the area as fast as I can, as explosives fall from the sky, detonating upon impact, showering everyone in fire, dirt, and a deafening blast that causes my ears to ring. As the dust settles, I stand alone by the loudspeaker, coated in grime, as I look around in a daze, searching for Chase, but all I find in the smoky haze are shadows, some running, some stumbling, others wandering in a stupor, ghosts in the night. Worry seizes me. Where is he? Did the bombs kill him? Scenario after scenario enters my mind, each worse than the other. And just as the image of Chase lying on the ground with his arms splayed and intestines hanging out of his mangled and charred body grips me, my voice pushes his name through my mouth in a desperate attempt to find him. Chase! My wild movements force me to run in circles, shouting his name, the desperation in my voice evident. Chase! No answer. I cannot find him. He's... Renal. Remembering that he is alone with Trevors and unable to defend himself, I rein in my emotions, but tears seep through my tempestuous barrier and ease their way down my cheeks, leaving streaks in the grime on my face, and I turn away, heading for the transports. Noni! Chase! I whip around, finding him crawling out from underneath a pile of rubble, and run to him, grabbing hold of him, refusing to let him go. His arms embrace me with the same unwillingness to let me go. Are you hurt? He asks, and I smile, releasing a silly laugh, thinking that it is I who should be asking him the same question. Are you? My fingers wipe the blood dribbling from a cut on the left side of his temple. The screeching intensifies. We need to run, I tell him. We hurry away from the loudspeaker, joining the others who are desperate to escape the wrath of the Arelian fleet. Arel never allows dissonance to go unpunished. Our hands clasp together, squeezing the blood out of one another as we refuse to let the other go. We race through the mine, dodging others as more bombs drop from the sky, spewing their vengeance on those unfortunate enough to be in their path, filling the darkness with fiery light, making us appear as nothing more than silhouettes in the night. Our feet rush over the ground, sinking into the soft earth, but we refuse to stop. More aircraft pass over us. An arbiter stumbles beside me. Letting go of Chase, I hurry to her and help her up, and she thanks me before scurrying away. We are all at the mercy of Arel now. I rush back to Chase and we take off again, not daring to look back as more explosions shatter the mine behind us, sending plumes of rock and ore high into the sky that arcs and rains down upon us as we try to escape, causing me to cringe as pebbles stab the base of my neck. Movement catches my eye. Turning, I see Graylin struggling to crawl out from underneath the bodies of 2 men that have her pinned to the ground. She gets about halfway out when the screeching starts again, as orange spots of light appear in the night and repetitive popping reach my ears. They're using their Gatling guns. Graylin will never get free in time. I show her plight to Chase, and we race over to her, each grabbing hold of the bodies that weigh her down and haul them off her, allowing her to crawl to freedom. The planes draw nearer. Each of us charge away from the open area,
and to an outbuilding where we dive to the ground and crawl underneath, just as the aircraft pass over us and bullets riddle the ground, leaving tiny craters, and the side of the building, filling it with holes. I start to move, but Grelin snatches my arm and pulls me back. "They're coming back," she says. Though all I see is darkness, Graylin sees the plains as though it is daylight, and I allow her to prevent me from going into harm's way. "Where's Trevor's?"
"We got separated," she replies. "Where's Renal?" I ask her.
"Don't worry about your friend." I glare at her, incensed by her lack of concern for Renal, but remind myself that we have bigger problems as the aircraft pass over us, releasing a hailstorm of gunfire that cuts down anyone in their path, not caring who gets killed so long as the uprising is put down. "When I say," says Grelin, "run and head for the west end of the compound." She cranes her head, looking up at the sky, her unnatural blue eyes seeming to glow, making her appear almost cat-like. "Now!" We all crawl out from under the building and jump to our feet, running as fast as we can away from the mine, away from the screams and away from the fires. Chase and I link hands again, not wanting to get separated. More explosions, more fire threaten to overtake us as dirt mixed with bits of what used to be living people continue to fly through the air, pelting us with their fury. I lose sight of Grelin. She always was a faster runner than me. My lungs threaten to give out on me as my legs start to turn to rubber, but I push forward, determined to escape this nightmare. I glance at Chase and he looks back at me as we try to encourage one another. Our feet pound the earth as the sounds of the night drain away from me, growing silent, overtaken by the screech of an Arelian aircraft closing in for the kill, and time stops around me, allowing me to observe every ounce of suffering of the people around me, and I feel as though I'm not moving at all, but instead am trapped on an ever-turning wheel. My legs continue to propel me forward, despite the sensation of not moving as the bombs draw closer. I mouth Chase's name, but before I can finish, an explosion sounds behind us, and its shockwave propels us into the air, causing me to fly, turning over and over, until I crash into the ground, rolling across its slimy ooze, made that way from the blood of those around me. When my mind stops spinning, when my body stops moving, I am on my stomach with my arms stretched out in front of me, and my hair nothing more than a tangled mess, covering the back of my neck. I lift my head. Chase lies a few feet away from me, unmoving. "Chase," I whisper. No answer. I reach for him and try crawling to him, but pain grips me, and I am unable to move, to go to him, as darkness closes in around me, and my mind threatens to shut down. Consciousness eludes me and slips away, and as I rest my head in the dirt, allowing bits of it to fill my ear, the last thing I see this night is the toe of a boot, with bits of flesh and blood on it, inches from my face.
Chapter 15. Veiled Words. Pale pink sunlight swarms over me as I sit by the wall-sized window, staring out at the meandering crowds in the street below, little ants scurrying about to get to where they need to go, unaware of my solitude, of my heart pounding in my chest, desperate to break through my ribcage as my pulse races from nervousness.
The last week is a blur, and its multitude of events blend together, forming strange memories that I cannot sort through or decipher what is real and what is imagined. My lungs fill themselves with the circulated air of the building, glad to be free of the staleness of quarantine. Quarantine, that is what they told me it was, but it felt more like a form of interrogation by placing me alone in a room with just a cot, a toilet, and a sink, permitted to see no one and waiting to see when I would crack and lose my mind. I wonder if they did the same to Renal, if he is even alive. What happened to Chase, to Trevor's, or Grelin?
My head rests against the cool glass, pressing into it until it aches from the pressure, but I ignore it as I watch the people below. A boy in a white uniform with the emblem of the council on his back darts down a walkway just one floor below me. Any near him dart out of his way, aware of the law. Council business shall not be infringed. He runs to the other end of the walkway, his white uniform glowing in the faint sunlight, and disappears through a set of glass doors that open and close as he passes by.
The moment he is out of sight, I turn back to the people beneath me as they resume their business, wondering how much longer I am to be kept waiting. A slight cough diverts my attention, and I shift my head to glance at the marshal that had brought me to the command division to be interrogated about what had happened at the mines. The marshal stares straight ahead, hoping that no one heard his slight cough, and I turn back to the window and my musing about the day-to-day activities of the crowds below, allowing him his peace of mind. Sickness is weakness, weakness is failure, and failure is death. This is my world. My gaze shifts to the wall and the horizon beyond it as I wonder about the people who live in the wildlands. Does failure also mean death for them? My mind wanders to the barbarian who had helped chasten me when we were lost in the wilderness, and once again, I have lost count of how many times this has happened. I wonder what became of him. A tremendous clang fills the hallway as the black steel doors open, allowing someone to step through them, and I jump to my feet, standing at attention, while the marshal accompanying me does the same. My veins feel as though they are going to burst as my pulse thumps so loud that my ears are unable to hear anything else. As I strain my eyes to see who has been released, almost jumping when I see Raynol's familiar face. He stops in the corridor, salutes the arbiter standing guard, and walks off, not bothering to glance in my direction as he walks past, and the joy I feel upon seeing him alive and well dissipates.
"Arbiter Noni," says one of the arbiters by the door, while the two beside him remain at their post.
My lead feet drag themselves across the carpet, stirring up some static electricity as I force them to carry me to the room beyond the overbearing doors, apprehensive about what will greet me once I cross the threshold into its dark underbelly, making me wonder if I am about to pass into Hades. The memory of me finding a book, a real one buried deep within the vaults of the training facility, it must have been overlooked when the others were burned so long ago, fills my mind as I remember reading the forbidden text, learning about the mythical underworld for the first time. An instructor had caught me with it and struck me in the face with it after snatching the book from my hands. Is this what the people in that book felt? I wonder, as I stare into the empty abyss beyond the steel doors. The arbiter that had called my name clears his throat, impatient for me to hurry into the interrogation chamber, and I pick up my pace, pausing a moment as I steel my nerves and inhale until my lungs can hold no more. Hades has no hold on me, no. As the darkness swallows me, the doors close, sealing shut, forbidding me from ever leaving this place. But I remain rigid in my posture, determined to not show the slightest indication of fear as I step toward the podium, draped in a beam of white light. I take my place at the dais, blinking in the light as I face the high table before me and the three arbiters seated behind it. "State your name, serial number, and your business here," says the one in the middle. "Arbiter Noni, serial number N27461, I reply, "and you summoned me here." The defiance in my voice rings throughout the chamber, and a part of me wishes I could take it back, while another tells me to let them hear it.
"You're a bold one," says one of the council members with a dark edge to his voice.
I glare at him, refusing to avert my gaze or allow him the satisfaction of thinking that he had intimidated me.
"You have been summoned here because of recent events at the mines," says the one who had spoken first. "Care to explain?"
"What am I supposed to explain?" I ask, unsure of where the Arbiter Council is going with this. "Of your actions there." "Perhaps you can be more specific," I say, growing impatient at this roundabout way of asking me what had happened. Silence rings in my ears as I wait for one of them to speak, but when no one does, I open my mouth. "There was a rebellion and you put it down."
"You do not sound pleased."
"People died," I say.
"Plebeians!" scoffs one of the council members.
"People!" I shout, not caring if my actions seem rebellious. They have already made up their minds about me, and this entire interrogation seems like a smokescreen for something else. Citizens and arbiters alike died when you sent the Arelian aircraft to put down a rebellion that was triggered by Commandant Gant's short-sightedness. The three arbiters behind the table converse among themselves in hushed tones, while my anger rises and boils over, and before I stop myself, My mouth opens and speaks what I have been wanting answers to since the marshal brought me to the command division.
Why don't you tell me why I'm really here, or are you all too much of a cow? Noni!
Commander Vi's voice cuts me off as it reverberates around the chamber, saying my name in an endless array of echoes. I look around for her, but cannot find her in the darkness, though a part of me is comforted by the knowledge that she is here. The members of the tribunal ignore my outburst as well as hers, and silence engulfs us as we wait to see who will break it first.
You were sent to the mines to increase production, were you not? Asks one of the members of the tribunal.
Yes, I say, my voice clear and even as I try to keep control over my emotions.
And did you?
Yes, sir, I reply. Production had doubled. And just before you were to return to Arel, the riot took place.
Yes.
And do you know what happened to Commandant Gant?
He must have died in the bombing, I say. Frowns appear on the faces before me.
Are you aware of the report that Commandant Gant sent to Arel concerning you? Asks one of my interrogators.
No, sir, I reply, though I am not surprised that he had sent one.
He expressed concern about your friendliness toward the workers. I made sure that they had food to eat, clean water to drink, and were able to rest when necessary.
And why concern yourself with such a replaceable commodity?
Replaceable? My eyes narrow as I stare at him, wishing I could wrap my fingers around his throat, but I clench my fists instead in an effort to control myself. I was charged with increasing production. When I arrived at the mines, I learned that Commandant Gant treated it more like his own private governance instead of doing his job. I made the decision I did because when people are fed and rested, they are better able to perform the duties asked of them. You ensure that the arbiters under your command have adequate food and water so that they can perform their duties. Why should it be any different for the workers at the mines? Did I not increase production?
And what of the riot? That rests on Commandant Gant's shoulders. His continued refusal to accept my temporary command bred discontent and discord. And he did not try to have you executed? He did after he tried to have Arbiter Renal murdered, I reply. But Arbiter Trevor stopped him. Some say that you led the riot, that the workers of the mine followed you. The Arbiter on the far right of the table accuses me.
Some say that Presidents Kumi and Tapiwa are involved in an incestuous affair. But do we believe them? No. Rumors are unreliable. Afterthought scolds me for bringing up what no one in Arel is supposed to mention. The strange relationship between the presidents of Arel.
You dare!
If you have reliable witnesses, I say, then please present them. The members of the tribunal whisper among themselves before facing me again.
Arbiter Noni,
one speaks for all of them. Your version of events have been collaborated by Arbiters Renal, Trevors, and Grillin, who all agree that Commandant Gant disobeyed a direct order and tried to have you executed, that he and some under his command had been secretly subverting the will of Arel. However, this is not the first time you have been brought before us. Something tells me it will not be the last. In the last year, continues the one speaking, your continued defiance, disrespect, and contumacy stain the Martial Diplomatic Corps. Therefore, you are to be remanded. That will do. Tapiwa steps out of the shadows, startling all of us, and I wonder how long she has been standing there. And I have the feeling that this is not the first time she has watched such proceedings, as I think back to the days after the bombing within the city, and the day I was forced to execute the plebeian girl I had saved from a fire. It seems so long ago, but it also seems like just a moment ago. Madam President, says a member of the tribunal, we did not know you were here.
Of course not. I doubt you can see much beyond your own noses, says Tapiwa.
Madam President, this arbiter was obeying my orders, finishes Tapiwa. Deft movement catches my attention, and I notice as members of the Presidential Guard take their place around the room to ensure President Tapiwa's safety, just as curious as everyone else as to why she is here.
Leave us, orders Tapiwa.
But Madam President, protests one of the members of the tribunal.
Now! The coldness in Tapiwa's voice sends a shiver down my back as everyone within the interrogation room leaves through the steel doors until it is just me and her. I have to say, Noni, that you never disappoint. I clamp my mouth shut, wishing now more than ever that I never brought up that rumor about her relationship with Kumi. She could execute me right now and no one would question it. She paces in front of me and stops to study my face, to see if I react to her statement, but I keep my face emotionless like an arbiter is supposed to. It appears that you have had quite an experience at the mines. I have failed you, Madam President, I say, my voice even and the tone calm. You sent me there to ensure that production increased, and instead, I have lost the mines and the damage is irreparable. For that, I know that I must... Silence! I bite my tongue to keep from speaking, not wanting to anger her any further, though my mind bursts with questions as to why she lowered herself to come here. It is rare for one of the presidents of Arel to interfere in arbiter matters, and it has only happened once, that I can remember, back before Tapiwa and Kumi were the presidents, back when we had just one, when their father had decided to stop the execution of an arbiter. Why he did is still a mystery, but as president, he never had to explain his actions, not even to the Arelian Council. Tell me in your own words what happened at the mines. I swallow the minuscule amount of saliva left in my mouth to moisten my sandpaper throat so that my voice will be clear. Commandant Gant was displeased at me being sent there. He saw it as a threat. He refused to obey your orders. No, ma'am. Lieutenant Renal saw to it that he complied, but his displeasure was evident. The night of the riot, Commandant Gant had set a trap for Lieutenant Renal and left him for dead, but he managed to make it back to the mines to warn me. I tried to get him out of there, but Commandant Gant's men found us. Why did you not contact the command division within Arel? Tapiwa asks. Because I could not trust the arbiter stationed in the communications room to not intercept the message. I had reason to believe that they were loyal to Commandant Gant. Tapiwa's steady steps echo around me as she circles the podium, a shadow in the darkness surrounding me, and an abysmal companion to my increasing feeling of being alone as foreboding wells within me, warning me to be mindful of what I say. You believe that he had his own agenda? Yes, ma'am. And after he caught you and Lieutenant Renal trying to escape, that is when he tried to execute you? Yes, ma'am. Why did he fail? Arbiter Trevor stopped him. Why would he do that? I do not know, ma'am. And afterward? Commandant Gant fired his weapon and the workers rioted against him and his men. I tried to get Lieutenant Renal out of there, but it was Arbiter Trevors and Arbiter Grillin who saved us both. After the Arelian fleet arrived and the bombs fell, I have no memory of what occurred afterward. Considering how close you were to one of the impacts, I'm not surprised. Arbiter Grillin testified that she carried you to safety. Grillin saved me? I think back to that night, to the last thing that I saw, bloodied boots standing in front of my eyes. Why would Grillin help me? She loathes me, a sentiment that I share toward her. The perplexity on my face must have showed because Tapiwa stares at me, studying me, wondering if I am weak, if I have allowed my emotions to rule me, or perhaps she is waiting for me to contradict Graylin's statement. I remain silent, thinking it best to not say anything, and Tapiwa continues her pacing around me as she questions me. Some witnesses reported that you seemed more concerned with rescuing a certain plebeian. I freeze. What does she know? What witnesses? Was it Grellin who told her, trying to sow doubt about my loyalties while she sealed her dedication to Arel by rescuing a fellow arbiter? In all the chaos, I may have forgotten myself and tried to hang on to a replaceable item. I forced the words out, hating myself for referring to Chase as replaceable. So, the news that he died in the bombing will not sadden you then. My stomach drops, and if it could have torn itself away from my body to crash onto the hard floor, it would have, followed by the ever-increasing emptiness choking my heart, which stops for a second as Tapiwa's words permeate through my brain, their full meaning striking me where it hurts most. I cannot see my face, but assume that the blood drains from it as my mind refuses to accept the reality that Chase is gone and that I have failed to save an innocent person once again.
Tepewa stops in front of me and stares into my eyes, studying my reaction, and I know that I must say something, that I must pretend that I am unaffected by such unfortunate news. I look right at her, meeting her gaze, forcing myself to harden my voice and my nerves.
No, ma'am. My constricted voice circles around us, dissipating with each echo. Even though you desired to have him for yourself.
He was just a plebeian. I can find another to service the same need. Tepewa seems pleased by my answer, while deep down, I want to scream, to take my rage out on her and slam her skull into the table ahead of me, but I remain stoic with my arms by my side and my feet should width apart, waiting to be dismissed. I find it interesting that workers rioted after Commandant Gant tried to execute you. His actions were a violation of the law, but it wasn't until after he tried to execute you that they rioted. One could wonder if, perhaps, they felt some sort of loyalty toward you. Perhaps they saw an opportunity and took advantage of the situation. Perhaps, but your actions do not go unnoticed, not even by the lowest of our society. You did ensure that they had adequate food and water. A matter of prudence. For the workers to be effective in their duties, they need physical strength, and that is achieved through adequate food, water, and rest, in addition to physical exercise. I needed them to dig more, so I needed them to be strong.
And if you had to do it all over again, would you do it differently? If you ask me to.
Tepewa walks off, disappearing in the shadows, as she tells me, "You may go."
Before I can take a single step, her voice stops me, and I look into the darkened veil surrounding me, unable to see her, but I know that she watches me. One other thing, if you ever bring up those rumors about my brother and me again, I'll execute you myself. A door closes and the lock echoes around me, informing me that I am alone, and I remain in the single beam of white light for a moment, trying to rein in my emotions that want to burst free, aware that I cannot display them here. Knowing that I cannot stay here, I mosey to the steel door and open it, stepping away from this room and deeper into my prison. The 3 arbiters outside the door glance at me for a moment before turning away. 2 of them on either side of the door, while the third, the one who demands you name and serial number, steps aside, allowing me to pass, and as I walk by, I glance at his face. Stern, emotionless, disciplined, and inhuman. He does not care that a knife has just pierced my heart. I cannot figure out why I feel this way, nor can I describe it. And why should he be concerned? He is an arbiter, meant to uphold the law. He is what I should be. A single raindrop hits the window in front of me, a soft thump that snatches my attention as though it mocks me, or perhaps it is trying to console me, to tell me that it shares my sentiments. Before the arbiters around me have time to wonder why I have not left, I stroll down the hall, my feet flopping on the red carpet stretched out before me, leaving imprints that last for a moment before disappearing, like the lives of so many within Arel. I near the elevator, and before I am able to enter its conclave, hands seize me, yanking me away from the elevator, away from the light, and pin me in a darkened corner away from prying eyes. I try to fight, but a harsh voice begs me to keep silent while his hands render me unable to move. "What did you tell them in there?" demands Travers, and for the first time I realize that it is him who has stopped me from leaving. "What was expected," I tell him. He presses his face against mine. "What did you tell them?" he growls. Why does he care? What was the verdict concerning his actions during the riot? He had to have been cleared of any wrongdoing, because if the ruling had been otherwise, Travers would be on his way to the crematorium right now. But where is Grelin? That you prevented Commandant Gant from executing both Renal and me, and that without your help or Grelin's, we would not be here now. He relaxes his hold on me. "Why would you do that?" he asks. "Because it is the truth." "Nobody cares about the truth. You do what will benefit you or die." "Is that why you stopped Commandant Gant from executing me? Or why Grelin carried me to safety after the bombs hit?" Travers looks away, not wanting to meet my gaze, and despite my attempts at reading his body language, I cannot decipher what he is thinking or why he is so concerned about my testimony. Where is Grelin? I ask. She was sent back to that outpost, or so I'm told.
I'm sorry. I know what she means to him, and despite the torture they put me through at the training facility, they do care about each other, and they must have hoped to have had similar assignments. My sympathy angers him, and Travers rams his arm against my chest, pinning me to the wall as his hardened gaze locks me in its cage. You helped her in the mine, and now we have helped you. We are even, understand? I nod my head, and he releases me. As Travers walks away, 2 words escape my lips in a voice so soft, it almost seems like a dream, or the essence of a dream. Thank you. Watch yourself, Noni. Gratitude is weakness. Or strength, I protest. Humility takes courage.
Travers blows air out of his nostrils and stalks off, rounding a corner and disappearing from sight. Relieved that he is gone, I step into the elevator and allow its glass enclosure to carry me down to the lobby so that I may leave this place. I squeeze through the doors before they open all the way, desperate to get out and to get away from here, and I burst outside into the steady stream of rain as a somber roll of thunder reverberates above me. Uniformed crowds, each in their assigned colors, red, green, yellow, white, and blue, stroll past me in tune to one another, unconcerned about the news I had received earlier, and oblivious to the turmoil within me. Tepewa's words repeat themselves in my mind. So the news that he died in the bombing will not sadden you then? Gone. Just like that, he is gone, and no one will mourn him. No one will care, except for the cries of a small girl who has lost everything. Renal is safe, but Chase is no more. Rain drops from the sky, coating me in its misery, as it soaks through my clothes and my skin, delivering a slight chill, but the coolness does not register as my mind remains in a somber fog, unable to think, unable to process the activity around me. A man bumps into me and apologizes as he hurries away, hoping that I will not retaliate. I stare at him, my eyes glazed and unfocused, as water drips from my nose onto my lips and runs down my chin to my neck, where it disappears beneath my collar. Only the automatic movements of my feet propel me forward in a jerky stride. I blink my eyes over and over to prevent myself from crying, but the tears break free and mingle with the raindrops that hit my face, making me glad that the weather turned gloomy after all. It can disguise my shame. The reflective surface of a building forces me to stop and study my reflection. At least, I think it is me, but all I see is a lone arbiter, a woman with swollen red eyes, beaten until she is hollow, just a shell of her former self, while those around her wish she would get out of their way. A man walks up behind me, blurred from the tears struggling to escape their prison, but I remain still, not caring if he is another arbiter coming to arrest me. My will has escaped me. My desire to get out from the rain has vanished. My carnal need to silence the tumultuous hunger that now grips my stomach has evaporated. The man nears. I remain rooted in my spot, an obstacle on the sidewalk for others to navigate around as I grapple with this empty feeling that has trapped me in its clutches, refusing to release me when the realization that this must be grief strikes me, something I have never experienced before. The man grabs me, whipping me around until I face him, and his face seems familiar, but my brain refuses to dig through my memory to discover why that is. "Come with me," says the familiar voice, and I allow him to lead me away. Together we walk down the sidewalk with him pretending to need my assistance, while I follow in a saddened stupor, shrouded in the drizzling rain. Chapter 16. Fog. The man leads me toward a Kafka sea covered with overarching umbrellas that stretch out over the tables in an effort to keep the rain off the customers, that brave, dreary weather for a hot beverage, when others would have chosen to stay home. My feet plop in the tiny puddles in automatic motion, not bothering to rebel or wonder why this man is talking to me. And though I try to focus on his words, my mind rebels as I stare at my hands, imagining them coated in sticky red blood that oozes down my wrists and beneath the sleeves of my soaked jacket, my conscience injecting its own form of punishment. I may not have killed Chase, but it is my fault that he is gone. And Gwen, poor Gwen, how will I tell her? Moisture trickles down my face past my ear, and I reach up to wipe the bits of rainwater away, pausing to study my wet fingers, and once again, I see bright blood on them. The blood of the infant I was forced to murder, the blood of the barbarians that attacked the wall, the blood of the girl I could not save, and now Chase's. My hands seem to bathe in blood and not by choice. A jumbled blur of words meet my ears, meshed together and forming unintelligible sentences, as I remain in my saddened stupor, staring at the man with a blank look on my face, unable to process what he says. He continues talking, glancing to the side at those who watch us, giving us odd glances, wondering why I seem to be so uninterested in what he says. My head cocks to the side as I stare at him, wondering who he is, when faint memories fill my mind in an effort to shock me back to my present situation. He is the man who had prevented me from being captured the night Chase and I had snuck out. He is the man whom I had warned when Commander Vi had planned on searching his place. His name is Luther. He steps closer until he can whisper to me without being overheard. Pretend to be interested, or we will both be punished. Do you think that no one is watching you? A test. Such is the way of life in Arel. We are always tested to see if we are worthy of existence, of Arel's benevolence. I flick my eyes to a passerby and the judgmental expression on her face as she debates whether it is worth reporting my lack of enthusiasm in performing my duties. Citizens can report arbiters who appear to not want to do their job, but such an act is not without risk. If it is deemed a false report, the informer disappears. Even if the report is found to be true, sometimes the informer and the arbiter in question both disappear, finding their way to the crematorium. Arel cannot allow the people within her walls to have even the slightest inkling that her arbiters disagree with her, but there is the rare occasion where the informer is rewarded for their trouble, which is why some choose to risk it, like how this woman ponders its worth this very second. "When did you last see it?" I ask in a hollow voice, hoping that my ears had picked up enough of what Luther had said. Whether they had or not does not matter as he plays along with the first sentence to exit my mouth for the last several minutes. "It was here," he says, holding his hand out as the soft drizzle of rain coats it, and I notice a bit of hair on his knuckles for the very first time. "Was there anyone nearby at the time?" I ask, beginning to fall into my role as an arbiter again. "Not that I noticed." "Describe the object in question." "It was a shoulder bag, gray in color." "You'll have to come with me to file a report and—" My voice trails off as I look across the street and see Mandy and wonder why she is here. Her presence is not that unusual, since even instructors at the training facility sometimes receive orders that require them to leave anywhere from a few hours to a few weeks, but that is not what strikes me as odd. Her cautious behavior does. She looks over her shoulder for a moment and eyes each person that strolls past her as though she suspects them of watching her. I'm about to turn away when Natalie appears. She hurries up to Mandy and walks past her. Neither say a word to each other, but I watch as Mandy slips a small wrapped package to her, which Natalie conceals underneath her jacket, small enough that it does not leave even the slightest of bulges. Before my gaze can follow her, Luther's grunting jerks me back to his ruse. "And make sure you disclose if there was anything in there of importance to the security of Arel. There should be an information booth over there." A pleased expression crosses Luther's face, happy that I seem to be going along and allowing him to save me once again, though why he is doing this I have not figured out. I lead him to an information booth so that a formal report can be filed, as is regulation, hoping that he has planned this far ahead when something else catches my attention. A citizen and his plebeian hurry down the walk, toward one of the moving walkways, an act that is not unusual, except that the citizen seems to be helping the plebeian carry something, which is peculiar. I watch them for a minute, wondering what they are doing and hoping that I am not jumping to conclusions, but the bits of anxiety surrounding their actions is odd as they hurry to a support pillar for the moving walkway above them. I turn toward Luther. "Get everyone out of here."
The urgency in my voice stops him from questioning me, and he rushes back to the outdoor cafe, yelling at people seated underneath the oversized umbrellas to leave, while I run toward the two suspicious men.
Hey! I shout at them.
One looks at me before turning away and urging the other to hurry up.
Stop! I scream, picking up my pace and rushing down the walk, ignoring the rain as it stabs my cold cheeks. Halt!
The two men set their burden down at the base of one of the supports for the causeway. One runs away, while the other faces me with a tenacious expression, determined to do what he has come here to do. I shove people out of my way in an effort to get to him as he faces me, daring me to try and stop him from performing his task. A burst of light blinds me for a moment as intense heat wafts over me, and my feet leave the pavement as an explosive force propels me backward. My body slams into the ground, and I inhale, desperate for air, as muffled screams surround me, while ash, burning embers, and metal chunks land on the ground around me, enclosing me in their prison of death, as meandering feet shuffle past, unsure of where to go or what to do. Pain grips my left elbow, telling me that it bore the brunt of the impact when I landed. Lifting myself up, I shake my head, wishing that the muffled sounds would go away, that my ears would clear up, but I haven't time to wait for the ringing to dissipate as a woman runs toward me in a panic, unaware that I lie in her path. I roll out of the way, just as her foot strikes the ground near where my head had been. I lift myself to all fours and stop. Next to me are two children in blue uniforms. One is missing a face, while the other has a hole in his chest from shrapnel and stares at the gloomy sky with vacant eyes, the eyes of death. My hand shakes as I close his eyes, allowing him the illusion of sleeping. More people rush past, tripping over the rubble on the ground, and I jump to my feet to help them. At first, they recoil from me, afraid that I intend to arrest them, which puzzles me. Arbiters are to protect Arel and her citizens, not harm them, and my mind drifts back to my first day in the eastern sector and the fear in people's eyes when they saw my uniform, forcing me to wonder if more goes on than we are told in training. "Are you okay?" I ask one of them, forcing myself back to the present. They both nod. "Get to the nearest medical center," I tell them as I help one of them to his feet, and they both run off. I head for the epicenter of the explosion, determined to help any who might have been caught in its wrath, but I only take 2 steps when 3 of the gears from the moving walkway break free of their hold and crash onto the ground in rapid succession, creating an ear-splitting sound that breaks through the ringing in my ears. I drop to the ground, covering my head as more shrapnel careens toward me, pelting the pavement around me. In a daze, I rise to my feet, detached as I watch more people flee the chaos, while pieces of the moving walkway strike the ground around me, creating a metallic melody of doom and despair, while flames wrap themselves around the remaining support beams, determined to take them down. Wisps of hair float past me as a woman runs away, her frizzy perm having broken free of the yellow and green bandana she has tied around her head. My body remains rooted there as swirling trails of smoke dance around me, beckoning me to succumb to their choking fumes, telling me that there is no need to flee or fear for my life. And I stand there, watching them until a hand touches my shoulder, and I snap back to the present, regaining my senses. Luther stands there, urging me to move. Just then, sharp clicks reach my ears, surrounded by the roar of the fire spreading across the pavement from the grease that drips from the gears that work the conveyor belt, alerting me to danger. I look up in time to see another gear drop from above, and I plow into Luther, tackling him to the ground as I force us both out of the way, and the gear crashes into the ground, cracking the pavement and breaking into 2. Once it's still, I look at Luther, and he nods to my unspoken question, letting me know that he is unharmed.
"Everyone!" I yell at the top of my lungs, putting a strain on my voice box. "Get out of here! Head to the nearest medical center. If you can walk, help someone who can't." I hear a cry for help. Without thinking, I run to it with Luther right behind me, and we find a man with his right leg pinned underneath a beam. "Are you all right?" I ask. "I can't move my leg," he says in short gasps as he chokes on the smoke. "Help me," I tell Luther. Together we grab one end of the beam and heave it off the man's leg, but the moment we do,
Blood spurts from his thigh, shooting into the air, warning me that he has bigger problems. We drop the beam and I run to the man, pressing my hands on the wound, but they slip as blood pools around them, refusing to stop trying to break free of the man's arteries. Luther reaches for the man's shoulder, knowing that we have to get him to a medical transport or he will die. But he stops when a shrill voice screams, "Don't move him!" Natalie rushes up to us, and at first I am puzzled to see her, before remembering that I had seen her moments before the explosion. She must have heard it, and being a nurse came to help. She kneels beside me, studying the man's wound and the force with which the blood gushes from his leg. "Give me your belt," she says to Luther, who obeys, yanking his belt free of their loops and handing it to her. "Keep putting pressure on that wound," she tells me as she wraps the belt around the man's thigh, above the gaping hole in his leg, and cinches it so tight that it almost cuts into his leg, forming a tourniquet. More chunks of metal fall around us, warning us of the danger we are in. Natalie reaches up and pulls 3 bobby pins from her hair. "When I tell you," she says to me, "remove your hands." I nod my head in agreement. "Now!" I remove my hands, and both Luther and I watch as Natalie shoves her hands into the man's wound, pulling on the damaged artery and placing the bobby pins above the nick. "We need to get him to a medical center now," she says, taking one of the man's arms and lifting him up, looking more like a butcher in her medical uniform as bright red blood stains the front, adding more gloom to the macabre scene around us. "Help her," I tell Luther, and he obeys. I watch them haul the man away to safety, hoping that he makes it to a medical center in time, before turning back to the melee behind me, knowing that more people might be trapped. Whimpering catches my attention, and I rush to it, finding a plebeian crouched underneath some fallen pipes, clutching a bundle that her master must have sent her to fetch. "Give me your hand!" She stares at me, too afraid to move. The conveyor belt slips from its hold. There isn't much time before it crashes to the ground, just like the gears that run it had already done. Realizing that I need to coax her out, I crouch down until I am eye level with her, keeping my face soft and inviting. "I promise I won't hurt you." I hold my hand out to her. She studies it, debating if I am toying with her, and each second that passes, the conveyor belt sinks lower and lower as the fires continue to consume the other support beams, crippling them, causing them to buckle. Voices in my head urge me to leave her, to think of my own self-preservation, but I remain crouched next to a frightened woman, hoping that she will move, but determined to not leave her. I move my hand, urging her to take it, and she does, grasping it with a tighter grip than I thought possible for her slim arms to possess. With a yank, I whip her out from underneath the pipes and away from the dangling conveyor belt, pushing her away from the fray and toward a medical transport that has appeared, while other arbiters show up, each grabbing an injured person and dragging them to safety. A man rushes up to us, screaming at the woman for dropping her bundle, but I seize his arm and turn him so he faces me. "Take her to a medical transport," I growl at him, my face matching my desire to seek revenge for the devastation caused here today. He holds his hands up in submission, and I release him, watching his every move as he takes his plebeian to the nearest medical transport, before spotting Luther, who studies me as he helps someone else to a group of medical personnel. When my gaze meets his, I spot Mandy giving orders to a group of people in white uniforms, and not far from her is Renal, issuing instructions to the arbiters who have just arrived, reminding me that, in my desperation to help others, I never heard the sirens of the medical transports or noticed my wristband flashing, summoning all available arbiters to this place. A cough snatches my attention, and I run toward it, finding a girl trying to crawl away from the suffocating smoke, her red uniform having turned brown from the ash. She looks up at me when I reach her and collapses. I grab her before she hits the ground and lift her up, cradling her in my arms as her head rolls to the side. But before I get any further, I stop. Painted in red is the symbol of Arel with a line through it, and anger rises within me, swelling to the point where I want to scratch that symbol off the metal it rests upon. But the harsh cough from the girl in my arms forces me to contain myself. Turning, I hurry away from the fires,
away from the crushing smoke and away from the falling debris, with the girl cradled in my arms, ignoring the rain and its failed attempts to wash the soot off my face. Doctors take the girl from my arms before I'm able to reach the closest medical transport, their pristine white uniforms standing out in the smoky mist that surrounds us. "Noni," Renal hurries up to me.
"Lieutenant," I say, standing at attention, "I traced 2 suspects here. One got away. The other died in the explosion. There are more wounded in there. We should—" He shouts orders at a group of arbiters and they run off into the direction I had pointed in.
"Are you okay?" he asks me.
"I'm fine."
"Get that looked at."
He points at a cut on the side of my forehead. I didn't even notice it until he pointed it out, and I reach up to touch the droplets of blood that ooze from it. "Lieutenant,
"That's an order."
He waves a man in a white uniform over. Before I have time to protest, the doctor whisks me away to a medical transport and assesses my wound, giving me a complete look over, and asking me questions about how I feel, if I have a headache, if I feel weak, while flashing a soft light in my eyes to test my pupils' reaction.
"There's some ringing in my ears," I tell him.
He picks up a medical scanner and runs it around my head, focusing on my ears, while I sit up, determined to not show weakness. But my heart knows that it is a facade, as I watch 2 men in white uniforms administer CPR on a younger man that looks to be about my age, reminding me of the news I had received earlier. It is time for me to tell Gwen.
"No damage to the eardrum,"
he says, which is a relief, though the ringing isn't as bad now. "The ringing should pass within a day or 2. If it doesn't, have your commander send you to the nearest medical facility." The distinct whine of a drone reaches my ears, mimicking the annoyance that plagues them. I turn my head, much to the ire of the doctor as he applies an ointment to the cut on my head, causing me to wince from the sting, and fixes a bandage over it. The drone hovers nearby, capturing everything on its camera. But the more I watch it, the angrier I become by its presence, and the knowledge that what it films will be used in future videos to recruits, citizens, and plebeians about the greatness of Arel. As it spins, capturing everything it can on its tiny camera, I swat at it, knocking it to the ground, and watch as it skids across the pavement, sending out minuscule sparks as a few pieces break away from it.
"If you feel any dizziness or suffer from headaches, visit a medical facility immediately," says the doctor, dismissing me.
I thank him and jump out of the medical transport, focusing my attention on the area where the bomb had gone off. The fire crews focus a hose on a set of flames, putting out the last fire, and all that remains is a charred mess, resembling a black hole more than a piece of impeccable engineering. Most of the wounded have been carted away, leaving only the dead to be disposed of, as they lay piled in a corner, awaiting a transport that will cart their bodies to the crematorium. As the commotion dies down, a mixture of emotions reel within me, each clamoring for my attention, but pushed aside by another, more powerful feeling.
"Arbiter Noni."
Renal stands behind me with the door to a transport open.
"You can take this back to the manor." "I can help," I tell him. It's not a suggestion.
His even tone unnerves me, and I wonder where his friendliness has gone, until I spot another drone hovering behind him, recording every second for posterity. Why doesn't he want me here? Does he not believe that I can do my job as an arbiter? Have I not proven myself?
"I can walk," I say. Renal opens the door wider, indicating for me to get in. Knowing better than to argue further, I amble over to the transport and pause when I see who is inside it. Grelin. "She is on her way to her outpost," says Renal. "You can catch a ride with her." Not liking this at all, and still wondering why Renal is so intent on getting me away from here, I get inside the transport and take my place in the back seat next to Grelin. She never glances in my direction, which suits me just fine. "What about the girl or the man?" I begin to ask, but Renal shushes me, though it is not the harshness within his tone that catches me off guard, but the fear I sense in it. I clamp my mouth shut. "Take Arbiter Noni back to her post in the eastern sector," Renal says to the driver, "and then take Arbiter Grelin back to her assigned outpost."
The driver salutes him, and Renal shuts the door, sealing me inside in the most uncomfortable situation I have ever been in. As the vehicle pulls away, I spot Luther speaking to another arbiter, and we lock eyes for a moment before the transport turns down a road and he disappears. Neither Graylin nor I speak to one another, choosing silence over pathetic quibbling. It's just as well. Anything we say to each other could be reported to one of our superiors by the driver. I lean my head against the glass, allowing the vibrations of the moving transport to tickle my inner ear as I glance out the tinted window at the empty streets, disconcerted by the lack of bustling activity. No one wants to be on the streets at this time. Not that I blame them. I'm certain that an emergency curfew has been put in place. I shift my gaze to the overcast sky above me, watching the drops of rain fall toward me and strike the window, making muffled ticking sounds on the glass as the vehicle rumbles along the road, taking the curves with caution. The lulling sound of the engine, shifting from a soft purr to a resounding roar each time the gears change, almost tricks me into closing my eyes, but they remain open, too afraid to miss anything, while my mind wanders miles away, chasing a ghost and wondering how I will tell Chase's sister the terrible news. A tickle forms in the back of my throat as warm tears threaten to escape my eyes, forcing me to swallow in an effort to stop them. I cannot allow them into the open to betray me. One by one, the buildings pass by us, becoming more rusted, more dilapidated the further away from the center of Arel we go. I watch as the pristine siding transforms into crumbling brick and rotted wood, cursing when one of the wheels hits a pothole, telling me that we have entered the eastern sector, and all its decrepit glory. The rain picks up as we drive down the street, alone among a crumbling graveyard, the only sign of life on this dismal day, and my heart sinks the closer we get to the manor, to Molars. With one final turn, the transport pulls in front of the gate that marks the driveway going to the manor. Not a word is said when the driver stops the vehicle, and I open the door to step out.
You shouldn't concern yourself with others, Graylin says to me, breaking the silence, stopping me, and why she does is a mystery. But I face her, tired of her always acting as though she is better than me.
If I hadn't, you'd be buried in a mine. I slam the door and mosey up the drive, following its twisting nature to the rundown building that has been deemed fit to house the arbiters charged with protecting this section of Arel. The familiar yellowed glass door slides open when I approach it, looking more pitiful than it did my first day here, and as I step inside, dread weighs my stomach down with its apprehensive nature, making me want to run away, but I ignore its pleas, knowing that I must face what comes next. Darkness surrounds me as the door closes, putting me at unease, but I ignore it and walk through the entrance, past the staircase where I had first seen Sheila sweeping up paint chips. Another pile is there now from the always peeling paint, heading, I don't know where. Images of burning corpses run through my mind, replacing the wallpaper coated in mold as it drops away from the walls, and I reach out to one who steps toward me with fear and torment etched on his face as flames engulf his body, boiling his flesh from his bones, striking my nostrils with its putrid odor, causing my stomach to churn and push its contents against my esophagus. I try to hold it back, to will my body to obey my command, but vomit explodes from my mouth and sprays the floor. When finished, I find myself in the dim hallway of the manor staring at the bile that has escaped my mouth, though its stale orange color does little to make the soiled rug look less attractive. Soft footsteps capture my attention, and I look up into the comforting eyes of Sheila. I'll clean this up, I tell her, embarrassed to have vomited in front of her, a sign of weakness. Instead of being angry with me, she drops the dish towel in her hands and embraces me in a giant hug, not caring if bits of vomit drop from my chin to her grungy shirt, and I hold her tight, pleased to see her again, to see the face of someone who cares about my well-being, glad that she is safe. I study her pale face, glad that she was not anywhere near the bombing, and notice a yellow mark on her cheek, the mark of an old bruise still in the midst of healing. My fingers brush it, but she pulls back.
Don't worry about it.
Who did this? I demand. Anan, she replies. All the pain I have experienced today transforms into anger,
a wild beast thirsting for revenge and starved for retribution. Having never liked Anand to begin with, I envision the things I wish to do to him, to make him suffer in the same manner he has caused others to. But I stop myself, remembering that I am no better. Sheila pulls me from my internal wrestling as she places a bony hand on mine, her pale skin contrasting with my walnut color shade. Gwen is going to be thrilled that her brother is back. My face falls. How am I going to tell her what Tapiwa had told me? She despised me before I left, and she will have every right to hate me even more. His death is my doing. There is something I need to tell you both. Before Sheila can ask me what it is, and before I can elaborate, a harsh bang echoes throughout the manor, rattling the doors and windows, and I'm afraid that some of the glass might break. Hide! I hiss at her, afraid of what approaches us. She darts away, rounding a corner as Molars enters the hallway and finds me hunched over with a pool of vomit by my feet and a few splatters on my boots. He snorts. You always did have a weak constitution. He steps toward me, unable to withstand the harshest of environments. I straighten myself, determined to not show fear as it will only encourage him, hardening my face, shoving all thoughts of Chase, the bombing, Gwen's loss, and Sheila's bruise aside. Tell me, he says, putting his face inches from mine, allowing me to smell the stale leftovers of his lunch. What did happen at the mines? I glare at him, refusing to answer, unsure of what he knew or pretended to know. Molars always seems to know things, but how he gets his information is a mystery. But one of his favorite tactics is to pretend to know everything, so as to scare his victim into talking. You are not my commanding officer, I reply in a cold tone. Don't test me, Noni. You know what happens when you do. I know what happens. The vapor from his breath moistens my skin, thrusting me back to my earliest memory of him. It was my 7th year. If a recruit managed to pass the first tests of their strength and resolve, they were introduced to Molars, who not only excelled at breaking people's spirits so that they could be molded into perfect drones, always willing to do as they are told, but he enjoyed it as well. Power drives him. Nothing makes Molars happier than proving that he is more powerful than you. On this particular day, I had asked him why we were to obey his orders, and he saw it as a challenge, one to be met head-on and subdued. In response to my boldness, Molars punched me in the stomach until I vomited, but I soiled his boots, angering him even more. To teach me a lesson, he grabbed me by the back of the head and shoved my face into the bile. I still remember the acrid smell smothering my nose, and bits of it went into my nostrils and my mouth, staining my tongue with its acid taste, causing me to choke and gag as I fought for air. I don't know what possessed me, but I had grabbed a stick and sliced the back of his hand with its uneven edge, forcing him to let go. And if it hadn't been for the commandant stepping in at that moment, I'm certain it would have been the end of me. I'm not the same frightened recruit that you taught back at the training facility, I say to him. A smile creeps across his face. I'm sure you're not. Is there a problem here? Renal stands in the hallway, having snuck in without either of us knowing, putting himself between me and Molars just like last time when Molars tried to choke me. No, sir, Molars says as he stands up. Shouldn't you be at the command division? The commander of that region is handling it and has relieved me of my post. For the moment, not that any of it is your concern, replies Renal. The commander's decision is prudent. Though Renal has healed from the beating he received at the hands of Commandant Gant's men, he is far from ready for duty. I heard you were quite the mess when they recovered you from the mines, taunts Molars. Why don't you challenge me and find out? Renal says, closing the distance between them. Or do you prefer those you view as weak because you lack the strength to defeat a real challenge? Molars' eyes darken as a scowl covers his face, but before he can respond, Commander Vi steps out of her office and stops the moment she sees us. Her eyes settle upon me. Noni, get in my office. She should report to... I didn't ask you. Commander Vi cuts Molars off. I do as I am told, but keep a watchful eye on Molars and Commander Vi, sensing a power struggle between them, and wonder what had happened while I was gone. She turns to Renal. You should go rest. Renal salutes her and steps away, but he doesn't go far, choosing to remain close in case Molars tries something. And you, she turns toward Molars, don't you have someplace to be? Molars salutes her, but his disdain for her is evident, and stalks off, leaving through the front door. Not wanting to give Commander Vi a reason to take her frustrations out on me, I hurry into her office and stand at attention in front of her desk, waiting for her to sit in the only chair in the room. She does so, in the same manner that she had on my first day within the eastern sector, making me wonder if I had disappointed her. And I remember how I once wanted to be as strong as her. Such memories remind me that I have failed. Again. You have yet to file your report on your time outside the wall and to clarify what happened at the mines. How am I supposed to do that when I have been called to the council for questioning, or when I am busy helping those caught in the midst of a bombing? I could bite my tongue for allowing myself to talk to her in such a manner, but I no longer care if my attitude angers her. I am tired of being yelled at, of being talked down to, of being expected to kiss the behind of everyone in a more powerful position than me, out of fear of punishment. Silence looms between us, broken only by the pattering of the rain as the sky darkens beyond the window, threatening to send another storm our way, causing Commander Vi to appear as a silhouette in shadow, a panther waiting to strike. Only the whites of her eyes can be seen. I see you haven't lost any of your bulkiness, she growls. My apologies, Commander, I say, realizing that Commander Vi does not deserve my anger. She did not murder Chase or those people at the mine, nor is she responsible for the bombing. I expressed my concerns to Tapua about sending you there on your own, but she refused to listen. Did you not believe in me? I ask without permission, sounding like a child and feeling inadequate. I have complete faith in you, Noni, replies Commander Vi. But you weren't ready. The outside world is harsh, crueler than what we have here within the walls of Arel. I don't know what games Tapua is playing, but I know I've told you this before. Be careful. I say nothing. What can I say? Her concern is genuine and it throws me off guard. What happened at the mines? Commandant Gant treated it like his own. City with him as the president. He did not like me being stationed there and viewed me as a threat. I'm sure he did. He did not like the changes that I proposed. Changes such as making sure the workers there had adequate food and water. Some might view that as going soft. It was logical. Explain it then. I'm being tested. The workers were overworked and half-starved. No one, not even the healthiest individual, can work in those conditions without adequate food and water. If you want them to perform, then you need to give them what they need. I did what I had to in order to increase production. Commander Vi rises to her feet and glances out the window for a moment, watching the rain as it falls from the sky and streams down the grimy glass, leaving clear streaks that form vertical rivers in the dirt. And the plebeian boy? A lump forms in my throat as a stinging tickle takes its hold on it, threatening to force me to release the tears I have been holding back all day, waiting for when I am alone and allowed a moment of privacy. How does she? Of course, she knows. Tapua might have told her of his demise to test her knowledge of our relationship, of my fondness for him. I swallow back the tears, forming the words I need to say, hoping that my voice sounds even and unemotional. We all have our needs. She faces me, studying me, reading my body language as I will myself not to cry, not to show weakness or any sign that I am undeserving of being an arbiter. I suggest you put that same amount of candor in your report. Yes, ma'am. File your report in the morning, and when you're done, meet me on the green. For now, go get some rest. Yes, ma'am. I salute her and leave her office, wondering why she wants me to meet her on the green tomorrow. As I make my way to the stairs, I glance around for Sheila, but find no sign of her. The first step creaks when I place my foot on it, causing me to wince, even though I'm not sneaking around, but I hate making so much noise. My hand catches the nick in the railing as I make my way upstairs, pricking my skin. but I don't register it as the tears build in the back of my throat and well in my eyes, blurring my vision. I need to get to my room, to a place where I will not be seen. I reach the end of the upstairs hallway and hurry to the door to my room, desperate to get away from potential prying eyes. The door slides open with a soft whoosh, and I rush inside, stopping the moment I see the figure sitting on my bed, almost losing what little control I have left over my actions and emotions. Chase! We lock eyes, and disbelief wafts over me, making me lightheaded as I refuse to believe what my eyes see. Chase sitting on the bed, causing no wrinkle to form on the blanket with his hands folded in his lap. "They told me to wait here for you," he says, his voice calm and controlled as he struggles not to betray his thoughts and feelings.
A soft thud sounds behind me as the door to my room closes. Tapiwa lied to me. As I think back to our conversation and the way she questioned me, it becomes clear. She wanted to know if I am the heartless arbiter I should be, or if I have become like so many that had disappeared before me, and so she lied and measured my reaction. Did I pass, bitch? Something moist touches my cheek as the tears I have held back all day break free of their prison and gush forth, stinging my eyes and turning them red. Chase hurries to me and wipes them off my cheek with a gentle touch before they can drip past my chin, and I charge into his arms, wanting nothing more than to be held by him, elated that he is alive and not hurt, considering the last memory I have of him is of me trying to get to him after the Arelian aircraft destroyed the mine.
"I thought they had executed you," he whispers to me. "Gwen!" My mouth speaks her name as it pops into my head. "Sheila saw me being led in here," replies Chase. "I'm sure she has told Gwen, but I haven't seen her yet." As I bury myself into his arms with a multitude of emotions reeling through me in a swarm, each wanting to be acknowledged, a sense of peace fills me. But so does anger. Anger toward the game Tapiwa played at my expense. Chapter 17. A warning. A dull orange glow peeks through the bottom of the shade with a reddish tinge to it, painting a straight line on the wall near the door. It glows brighter by the second before fizzling out as dark clouds cover the sun's feeble attempt at lighting up our world, blocking its warmth and forbidding anyone from looking upon its magnificence. Chase's steady breathing lulls me back into a half-slumber, and I close my eyes, relishing in the sound of the air entering and leaving his lungs, comforted by his presence and glad that he is here. I stop myself from thinking about it, still incensed at Tapiwa's cruel trick, though I am not surprised by it. Such is our way, the way of Arel. My head settles on his chest as I listen to the rhythm of his heart, unwilling to move, not wanting this peaceful moment to end, wishing that it would continue forever, as I remember my relief upon seeing him alive. The night passed in a minute, or so it seems, and instead of wasting it talking about little nuances in an awkward attempt to pass the time, we laid on my bed with his arm around me and my head on his chest, content to just be together, and no words passed between us, because they will never capture what this simple moment has given us. A door closes in the hallway, warning me that I must get up with its harsh thud, but I do not budge, as the heavy boots stomp down the hallway, heading for the stairs and hurrying down them. Chase stirs. I know that I must get up. I know that I cannot escape the aftermath of yesterday's bombing. I know that I must face whatever today chooses to throw at me. And so, I sit up, refusing to give in to my desires, and place my feet on the bare floor, allowing its touch of chillness to tickle them. I glance at Chase as he opens his eyes, wondering if he had watched me sleep during those long nights in the wilderness, when we were forced to depend on one another for survival, wondering what he thought and if he felt any sort of relief at seeing that I still breathed. A bit of hair drops across his forehead as he shifts position, and I brush it away with the tips of my fingers, remembering the night at the mines when I stayed by him after he had taken a beating for me. The memory of it causes my heart to ache as I wonder why he sacrificed so much to save me and how I have done nothing to earn it. Another door shuts, warning me to get dressed or risk the inevitable consequences of being tardy. Chase sits up as I step over to the closet to pick out a fresh uniform, cringing when I see the wrinkles in my pants from having slept in them. You should go, I say, a melancholy tone in my voice.
I don't want to.
I do not want him to either, but if he remains much longer, others may talk. They may whisper about how my liking for him is more than infatuation, and they would be correct. But we cannot just think of ourselves. I have Sheila to consider, and he has Gwen. I have to report for duty, and Gwen must be anxious to see you. Upon hearing Gwen's name, Chase stands up, knowing that we cannot stay here all day, as Arel requires our complete obedience. He heads for the door, but I stop him. Wait, there can be no questions. As though reading my mind, Chase pulls off his shirt, exposing his well-formed pectorals, and unzips his pants so that they hang from his waist, threatening to fall off. Still not pleased with his attempt at a disheveled look, I reach for his hair, burying my fingers within their silky strands and ruffle it until he looks like a madman. To complete the charade, I pull off my clothes until I am in my undershirt, just in case any prying eyes are watching, and considering Tapiwa's deception, I know they are. Chase's hand moves to the door, but I stop him. Promise me that you will do what you have to survive. His gray eyes bury themselves within mine. Only if you promise to do the same. I smile at him, and the door slides open, allowing him into the hallway, and he ambles to the stairs with his shirt dragging on the floor as he keeps his head bowed low, pretending to feel shame at what we want others to believe he was forced to do. To add credence to the masquerade, I linger in the doorframe, allowing the cold metal of its frame to touch my bottom. The cold stare of another hits me, telling me that my suspicions are correct, as I glance away from the stairs where Chase's form disappears, and find Annan's malevolent face glaring at me with disgust. His eyes scan up and down my body, and I scowl back at him, daring him to try something, to give me a reason to shove my knee where it will impede him from fulfilling his duties for the day. With a rude gesture of my own, I turn and go back into my room, allowing the door to shut behind me, glad to be back in my own sanctuary. A ray of light spills through the window, landing on the uniforms hanging in my closet, before more clouds smother it, snuffing out its existence, and I release a huge sigh, knowing that the time has come for me to face yesterday's aftermath. I snatch a pair of pants and pull them on, allowing the fabric to hug every curvature of my body, like it was designed to do, and tuck the hem of my undershirt into the waistband. A hollow face captures my attention as strands of black, silky hair escape their bun and wrap around the narrow chin, and I stare back at it, intrigued, but also saddened. Sadness fills the face before me, and several seconds go by before I recognize it as my own. Gone is the wonder I once possessed, replaced with doubt, anger, and a sullen disposition. Who am I? Am I still Noni, the fresh recruit who desired above all else to be a good arbiter and to protect Arel? But what am I protecting Arel from? I am not naive enough to believe that the outside world does not wish us harm. Of course, some do, but who protects us from a leadership that uses fear and intimidation to keep people in line? Loyalty through fear. That is what Arel is about. So, who am I? What am I? My wristband chirps, reminding me of the time and that I must get going. And after everything that has happened, I do not wish to give my superiors another reason to doubt my commitment to my duties. I rip out the bobby pins that hold the disheveled bun. I had not bothered taking my hair out last night, as my joy at seeing Chase alive overruled everything else, and run a brush through my hair before setting it up in a new bun, in accordance with regulations, and checking the mirror to make sure that not one strand is out of place. Another warning from my wristband propels me out the door as I snatch a fresh jacket from its hanger and shove my arms through the sleeves while hurrying down the hallway and down the stairs, zipping it closed as I reach the bottom step, making certain to avoid the right corner as it crumbles beneath anyone's weight. Another sign of the desperate state of repairs needed for the manor. I rush into the dining room, making certain to grab a tablet that I can use to write the report I have yet to file. There is always a tablet or two sitting in the front room for any arbiter to use, so long as they return it, and take my place by the table, sitting down to eat, and a plebeian places a plate in front of me with eggs, a fruit salad, a mixture of sliced strawberries, apples, and papaya, and mashed garbanzo beans, not the most appetizing, but it is food, and I am famished. And I dig my fork into them, shoving the gritty substance into my mouth, just glad to have something to eat. My first day here, we had to wait for Commander Vi to arrive before we could eat, but not every meal rests upon ceremony, since arbiters work different shifts and sometimes she is unable to make it, an increasing habit of hers. I enter my credentials on the tablet and proceed to write up my report as I eat, hoping to accomplish 2 tasks in one sitting. My fork stops mid-bite when a familiar shape stalks into the room, causing a harsh chill to crawl up my back, freezing me and preventing me from moving. Molars sits beside me. Forcing myself to act normal, I shove a forkful of egg into my mouth. Sheila's head pokes out from behind the doorway leading to the kitchen, but she ducks back into the shadows when she sees Molars. "I hear that you had quite the day yesterday," Molars comments, "and I wonder where he is going with this statement, and why he is talking to me in the first place." "It will all be in my report," I reply, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice as I continue to type. Molars always made me uneasy, and this moment is no exception. "Yes, I noticed that you have not written it yet." "That was Commander Vi's decision," I reply, trying to finish my breakfast and report as fast as I can so that I can get away from him. "She seems to make a lot of independent decisions," Molars says, and I look up from my report. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Of course not, you've been away." "Is there something I can do for you, Master Arbiter?" I ask, growing annoyed. "You can tell me what happened in the mines." Molars leans closer so that I can smell the coffee he had drunk earlier. Arbiters are not supposed to drink coffee, but that does not stop them, and Molars is no exception to this. "You can read Lieutenant Renal's report," I reply, as I continue to type and eat at the same time. I did. Of course he has. I wonder what Renal left out of his report that has forced Molars to ply me for information. And it appears that he does not remember much after you found him. I place my fork in the center of my empty plate, and the soft, singular clink echoes around the two of us, sounding louder than it is, as a multitude of reasons, each as wild as the previous, run through my mind as to why Renal would leave so much out of his report. Though injured, he was conscious for most of what had happened, and well aware of Commandant Gant's demise. "If there is something you wish to know," I say, "quit playing the coward and ask." Molars' nostrils flare from my blatant disregard to his rank and obvious disrespect toward him. "I think you already know." "I'm afraid I don't." "You were there when the uprising took place. I want to know why it happened." "Why does he care?" My heart skips a beat, but I will it to contain itself, to not exhibit any sign of anxiety, to not give credence to any of Molars' suspicions. "They are workers. Workers always rebel." "You never read any of Commandant Gant's reports, did you?" Now, I wish I had thought to, though I doubt that I have the security clearance to gain access to a superior officer's report. "He mentioned you several times," continues Molars, "about how you seemed to have a soft spot for the workers and how you gained their trust." "I had nothing to do with the uprising, if that is what you are implying. Deep down, I wonder if that is true. We shall see." I finish the last few sentences of my report and stand up, grabbing my empty plate. "A plebeian can clean that up," says Molars. For a split second, I wonder if this is another test of his, but decide that I do not care if it is. I want to get away from him. "An arbiter's duty is to maintain order at all times. A dirty plate left to gather ants and flies is the opposite of that, or do you not agree?" "Someday, Noni, you and I will have that one-on-one." I look forward to it. The moment the words exit my mouth, I wish I had not said them, but it is too late. They have been spoken. Maintaining a stern composure, I carry my plate to the kitchen and deposit it in the sink where a plebeian busies herself with washing the dishes. For a moment, she is surprised by my actions, but does not question them as I walk over to a bowl full of green apples and take 3 of them. Not wanting to walk past Molars, I exit the kitchen through its other doorway and head for the hallway,
to the door that leads to the plebeian quarters, hoping to sneak down there and give these apples to Sheila. Making certain that the corridor is empty, I creep over to the door, and as I place my hand on the cold handle, a hiss reaches my ears, causing me to jerk my head to the right. Sheila stands behind a corner, waving me over, and I hurry to her, hoping that no one decides to walk by at that moment. I give her a hug, glad to see that she is okay, and feeling guilty for not taking more time to talk with her yesterday. She buries her face into me as I wrap my protective arms around her, not wanting to leave her here alone all day, but knowing that I have no choice. "Are you all right?" I ask her.
She nods. "I was worried about you. I heard about the uprising in the mines and how you had gotten hurt and—" "Shh," I soothe her, doing my best to comfort her. "It's my job to protect you." She looks at me with somber eyes, and I wonder what has happened to her in my absence.
"Here," I hand her the apples. "Take these, one for each of you. Can you—"
"I'll see that they get them," Sheila replies, knowing that 2 of the apples go to Chase and Gwen. "How is Gwen?" I ask.
"She doesn't blame you anymore."
"She should. It is my fault that Chase was almost killed, and that she was almost left without a brother." "You must be careful, Noni," Sheila warns me. "Mollers wants Commander Vi's position here, and if he gets it—" The mention of Commander Vi's name reminds me that I was supposed to meet her on the green this morning. Damn, I forgot all about it. "Don't worry about it," I tell her. "Keep your head down. Where will you be this evening?" "Cleaning the showers." "I'll see you then." I give her one last hug before letting her go. "Be careful."
"Always," I tell her before she scampers away. When I turn to head to the double doors leading to the green, I spot Annan. He darts into another room when my eyes meet his, and the uneasy feeling that he might have seen my interaction with Sheila fills me with dread. But I haven't time to dwell on it. Commander Vi awaits my presence. I hurry to the green, rushing out of the double glass doors and to the grassy area in time to spot Commander Vi as she finishes a push-up. Always training. Such is the arbiter way, and her constant display of physical prowess serves as a reminder and an example for the rest of us. I stalk across the grass as its tiny blades leave moist stripes on my boots that reflect the opulent light of the sun as it tries to break free of the cloud's clutches. She spots me and stands up, brushing the grass from her hands before she grabs her jacket from a bench and puts it on. "You wish to see me, Commander," I say. "You filed your report?"
"Yes, ma'am."
Commander Vi nods her head in approval, but her eyes look away as though something troubling plagues her mind, and my vanity wonders if it is about me. "Is something bothering you, Commander?" I ask, breaking the terse silence and wondering why she has asked me out here instead of her office. Does she believe that the walls have ears? What happened while I was gone? "Tell me what happened at the mines." This seems to be the subject of the day. First Mollers, and now she wants to know what happened there, making me even more curious as to what took place in my absence. "Commandant Gant was not thrilled about my presence," I reply. "Surprising," she says in a sarcastic tone. I ignore her and continue. The mines were pitiful. Starved workers were beaten in an effort to force them to push carts that were too heavy for the strongest of arbiters.
"And?"
"I was sent there to increase production, and that is what I did." "How?" Something tells me that Commander Vi already knows how I succeeded, but I must answer her. She is my commanding officer, and trying to keep secrets when she is already aware of the truth will only result in my imprisonment. "I ordered that the workers be given adequate food and water, and that they work in shifts so that they can get adequate rest."
An unusual solution. "It was necessary."
"Explain." "If you want the best from people, sometimes you must treat them with kindness." Commander Vi eyes me, studying me with that hawk-like gaze of hers, as though she can see inside me and see the depths of my tattered soul. "That is not a sentiment that is taught to arbiters." "Permission to speak freely," I say.
"Granted."
"The workers were skeletons.
How can any sane person expect them to work in the mines without adequate food, water, and rest? If you want the people of Arel to perform their duties, they must be given what they need to live, or they will die. More workers could have been sent to the mines, says Commander Vi. For what? A lifetime of despair where they choke on ore dust until their lungs turn black and they die, suffocating on the mucus that builds and collects within them? I keep this to myself. I cannot show anger. I cannot show compassion. I hadn't time to wait for a new supply of workers. President Tapiwa was explicit in what she wanted and what the price of failure would be. I was sent to those mines with no knowledge of the situation or what to expect. I did what I had to survive. As do we all, mumbles Commander Vi, and I do not believe I was meant to hear her. And Commandant Gant's reaction? She asks. He tried to have me killed my first night there. Commander Vi's jaw clenches as her face tightens in anger, and I watch her struggle to hold it in, to keep from releasing it in front of me. She must always possess an air of control, and she knows it. How is it you managed to escape this attempt on your life? I consider my answer. Should I tell her the truth or lie? She will see through a lie. One should never underestimate Commander Vi's intelligence or powers of perception. A half-truth, then. That should suffice. A worker stepped in. You let him take what was meant for you? It was either him or me. Commandant Gant's goons seemed more entertained by this fool's actions, so I let them do with him what they willed and slipped away. Why would a worker help you? I look Commander Vi square in the eye, stealing my nerves and my face so that she cannot read it. I do not know. Perhaps he just wanted to die. After the attack on Renal, what happened? I tried to get him out, but Commandant Gant's men found us. He called everyone from their beds to witness my execution, but it was stopped by the uprising. I leave out Trevor's part in all this. I have no idea what Renal put in his report, or what Travers and Graylin put in theirs, but there is one thing I am certain of. None of them mentioned stopping Commandant Gant from executing me then and there. It goes against the arbiter way. We are taught to defend Arel, that death is inevitable, and that saving someone else at the expense of Arel's greatness is weakness. None of them would want to appear weak. Appearing weak gets you killed, and judging by the satisfied look on Commander Vi's face, I have made the correct choice. And afterward? She asks. An explosion went off near me, rendering me unconscious, I reply. I remember nothing until I woke up in a medical room. Mollers appears on the green, taking one look at us, and the tension between him and my commander fills the entire space, suffocating me and making me want to run away, before he stalks off. Commander, I ask, what is going on? Mollers knew about the uprising, details that were in the reports, and he read Commandant Gant's reports to Arel. How do you know this? He told me. When? Breakfast. A flicker of concern fills Commander Vi's eyes, but it disappears before I have time to register it and to ponder its meaning, replaced by her stern face, the stoicness that she shows the world so that none know what secrets she holds, or the heart that beats within her chest. You remember before you left how I told you to be careful? She says. I nod. I am telling you again, watch yourself, Noni. Things are different here, and you managed to catch the eye of one of our presidents, which puts a target on your back. Yes, ma'am. Is there anything in your report that I need to know about? No, ma'am. Everything I have told you is what is in the report. Keep it that way. Is there anything else, ma'am? We are to go to the crematoriums. It was not my idea, but has been ordered by President Tapiwa herself. I take a step back. No one goes to the crematoriums unless they are being sent there to die or be forgotten. There are arbiters assigned there, but they are ones thought of as unfit to serve anywhere else, so they are sent to the crematoriums to rot until they are thrown into the fires that burn there. While we are there, you will keep your tongue silent and only speak when spoken to. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Commander Vi grabs my shoulder and forces me to look into her worried eyes, and for the first time, I think of her as human. as someone with emotions, hopes, and dreams, and as someone who fears loss. Do not do anything rash. You leave that to me. Understood. We leave in 10 minutes.
Commander Vi walks off, leaving impressions in the grass that disappear the way a handprint vanishes from a piece of foam, leaving me alone on the green to stew in the portentous feeling that settles in my stomach.